Audio test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Testing captions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Joaquin Esquivel. I'm Chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Wednesday, April 24th. It is 9:01 a.m., and I'd like to bring this workshop to order. I'll begin by introducing my fellow board colleagues. With me here today is Vice Chair Jareen Diadamo, Board Member Nicole Morgan, Board Member Sean McGuire, and joining us later will be Board Member Laurel Firestone. This is the time and place for the workshop on proposed voluntary agreements related to the Sacramento Delta updates to the Water Quality Control Plan for the San Francisco Bay, Sacramento, San Joaquin Delta Estuary, or as we'll call it, the Bay Delta Plan. As you can see, this is a hybrid meeting, so we both have in-person component and also virtual participation. For those of you joining us in person, good morning. We're here in the Sacramento, California Environmental Protection Agency building. Just a few notifications for us here. If we happen to have an emergency, we'll calmly file out. Please do observe the exits to Cesar Chavez Plaza and await any further direction. If you intend on commenting on today's workshop, there is an opportunity to sign up at the top of the agenda. You can also talk to the clerk of the board. There will not be any public comment this first day of the workshop. This is a 3-day workshop, but on the subsequent days here, we will have a laptop and a QR code for folks to sign up. Once you are either at a panel or providing comment, please do introduce yourself and any affiliation you might have. And also, for those here in the room, please do silence your phones so that we have an uninterrupted discussion. For those of you joining us virtually, you're either viewing us through our customary webcast on YouTube Live or the Cali PA website. But if you intend on commenting on any of today's workshop, or participate in today's workshop or comment in these subsequent days, you need to be on the Zoom platform. Again, there are instructions on how to get on the platform at the top of the agenda. And if you have any challenges, though, please do email the clerk of the board at board.clerk@waterboards.ca.gov, and she can help get you onto the platform. Once you are on the platform, your camera will be off. You'll be on mute until it is your turn to speak, as indicated. With that, would like to just do a little overview of our agenda. Today is the first day of a multi-day public workshop on the proposed voluntary agreements related to the Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan. This workshop will continue at 9 a.m. tomorrow, April 25th, and the third and final day will begin at 9 a.m. on Friday, April 26th. This workshop is being held in accordance with the notice of board workshop dated March 8th, 2024. The purpose of the workshop is for the voluntary agreement parties to provide a detailed overview of the voluntary agreement proposal, receive input, and answer questions from board members and receive input from the public. Please be aware that the workshop days have the potential to run past 5 p.m. since we plan to hear from a large number of speakers and want to be sure to hear everyone's comments. As described in the notice, we are limiting speaking times to ensure a productive, efficient, and fair workshop. Panels will be limited to 10 to 20 minutes depending on the specific request. Individual comments will be limited to 3 minutes per speaker. I may need to limit speaking times further if necessary, just to ensure that all speakers are able to speak without going late into the evening. If you plan on making an individual comment, those comments will be taken after 2 p.m. or possibly later on Thursday and Friday. We have more time for individual oral comments on Thursday and Friday, so we encourage comments that day if you have flexibility. We will begin with any opening remarks here from myself and fellow board members that would like to be made, and then we'll hear a short presentation from staff describing the format and agenda for the workshop, a brief background on the proposed voluntary agreements and Bay Delta planning processes, and next steps. Following the staff presentation, we will hear introductory remarks from Director Bonham of the Department of Fish and Wildlife and Director Namath of the Department of Water Resources. Then voluntary agreement parties will provide an overview of the voluntary agreement proposal, which will be followed by a series of panel presentations from tribal representatives and environmental non-government organizations. After the overview presentations and panels, we will continue with session 1 and then session 2, which are deep dives on aspects of the proposal. Each session will include an overview presentation from the voluntary agreement parties on the specific topics for that session, followed by panel presentations and board discussion. Additionally, we may take comments from elected officials and tribal representatives at any time today to accommodate those schedules. We will plan to take a short break here in the morning, another short break in the afternoon, and we will have a 45-minute lunch break. The State Board will not take any formal action today or during either of the 2 remaining workshop days. Rather, board action will occur at a later notice board meeting. Before the board considers approval of the Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan, there will be additional opportunities for public comment on the specific proposed changes to the Bay Delta Plan. The discussions during this workshop will help inform staff's development of draft program of implementation language for the Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan. Staff will provide additional information regarding these next steps in the process during their presentation. The board, again, has made no decision regarding whether to approve the voluntary agreements. We are intently listening today and are very interested in information and constructive input to help the board and its staff in efforts to develop draft possible changes to the Bay Delta Plan, including draft program implementation text for further public input. Really a thank you all for your attentiveness and for joining us today and over the course of these 2 days. The Bay Delta Plan has been a top priority of the board for a number of years now and have been delayed, candidly, through 2 successive droughts. We saw that in phase 1 on the San Joaquin components of the Bay Delta Plan, and here, as we all, I think, well aware and still feeling, went through a historic drought yet again. And I just want to note that that time has been well spent. The reality is that the complexity of the Bay Delta is one that we're still all grappling with. And it includes how we administer water rights, how we engage in times of shortage and in times of excess. And so I just want to thank everyone's work and attention and participation to help the board here do its best in deciding here, again, what is not an uncomplex system, but impacts so many communities and lives. Here, we're needing to ensure that we're updating the way we think about the way we manage our resources in the Bay Delta for not just the legacy challenges that we know that we've faced within our space here in our watersheds, but truly for the pressures that climate change are putting on this system. And so I just want to thank everyone for their continued participation here. The intent here is to create a space that actual dialogue can happen, that folks can maybe set aside some talking points that are carried and held firm to, I feel, oftentimes in this space, and instead provide us all collectively an opportunity to better hear and listen to one another and come here to support the board and, again, what is not an easy decision-making space. So just really appreciate everyone's time this morning and look over to my fellow board colleagues if there's any comment that they would like to make. Okay. With that, I would like to now turn it over to Diane Riddle in our Division of Water Rights to introduce the staff presentation.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. Again, my name is Diane Riddle. I'm one of the Assistant Deputy Directors in the Division of Water Rights, overseeing the board's Bay Delta efforts. With me today from the Division of Water Rights are Sam Beshevkin, with an Environmental Program Manager, Scott Laguerre, a Senior Water Resources Control Engineer, and Claudia Buccelli, an Environmental Scientist. Also with us today is Samantha Olson with the Office of Chief Counsel. We also have additional members of our team attending virtually and in the room today to assist. Next slide, please. I'll start by providing a summary of the topics we plan to discuss today. First, I'll begin with an overview of the purpose and format for the workshop. Then I'll give a high-level overview of the current status of the ongoing efforts to update and implement the Water Quality Control Plan for the Bay Delta, simply referred to as the Bay Delta Plan in this presentation. Next, I'll provide a brief background on the proposed voluntary agreements, or VAs for short. Lastly, I'll end the staff presentation with next steps and future opportunities to participate in this process. Staff will be providing brief presentations at the beginning of all 3 workshop days to allow as much time as possible for the other presentations and board discussion. This workshop has been structured to allow for a more in-depth discussion of the VAs through topic-specific panel discussions in order to inform next steps in the planning process. Opportunities for shorter individual comments will also be provided at the end of days of Thursday and Friday. We have a large number of commenters throughout the 3 days. We have more time available on Thursday than we do on Friday for individual public comments. If parties have flexibility in the time that they present, I encourage you to present that day. Next slide, please. Today is the first day of a 3-day public workshop, again, to discuss the VAs currently being considered for the Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan. As described in the March 8th notice, this multi-day workshop will include 6 detailed sessions on specific key components of the VA proposal. As Chair Esquivel noted, each session will include a presentation from the VA parties, followed by panel presentations from other parties who submitted requests, and board discussion. The tables set up behind the podium are for the VA parties and panel presenters that are here in person. We also have some presenters who will be attending remotely. During each session, the VA parties that are here in person should remain seated after their presentation is complete and during all panel presentations for that session so that board members may address VA parties and panel presenters at the same time. With the possible exception of some tribal and elected representatives, opportunities for general public comments, again, will only be provided on Thursday and Friday. If you would like to make an individual comment, please submit a virtual speaker card, which you can find linked in the workshop notice. Next slide, please. This slide identifies the overall agenda for the 3-day workshop. Today, we'll start with an overview of the VAs again, followed by the first session on integration of VA flow and non-flow assets. The second session will cover flow accounting. Tomorrow's sessions will cover non-flow measure accounting and the science plan for the VAs. Lastly, the sessions on Friday will cover governance and participation, as well as enforcement, accountability, transparency, and implementation. Next slide, please. Can you go back one slide, please? Thank you. This is a slide for today. Following the staff presentation, again, Director Bonham and Director Namath will provide some introductory remarks. Then the VA parties will present an overview of the VAs, followed by 3 panel presentations from tribal representatives, Delta Tribal Environmental Coalition, and the Golden State Salmon Association and Defenders of Wildlife. After that, we will move into session 1 and hear a presentation from VA parties on the integration of VA flow and non-flow measures. Then we will hear panel 2 and presentations from Save California Salmon and Defenders of Wildlife and Friends of the River. After each session, the board may provide input and ask questions. Next slide, please. This is the agenda for Thursday. I'm not going to go into detail. We'll go into more detail on this on Thursday. Next slide, please. And this is the agenda for Friday. Again, I'm not going to go into detail. As you can see, Friday is a fairly packed day. So again, encourage individual commenters to the degree you're able to provide your individual comments on Thursday. Next slide, please. Now that I've covered the logistics for the workshop, I'd like to provide some context for today by providing a brief overview of the Bay Delta Plan and the ongoing processes to update and implement the plan. The State Water Board protects water quality in the Bay Delta in part through the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan. The Bay Delta Plan identifies beneficial uses of water, water quality objectives to protect those beneficial uses, and a program of implementation to achieve the objectives, as well as monitoring and assessment measures to evaluate compliance and effectiveness of implementation actions. The Bay Delta Plan is being updated and implemented through separate processes due to the distinct differences between the Sacramento River and the San Joaquin River systems. The update and implementation of the Bay Delta Plan is being considered based on those 2 geographic regions and the specific issues concerning each of them. The Sacramento Delta update is specific to the Sacramento River system and includes consideration of Bay Delta Plan amendments to address Sacramento River and Delta and Eastside tributary inflows and cold water habitat, Delta outflows, and interior Delta flows. The Sacramento Delta update also includes consideration of proposed voluntary agreements for providing flows and restoring habitat. The VA proposal covering the Sacramento River and Delta tributaries is, again, the subject of today's workshop. The other two processes, the implementation of the Lower San Joaquin River and Southern Delta salinity updates to the Bay Delta Plan that were adopted in 2018, and consideration of the Tuolumne River VA are being considered separately. Although the San Joaquin River watershed processes will not be covered in this workshop, I will be providing a brief status update on the next steps in these processes at the end of the staff presentation. Next slide, please. Now I'll provide a little bit of background on the VAs. The VAs are being proposed by a group of water users, the secretaries of the California Natural Resources Agency and California Environmental Protection Agency and the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation, as a possible alternative means for updating and implementing the Bay Delta Plan. The proposed VAs include a combination of flow and non-flow habitat restoration measures on the Sacramento, Feather, American, Yuba, and McColmy rivers, Poudre Creek, and in the Delta. As mentioned previously, the VAs also include a proposal for the Tuolumne River, which is being considered separately. The VAs propose flow and habitat restoration actions that are intended to contribute to achieving a new narrative ecosystem protection objective proposed by the VA parties, as well as the Bay Delta Plan's existing narrative salmon protection objective, calling for the doubling of salmon populations, which the VA proposes to contribute to achieving by 2050. The VAs also include proposed governance and science programs to direct flows and habitat restoration actions, conduct assessments, and develop strategic plans and annual reports. The VAs propose an initial 8-year term that, if approved by the board and shown to be effective, could be extended or modified. If the proposed VAs are not found to be effective through a process identified in the VA documents, under the VA proposal, a regulatory pathway could apply after the board takes certain actions. Again, the board has not made a decision regarding whether or not to incorporate the proposed VAs into the Bay Delta Plan, and consideration of the VAs will be informed by public input, including the input received in this workshop. Next slide, please. This slide identifies the actions that have occurred in the processes to consider the proposed VAs in the Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta Plan. In late 2022, the State Water Board received a memorandum of understanding signed by state and federal agencies and water users proposing the VAs. In January of 2023, the State Water Board staff released a draft scientific basis report supplement in support of the proposed VAs for public review and comment. This report documents the science supporting the Sacramento Delta provisions included in the proposed VAs and supplements a 2017 scientific basis report that was developed for the Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta Plan. In September of 2023, the State Water Board released a draft staff report which evaluates potential benefits and impacts of possible alternatives for updating the Sacramento Delta components of the Bay Delta Plan. The environmental and economic analyses for the proposed VAs are included in Chapter 9 of the report. Components of the VA proposal that were available at the time the draft staff report was released can be found in Appendix G. The draft staff report also includes a final draft of the scientific basis report supplement. Next slide, please. Following release of the draft staff report in October of 2023, the final draft scientific basis report supplement was submitted for external scientific peer review as required by the California Public Health and Safety Code. In February, the State Water Board received the final responses to the request for peer review, which is posted on our website. Most recently, in March and April, the State Water Board received additional components of the proposed VAs. These documents include a draft global agreement, implementing and enforcement agreements, and draft protocols for flow and non-flow accounting measures. Next slide, please. This slide summarizes the draft VA documents received to date and identifies the overall structure for the VA proposal. The March and April draft VA package includes a cover memo that describes the organization of the draft VA proposal and provides a general description of each document. The cover memo identifies that all draft VA plans, programs, and agreements for the VA proposal are packaged within the global agreement. Drafts of the strategic plan, system-wide governance program, and system-wide science plan were previously provided in the fall of 2023 and included as appendices in the draft staff report. Related to these documents, board staff have provided some comments on some of these documents. We're still in the process of reviewing the documents that we have received as a part of this latest package. Next slide, please. All of the draft VA documents submitted by the VA parties are available for public review on either the board's website or file transfer protocol site. To receive information needed to access the FTP site, to review these documents, please send an email to staff at the email address identified above, which is also available on our website. Staff are anticipating the VA parties to provide additional draft documents at a later date. Any future draft documents will also be posted on the board's FTP site, and notification will be provided to the public. Next slide, please. Following this workshop, the State Water Board will consider the input received to inform development of draft regulatory language for the program of implementation for the draft Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan. The public comments on the September 2023 draft staff report and peer review comments on the VA scientific basis report supplement are also being considered in the process to develop draft updates to the Bay Delta Plan. Staff anticipates releasing potential draft program of implementation language for public review and comment this summer or fall. The board will also receive a public workshop to receive input. The input received on the draft updates to the Bay Delta Plan will inform the final staff report and final draft updates to the Bay Delta Plan, which are anticipated to be released for public review during the first quarter of 2025. The final draft staff report and final draft plan updates will be brought before the board for consideration at a future meeting as part of a full public process. It is anticipated that the State Water Board may consider adoption of the Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan during the second quarter of 2025. Next slide, please. Although these topics won't be covered in today's workshop, I wanted to provide a brief update on the next steps for implementation of the 2018 updates to the Bay Delta Plan and consideration of the Tuolumne River VA. Currently, staff are developing a draft environmental impact report and draft regulation to implement the lower San Joaquin River flow and Southern Delta salinity updates to the Bay Delta Plan that were adopted in 2018. A draft EIR and draft regulation is anticipated to be released for public review in early 2025. Separately, the board is considering the Tuolumne River VA. The Tuolumne River VA is being considered separately because it does not fully conform to the 2018 Bay Delta Plan update and would require updates to the Bay Delta Plan if approved. The board will conduct a full public review process before considering whether to approve the Tuolumne River VA and incorporate it into the Bay Delta Plan. Staff are currently developing a draft scientific basis report for the Tuolumne River VA and plans to release a draft of this report for public review and comment this summer. Next slide, please. This slide includes contact information and resources where you can find additional information on the Bay Delta Plan update and implementation processes. Listed here are links to the pages for the proposed VAs, the Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta Plan, and to the Bay Delta Watershed Program. If you have questions regarding access to the FTP site or where to find VA-related materials or other related questions, please contact staff at SAC Delta comments@waterboards.ca.gov. To stay informed on Bay Delta watershed activities, please subscribe to our Bay Delta Notices email subscription list. To subscribe, visit the Bay Delta Watershed webpage, scroll to the bottom where you'll find the box shown on this slide and enter your name and email address. This concludes the staff presentation. I think we can turn it over to Director Bonham and Namath for introductory remarks.
Thank you, Ms. Riddle. Welcome here, Director Chuck Bonham from the Department of Fish and Wildlife, Director Carla Namath from the Department of Water Resources, and I believe as well with us here is Carl Stock, the Regional Director for the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation's California Great Basin region. We'll welcome you all three up. Thank you. Yeah, you can sit here at the panel if you'd like, or at the mic, whichever is most comfortable. Yeah. Good morning, good morning.
Morning. Good morning, Chair Esquivel, Vice Chair Diadamo, and board members McGuire and Morgan. It is a privilege to be here today to discuss with the board the administration's commitment to the Healthy Rivers and Landscape Program. I want to start by acknowledging, I think the last time I was here speaking with you all on this topic was 2018, the close of 2018. And so much has been developed since that moment. And I want to acknowledge my deepening understanding of the intense complexity of the system, biologically, operationally, and certainly not least of all culturally and people and personalities, and how we approach this really important need that we have in California to restore and rehabilitate our system so that it works better for all beneficial uses, fish, wildlife, and the uses of water. That support an incredibly diverse set of communities, environmental landscape, and economy. The work that the board is doing is critical, and I want to emphasize that the work underway to complete the update of the Water Quality Control Plan, you have the full-throated support of the Department of Water Resources in getting that important work done. And fundamentally, we view this proposal as a way to implement the Water Quality Control Plan. These things need to be moving together. In fact, this program needs the Water Quality Control Plan to set those objectives and to really enable us to implement. So in my view, this is not an either or. These things need to be working together and working together into the future. I know there'll be lots of conversations about the role of backstop with the Water Quality Control Plan and the approach to unimpaired flows. Lots of important information about enforcement, which again, the department is, I just want to offer our full-throated support for enforcement activities. We need all of these pieces to be working together to hopefully make this program successful. That said, this is an enormously important opportunity for my department, together with the Department of Fish and Wildlife and the Bureau of Reclamation as kind of the primary departments, state and federal departments engaged in the development of the program, to listen, to present the detailed information, the adjustments in the program that I think are known since 2018, but essential information developed over the course of the last several months and years about how this program would be designed to work, lots more clarity on the content, the science behind it, the governance of the program moving forward. So we are also here to listen, to address questions from the board at this time, to take in public input, as well as we move through the next 3 days. So that's why I want to thank you for the opportunity, and we really do welcome the opportunity to get this detail to you and to engage in a conversation, not just today, but over the next several months as you all work towards completing the water quality control plan. As a general matter, our intention over the next 3 days, you're going to hear from many folks who have been rolling up their sleeves for a couple of years now to design the program. And essentially, we want to talk about why we believe this program is a viable pathway to implement the board's objectives that would benefit populations of native fish species and stabilized water supplies, reliability for 27 million people and 3 million acres of farmland. I don't have to tell you that the Sacramento-San Joaquin system drains 40% of the landmass in California. It is enormous, and it is enormously complex. It's also the hydrologic engine of the 5th largest economy in the world, and it feeds the largest estuary on the West Coast. Such a large scale and important system really demands a landscape level approach. And if there's one thing that really excites me about the water quality control plan and the healthy rivers and landscapes approach is connecting habitats on a landscape scale, connecting the flow improvements in the tributaries with flow improvements down in the system in the estuary and out to the ocean, and doing a similar thing with physical habitat restoration. We know that, frankly, piecemeal approaches aren't going to get us where we need to be into the future. And all of that has become increasingly more important with more extreme weather conditions that we are really starting to experience. And really the last 3 years has brought that point home. I believe Director Bonham is going to talk a little bit more about how that shaped some of the components of the program and some decisions we made since we were both in front of you in 2018. We know that habitat is lacking in some parts of the system, and most experts agree that benefits will accrue if we can reconnect fish with floodplains and tidal wetlands. And those habitats that were once much more plentiful, but they've been lost to human development over time. This new program, we believe, sets forth an adaptive and scientifically based way to combine improvements in flow, which can increase species abundance, with the creation of new habitat, which in and of itself will bring longer term resilience to our fish populations. So it's not just about increasing the abundance, but it's also creating the conditions such that greater abundance of fish populations are more resilient in the face of worsening drought conditions, certainly, and the probability of prolonged and deepening droughts. This program also, very importantly, sets forth metrics. It coordinates and advances science, and it monitors conditions so that we can learn together. It includes a critical evaluation step in year 8, when we can allow ourselves to take in how the program has performed, what we have learned, and use this new knowledge to adjust as needed should the program continue. It includes crucial reporting steps along the way that will provide the space for us to evaluate how things are going and consider adjustments to the program if it is clear they would be beneficial. In an endeavor like this, I can't emphasize enough the critical nature of relearning to work together so that we can understand the information that we're collecting and we can all take ownership of the decisions that need to be made for the betterment of the system. I think that's another piece to me that is really exciting about the program the state is putting forward, our departments together with water users and others, is our ability to learn together at the landscape scale and make decisions, clear-eyed decisions, based on what we know and what we don't know. And I think I said back in 2018, what was important to me about this program was giving ourselves a little bit of room to fail, to try things where there is scientific information that enables us to make decisions and test out, but also learn from that. And if it didn't go exactly as we had intended, or there were unintended consequences, to have the space and governance structure to rectify that, and to rectify that in a consistent way and make adjustments through adaptive management over time. I can't help but say that I know I have a growing understanding of the complexities of that concept in a regulatory context. And that concept, in my mind, is driven mostly by the uncertainty that we continue to experience in the system. I'm really pleased by the diligent work by board staff to include in an update of the scientific basis report you all released in 2017 of this program, and the feedback that we got from independent reviewers, really explaining, I think, the scientific soundness of the approach. Lots of comments on ongoing improvements that need to be made as we work through the science plan. That was real critical information that helped us further refine the documents that we have provided to board staff and you all today. Our overarching goal with this proposal is to achieve an objective to maintain water quality conditions, including flow conditions in and from the tributaries and the delta, together with other measures in the watershed that are sufficient to support and maintain the natural production of viable native fish populations. As Ms. Riddle also mentioned, this program also proposes to contribute to the achievement of an existing water board objective to double salmon populations relative to the reference population of 1967 to 1991, and to do so by 2050. That may seem like a long time out, but in the same breath, the clock is ticking and really getting started on known improvements to the system, and really starting to learn from them is, in my view, a very urgent matter for all of us. I want to say a little bit about the major scientific interconnections of the program that we're moving forward. The amount of flow committed in the tributaries is designed to ensure inundation of habitat during the necessary periods for the Chinook salmon life cycle based on flow area relationships. The commitments to delta inflow were developed based on achieving an overall 10% increase in abundance for longfin smelt, Sacramento splittail, California bay shrimp, and the starry flounder. The amount of water needed for the 10% increase is based on published relationships between species abundance and the position of the low salinity zone in the delta. The tidal wetland habitat commitments are based on the acreage feasible for restoration in the North Delta Arc. I think we've all become familiar with that as an area in which we want to emphasize for habitat restoration. And that region includes the Cache Slough Complex, Lower Sacramento River, and the confluence area, and the Sassoon Marsh. It's an area with higher densities of native fish and with significant beneficial habitats already in place. Another key point I want to make, which I think may get lost in the public dialogue about this program, which in my view, the public dialogue is a reflection of the intense passion that so many Californians have for this system. And I do want to emphasize that while a shorthand for this program is called voluntary agreements, if the agreements are successful as a path towards implementation of the water quality control plan, they are not voluntary. In my view, the voluntary nature of that title really symbolized folks who voluntarily came around a table for many years to think about and design and put forth this program with commitments that they can describe best to you directly today to get this program going. Collaboration across this broad of a landscape and complex of a landscape is central to this proposal. As a general matter, board adoption of this program would really give a regulatory effect to the flow and habitat measures that water districts have agreed to provide. The state has also agreed to provide funding and support to get this work done. And taken together, all of those things would carry the weight of regulation on our system. Habitat projects that support the program are already underway and will benefit fish and wildlife regardless of the outcome of the water board process. And that's something else that I think really bears emphasis. An outcome of the voluntary agreement process, the table in which parties came together in a voluntary way to put together the program, I think everyone had such an intense focus on making sure that the work that we were doing, not just on the flow augmentation piece, but on the habitat restoration, wasn't going to wait for our processes. So many folks in this room have already been working towards getting these restoration projects in the ground. Lots of work rolling up our sleeves to get things permitted. And frankly, showing that we can do it. There's been a lot of critique over the last many decades about how long it takes habitat restoration to happen. And Director Bonham's going to speak on this topic with much more intelligence and grace than I can, but his department's really leading the way and making sure that that work is going. And frankly, I'm not sure we would have had the momentum had we not been pursuing more broadly this proposal that we bring before you today. Water districts that are not signatories to this program face the board's more traditional authority through the water quality control plan and the imposition of unimpaired flows, and that would restrict those parties' diversions for the benefit of fish and wildlife. What we seek through the state board adoption of the Healthy Rivers and Landscape Program is to create this dual track system with a backstop of unimpaired flow requirements. I can't state enough, this is an and, not an or. These things move together. And again, you have the full-throated support of the Department of Water Resources to complete that important work on the water quality control plan. And with that, I will turn it over to my colleague, Director Chuck Bonham.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you, Carla. Board Chair, board members. It's true, my name's Chuck Bonham, and I'm the Director of the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. I'd like to do 4 things this morning. I'd like to start with a few personal remarks to share with you. I'd like to talk about what is different since March of 2022 and also 2018. I'd like to take a quick trip through history by way of sharing our department's perspective about this program. And I'd like to end with the idea of change. So here are my personal thoughts. I have great respect for you as board members, this board and your staff. You have a seemingly impossible task. Account for all of the public interest and public input, and under your authorities, balance between all these very important and oftentimes intention beneficial uses. All of the presenters should come with humility for that task you have. And it's going to be a very important 3 days. I think you're doing the right thing. Creating a space where you can hear point, counterpoint, pro, con, opinion. That's a way in which you get to the best informed decision. And of course, as your staff mentioned, you haven't made a decision yet. I trust you. I think it's going to be really hard. And I appreciate you in the process creating the moment for this kind of engagement with everyone who wants to offer an opinion over these 3 days. So thank you. What's different? So the most recent milestone moment is probably March of 2022. But as Director Namath mentioned, the last time the two of us as directors were here was really more back in 2018. At each of those moments, we didn't have everything completed. We didn't have all the information in front of you. We hadn't been able to provide the level of detail to all the different public sectors, sovereign nations, communities that believe and are affected by your decision-making. That's a big difference today in March of 2024 compared to even March of 2022. So as you've heard already mentioned, you have a suite of complete legal document proposals, implementing agreements. You have enforcement agreements. You have science plans. And that is a body of information now that should be discussed. And that's the intent of the next 3 days in part. Here's another thing that's different. Your own process has produced additional information. Compared to 2022 or 2018, you have a scientific basis report. You have a staff report. You actually have peer review on important components of this effort. All done, completed, should be out in the debate, discussed, and part of the 3-day workshop, plus your decision-making. That's different. So there are things different today. We're no longer at a more incomplete, a less comprehensive, a less binding. We've moved through to presenting more of that information. I think that's notable. The history trip. This landscape is like nothing else on earth and was of that stature historically. You will hear likely a lot of input on the natural richness of a geography that might be bigger than the state of Rhode Island. A history of species abundance that had grizzly bears and tule elk and tens of millions of birds, meandering temporally and spatially complex habitat types, 16 rivers, hundreds of creeks, our two biggest rivers crashing in to an estuary that really is unlike any other on the planet except perhaps for the Okavango Delta in Botswana. That's the natural history, that's the richness, that's a landscape that was stewarded since the beginning of time by indigenous people, and today sadly doesn't look like what it once was. And that brings me to our department's perspective that I want to share. Like Director Namath, please, we need to update the water quality control plan. Our department supports you in that, 100%. Within that, I think, is the question how you might consider this proposal for healthy rivers and landscapes as an implementation tool for that broader plan update. You may adopt the proposal, You may reject the proposal. You may adopt it with changes. I don't know. I think that's your difficult assignment, but we want the water quality plan updated. We also know that the science proves, make no mistake, there's a relationship between enough water of the right quality in the right places at the time of the years to ensure a healthy ecosystem. Flow and abundance of species is a proven correlation, causation dynamic. So we believe an improvement in that flow dynamic is necessary. So too is an improvement in the habitat dynamic. And I do believe that there are some who still take a strident position. It's one or the other. But I actually believe most of my colleagues in the conservation community, the environmental space, acknowledge it's the combination of both that will do the best. And that's a part of the proposal we find hope in that has been presented to you and you will hear more about. So combining a commitment to increase our habitat restoration and repair the degraded landscape with improvements on quantity and quality of flow at the right timing aspects is an optimal approach. We know that birds and fish once filled the Central Valley. They responded to this ebb and flow of the hydrology playing across that varied landscape. We had winter and spring and fall and different kind of hydrologic dynamics playing out. We know that our rivers would spill up onto banks and water would spread out on the floodplains. We know that those floodplains generated food and sanctuary for nature. And we know because of the last couple of decades that there's a strong scientific basis that demonstrates the value of reconnecting rivers to floodplains. And this is proving especially true for young salmon because they feed in that shallow, food-rich habitat type. So under the Healthy Rivers and Landscape Program, we are all in enhancing 20,000 acres of additional floodplain habitat. Of course, you could do all the restoration in the world, and if you don't have the right amount of water connected to it, it's for naught. And the converse is true as well. So we've evaluated each of the rivers in the program. You'll see this play out in each of those tributaries implementing agreements. Looking at the factors for salmon, thinking about the restoration and flow integration for each of those tributary systems. And we're not waiting. This is another aspect that's different than 2018, even 2022. Since 2018, this collection of folks that have been working together have implemented 33 projects. We've just gone out and done them. We need to do them anyway. They're part of the program, but they also have standalone value and merit. And we need to prove we can move landscapes at a faster pace for ecological benefit. So we've done the Hallwood Side Channel and Floodplain Restoration Project on the Yuba River. We've done thousands of tons of gravel added to improve spawning grounds for salmon on the McCullum, the American, the Sacramento rivers. We've created side channels and floodplain habitat all across the upper Sacramento River system. Is it enough? No, we need to do more. That's an essential esprit de corps of the program in front of you. We, right now, are looking at several additional implementation projects for this year, including spawning habitat, installing fish screens, channel restoration on the Tuolumne, the American, the Sacramento, the Yuba, and Battle Creek. And in addition to all that, we're looking at getting underway nearly 3,300 acres of additional spawning and in-stream and floodplain juvenile rearing habitat. And in addition to that, we aim to build more than 5,000 acres of additional tidal wetlands and associated floodplain. This will be combined with up to 824,000 acre feet of additional flow that's scoped to come down the system and through the delta with an emphasis on an especially important ecological window, January through June each year. Of course, that volume of flow you'll hear more about, and you need to hear it directly from the water managers in each of the tributaries because that is their commitment. It varies depending on the water year type. So the final parts of why our department remains optimistic about the program, and we're all in on this restoring the landscape aspect already. The reality is it's super challenging to do restoration. Often you struggle with financing structures to get large work done. Here, about 20% of the funding over time needed to implement this ambitious landscape restoration is coming directly from the public water users and water agencies themselves. That's unique. That's kind of a one-time, first-time dynamic for such an ambitious program. And this kind of habitat restoration work rests on the ability of increasing cooperation with landowners. You've got access dynamics, often there are real estate elements involved. You have to do significant engineering and designing, contracting, and you need a willing landowner, and that's a reality for producing this kind of large change. We're not resting. We've assigned at the department about 10 full-time staff across the whole system, separate from the Healthy Rivers proposal, to just daily and weekly wake up in the morning and be working on the punch list, just like the contractor who might be redoing a home, on restoration projects, going from concept to design to permitting to bidding to contracting and to delivery, because we've got to do this. Let me end with change. So I've shared some personal remarks. I've shared what I think is different between an earlier milestone moment, 2022, 2018. Talked a little bit about the history of this incredible landscape that I think is also a common denominator amongst all the participants you'll hear in the next 3 days. The deep, abiding love for this place. No matter how you're coming to the conversation, I think that will present itself obviously to you over the 3 days. But your leadership, public involvement, has already made change on the program. An original idea back at those earlier milestones, this would be a much longer program. And in the recent past, the emphasis was on a 15-year program. The state, our two departments, we ended up cutting that in half, 8 years. The world of climate disruption is playing out right in front of us. Commitments beyond 8 years are too rigid relative to the fluidity of this circumstance and the need to be adaptive and nimble. That shift from a 15-year agreement to an 8-year agreement, I think fits better, given a high level of climate-related uncertainty, in thinking about a more deliberate, stepwise approach through your regulatory landscape. Another change is we needed more flexibility to monitor this thing openly and transparently. What is baked into the process now for a discussion are annual reports, the presentation annually of the adaptive management, the status and trend of the population's response to the actions, and then reports at the 3-year mark and the 6-year mark, all playing out in front of you in this kind of environment. And then, as Director Namath mentioned, in addition going from 15 years to 8 years, in addition from going from less to more on the reporting and accountability, what is in front of you is a request that you remain a regulatory backstop. An ability to track these 8 years. If it's going well, great, green light. If it's going in a way that raises concerns on achieving our biological outcomes, yellow light. And if it's not proving to produce the results that are proposed, you step in under a red light scenario as a regulatory backstop. Those are all changes that reflect public input and trying to make this proposal better over time. I'm confident these 3 days will have the same effect. Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you, Director. Mr. Stock. Oh, sorry, you have to turn on the mic there. Sorry, apologies.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and board members. It's an honor to be here with my distinguished colleagues. I'm Carl Stock, Regional Director for the California Great Basin region of the Bureau of Reclamation. I believe I'm probably the newest participant to this conversation, and so I won't attempt to improve upon what you've heard from my colleagues so far, and rather reiterate much of what they have said. Reclamation needs you to move forward with a water quality control plan update. We are very supportive of that. Reclamation will be here to support that effort. While I'm new to the process, Reclamation is not new to this conversation. We have had a great team participating in this conversation, helping with the analysis that will be presented to you over the next few days, and you'll hear from that team. I hope that you will also hear loud and clear from those who have not been as directly involved in the development of this proposal. Their input will serve to improve the proposal. So there's a lot of work that has gone into this work. Reclamation is excited to be a part of presenting and explaining what's been done in this proposal. An additional thought, what's being presented to you is an implementation tool for the water quality control plan update. There's a lot of, as I've said, there's a lot of thought and effort that have gone into developing this implementation tool. Is it the very best one available? The board will have to make that decision based on what I hope is robust input about that. But at the end of the day, one of the most critical outcomes is that there is an implementable tool for the water quality control plan update. And so just a reiteration that Reclamation will be part of that conversation, and Reclamation will lend its support and technical expertise to helping develop a quality implementable plan for consideration by the board. Thank you for the opportunity to be here.
And thank you. Again, I know new or otherwise to this space, the leadership is just greatly appreciated being here and continuing to contribute to what we all know is an incredible project here before us. And so just really appreciate that. And thank you as well to the Director Namath, Director Bonham. You know, thinking back to 2018, it was very much an either or, right? It felt that the expectations were that this project was an either or. So it means a lot to be able to hear that you see it as I see it as well, that this is an and. It's a potential and that the board is considering, and it's nested within the Bay Delta plan. And how these two projects come together is still here what we're trying to discuss. How best we can in common see what are very necessary and also complex goals when it comes to increasing the amount of flow on our rivers, the timing, the intersection with habitat, but importantly, moving ourselves here into the 21st century, truly, when we think of how not just dependent on the Endangered Species Act we are on ensuring protections, but really looking at the entire watershed, and the Bay Delta Plan provides us that opportunity. So it's much appreciated. Looking to fellow board colleagues if they have comment or question. Vice Chair.
I just really want to thank you all for your leadership and your personal engagement. I know these years, it's been quite a few, but we know you've been busy, and we're just, I'm excited about hearing more about the details. So thank you for taking the time to be here today.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Board Member McGuire.
Ditto to that. Just really thank you to each of you for being here. Director Stock, good to meet you for the first time here. Looking forward to working with you going forward. A lot has happened, admittedly, since 2018. I was very new to the board at that time, but that's been important work. And the reason I bring that up is just because I want to communicate the sense of urgency I feel in that a lot of time has passed and conditions continue to be challenging in the Delta. So I feel that this is a moment where we do need, it's very complicated, but we need to be decisive and we need to move forward. And I'm hearing that from you today as well. So I really appreciate the message, the concerns about climate disruption, the challenges that we face before us in this Delta, and the sense of urgency that we need to be decisive, make a decision, and have an updated plan as soon as possible. So thank you.
You're here. Thank you, board member. It's going to be an intense and productive year ahead of us. So thank you three again. Really appreciate it. And we can move on to now our next panel, which will be representatives from the voluntary agreement parties, and would call them up now to come participate. Thank you.
Testing. So good morning, Chair Esquivel and other board members here. I am Allison Febo, General Manager of Westlands Water District, and I'm very excited and honored to be here as part of this workshop to discuss our Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program. I want to start by just adding that although I'm from Westlands, when I'm here speaking, I'm speaking on behalf of all of the participants as part of this program. And I believe all of the other speakers here, we've been working very closely together, and they will be speaking on behalf of all of the participants, even though they may represent one or a group of those. And additionally, the staff did mention this in their presentation, but we do have folks on the Tuolumne River who are part of the phase 1 process, but are signed on to our MOU and participating in this development. And so we expect that in the future, they will be integrated into this process at some point. And also we hope and welcome other parties who want to join in on this effort as well. So first slide, please. So this first presentation is really just to give an overview of what we're doing here with the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program and the progress that we've made. What's so exciting to me, and I think the group, is that this really is a new approach for balancing the beneficial uses within our system. And just as Director Bonham had mentioned, we do recognize that balancing those beneficial uses is quite complex and challenging. And we believe that this program that we're putting together is actually a way that can balance those beneficial uses of providing protection for native fisheries, but also helping stabilize our water supply reliability for 27 million Californians and 3 million acres of agriculture. So this is very important to us. We're looking at this as a collaboration. So this has grown into a collaboration among water users from north at Red Bluff all the way down to the border of Mexico, where we're all working together to try to find a solution that can really protect our beneficial uses and be viable into the future. And we're doing that through several efforts, which include a robust governance program, a robust science program, and strong commitments for flow and habitat efforts that will, through our legal agreements that we'll be getting into later, actually become not just commitments, but obligations of these participants. And we recognize that and are committed to that. And part of the other reason that we feel like this is a great path forward is that it is actually immediately enforceable because we have all these agreements already put together and a plan for how to move forward. Next slide. So in this workshop, we will be providing more details. We'll have participants talking about their flow and habitat commitments, which again will turn into obligations through the legal documents that we have proposed and have submitted drafts of. We will be demonstrating that these are implementable and enforceable through the way that these agreements and plans have been developed. And we'll be focusing again on all of the benefits that we see, where we're seeing the outcomes that we're focused on. We're making sure that this program isn't just a flow and habitat program, but it's actually focused on providing benefits and positive outcomes to our native fisheries. And we are definitely excited and open to a dialogue with the board members as well as the public. We're here to receive input and ask or answer any questions that may come up, and look forward to planning the next steps as well. Next slide. So how will this actually work? We are proposing that there will be a new objective added to the Bay Delta Plan through an amendment. And this would be a fish viability objective that's on top of the existing salmon protection objective of salmon doubling, which was discussed earlier. And so these two objectives would be part of the plan, and this Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program would be part of the implementation plan to make sure that those objectives are met. Next slide. So the overall structure, and we'll be getting into much more detail over the next 3 days on this, is that we have these 4 plans. Drafts were submitted, 3 of them back in the fall, earlier in 2023. And a lot of work has been done since then, where we have updated drafts of those plans that outline how we're going to actually make this program work. And then we also have these legal agreements that I've been talking about that make it enforceable and an actual obligation through a regulatory context. So we have a global agreement that's a umbrella overall agreement, and then various implementing agreements and enforcement agreements that are out for review and again in draft form right now. And in development, we do have a funding plan that will make sure we have the available funding for the water purchase programs and the habitat programs and science programs that we're discussing here. Next slide. So after that very brief overview, thank you for allowing me to make these comments. I'm excited to be part of this, and I'll hand it over to David Guy.
Thank you.
Thanks, Allison. Good morning, Chair Esquivel, members of the board, members of the State Water Board staff. What a nice opportunity to be here today to be talking about something I think that is very exciting, and I think something, a real new approach in the Bay Delta. And I think that's exciting in part because I think we can all agree that none of us are very satisfied with the way things have gone in the past, and I think we want to try something different. And I think that's hopefully what you will take away the next 2.5 days, is that there's a lot of work, a lot of energy being put into a program to try something different, the Healthy River and Landscape Program. Next, please. I'm going to talk about 3 things. The first is this idea of a watershed approach. You heard that a lot from Directors Nemeth and Bonham and Carl Stock. And I think this is just something really new and exciting. I mean, this is a large watershed. I'm here today, but really we're working with a whole group of managers, a group of consultants that are really helping us learn about this. We have a council that are helping guide us to make sure that all this works. And it's really a comprehensive approach to the Bay Delta watershed that we've really never seen before. And I think that's what gets people excited, is let's try something different. And the watershed approach is really, really a new way to go about that. Next, please. Obviously, your challenge is Porter Cologne, and that is a really important responsibility that you have to balance a whole variety of things. And so as what we have tried to do as the parties that have been working on this is to try to balance and do some of the work ahead of time for this. And so obviously, we're managing for a lot of purposes in the region, and that includes obviously the cities and rural communities, many of which are disadvantaged. We are managing for farms, we are managing for fish and wildlife, recreation, hydropower. All of these things are super important, obviously, to the state of California. And is what we're trying to do is to provide a balancing that provides the benefits and addresses the multiple stressors. And in our view, obviously, is a much more minimal impact approach than some of the other alternatives. Next, please. Is what we're really trying to do is kind of focus on functional ecology, and it's really this integration of the Bay Delta watershed, and that includes the water for in-stream flows. There's a significant amount of water that will be dedicated to in-stream flows. That is not voluntary. That is part of the program during the certain year types. We are going to spread water out on the landscape. We've heard about the importance of that. I think we're looking beyond the thin blue line and really focusing on that larger riverscape as really the solution to help make that river healthier. And then obviously that includes changes to the physical landscape for the benefit of fish and wildlife. And it's really that integration that we think is the new approach, that's something different that we ought to be working on. We're really encouraged. We believe the peer review process really is supportive of this concept. And I think we saw a lot of really helpful, constructive comments in that spirit. The second thing that we can do, I think, that's outside the normal scope of the Water Quality Control Plan is we can work on infrastructure, and that includes things like nature-based solutions. It includes some modifications so that we can be more efficient with our water supply, and that's during all year types to really help restore that ecological function. And so it's really the combination of those infrastructure improvements that you're going to see, I think, over the next 8 to 15 years, many of which you're already underway, which you heard from Director Bonham. We want to continue that, and we want to continue at a pace and scale that we've never done before in the Bay Delta. Next, please. Obviously, the broad collaboration from Red Bluff to the Mexican border. We have water suppliers in every corner of California working on this. It's been a really constructive exercise. There's a lot of skills, a lot of really good effort that is going on towards this. Next, please. And obviously, we've been working for the last 5 years with the Natural Resource Agency, the Environmental Protection Agency, Bureau of Reclamation, and a variety of folks throughout California to learn, to benefit, to advance this program. And we really believe that this program right now reflects the best input we can receive from modern science, from both the ecosystem experts and the species experts. And we really think that's the modern approach that we're trying to pursue here to help all of these beneficial uses. The program also has strong support from pretty much every level of government. Local governments are very supportive of this. Elected officials are supportive, businesses throughout California, and we want to continue to honor that and make sure that all of these beneficial uses are in fact served. Next, please. So I think is what we're trying to do in essence is that, again, is a bigger picture, is Porter Cologne is obviously the focus of the Water Quality Control Plan, but I think we have an opportunity through this larger healthy river and landscape dynamic to integrate some of the other elements that obviously kind of help manage the ecosystem and water landscape in California. So really we're going to see an integration of all of these programs. All of the state's priorities, I think, are going to be addressed in this, which is why I think the administration, I think, has been so supportive. So we really appreciate the opportunity, and I'm going to hand this over to Jennifer, and really a pleasure to join Allison and Jennifer here today.
Thank you for being here with us.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair, board members. Like Allison and David, very happy to be here this morning. We're very excited to present. You are going to get a huge amount of information over the next couple of days, and so we're going to just provide an overview. I did want to start the next part of the introduction with a quote from the scientific peer review, which I think really underscores kind of what we're trying to do. And this is from Dr. Poff at Colorado State University. He writes, "The quantitative and qualitative analyses underlying the findings of this report are rigorous and scientifically valid in the face of deep uncertainties about the future, and they represent a rigorous basis from which to conduct the implementation of the voluntary agreements in an adaptive framework that may provide a foundation for continuing watershed restoration in the future." And I think that just really highlights that we have an uncertain future. We have a complex system, and we're trying to figure out a way to manage it in the face of the current and what we know will be future complexities. And to that, next slide, please. We have been working on adaptive management and science activities, which are very foundational to this program, recognizing those uncertainties and how we address them. We believe we've used best available science, and I think that has been underscored within the peer review, recognizing where there's uncertainties and areas for improvement, watershed-wide in terms of how we model, collect information. But what we have today has been fully integrated into the proposal before you. We've had input from all of the resource agencies, as well as dozens of experienced and well-respected scientists. Some of the peer review comments note just between the 2017 Science Basis report and the supplemental report, just how much of an encyclopedia of literature and knowledge is incorporated into the science basis that board staff has drafted. Next slide. You're going to hear a lot more about this on tomorrow, I believe, is the science plan panel. But I just want to point out that, we've got over 30 individuals from over 18 entities that have been working on the science plan. And one of the most exciting things for me about the science plan is the way that we have self-assessed what works and what isn't working within the collection of information in our system, and have really tried to use this program as the vehicle for creating a science program that can actually help us make management decisions. We have studied the scientific basis report and the peer review and have tried to be responsive to that and remain open to additional information. In fact, that is the spirit and part of the science and adaptive management efforts within the voluntary agreement proposal. Next slide. We do have a set of principles, and those will be talked about more, but I just wanted to quickly highlight them because this is our driver. We want to be open and transparent, use best available science, make sure that we're having frequent, regular peer reviews, collaborating across all of the subject matter experts. We want to be efficient in how we monitor, and we want to make sure that we're forward-looking. And some of these things are have been aspirational in existing monitoring programs, and I think what we're trying to do is really institutionalize these principles within the Delta Science programs. Next slide. You'll hear more about a tiered framework that is based on hypotheses, and this is really important because right now we have a monitoring scheme that collects a huge amount of information. In fact, some people say it's the most studied estuary in the world. And that may be true, but we haven't really cracked the nut around taking that information and making sure that it is directly informative to the management decisions that people throughout the system have to be making. So we're really trying to set ourselves up to be efficient and effective with the data we're collecting so that it can inform decisions. We expect to see public comments. With this committee I mentioned before, we'll be responding to those comments. And we are still learning about tribal ecological knowledge and what that means and how that gets integrated. And we are committed to that integration. And I just want to flag that commitment and also flag, our continued need for growth and understanding how that works and wanting to be open about that in how we integrate that. Next slide. I think, I'm sorry. We did mention this morning, we did hear that, although we've named these voluntary agreements, really what we're volunteering to do is actually to implement our commitments. And the program really is, there's a lot of information that will be presented, but it's really simple. There's a group of folks that are water rights holders or users that are coming together to say, here is water we want to make available, here's restoration that we want to support and or implement, and here's funding to make the whole program work. And wrapped around that is a governance structure, a science plan, and transparency to the public to make that all work so that we can actually learn from this. Regardless of what the next steps are at year 8, having this information, aligning ourselves, and being better positioned, I think, to have the conversations that we know we're going to need to have together as a system in managing through climate change. To make sure this all works, we have binding agreements. Those were presented in the materials most recently sent to you, and enforcement tools. So really, we're all coming to the table to do something, quote unquote, voluntarily, but we want to make sure that, there's clear enforcement provisions and clear requirements so that there is transparency around what will happen and how that will happen, and certainly mechanisms to make sure it happens under your authority. Next slide. As Director Bonham mentioned, there's been a lot of early actions already conducted. Significant restoration has been completed and is underway. And one of the things the voluntary agreements or Healthy Rivers and Landscapes can do is really align landowners, funding, permitting agencies, and kind of keep us all headed in the right direction. And I think we've learned a lot about restoration, and that it's sometimes we're all in our own way because we're not coordinated, and this can really provide that. And we're excited that we are able to start doing that and what else can be done. We're ready to get going now, not just on restoration, but the water and funding activities that are included are ready to go as soon as there's a board action on this item. And we think because there's so much support from many parties within the system that it could reduce the litigation that that we could expect, and we're seeing, for example, on phase 1. So not suggesting there won't be litigation, but rather that there could be some reduce, which really allows us to get going more quickly. And then, the idea of regulatory and funding stability is really critical to the system. I think we've been living in a world with a lot of uncertainty, and I think having some sort of regulatory basis for us to work from just allows us to, I think, be better positioned to deal with climate change, drought, and the other things that we know are happening and going to come up over the course of this term. So feel very strongly that the sooner we get started, the better we will all be. Next slide. We've been, received criticism for how we've approached inclusivity, and so I'll just take that head on. I mean, we've talked about that during the CEQA panel, and we'll talk a lot about that today. There are and there have been many opportunities for participation, and as I've said before you, we continue to welcome any and all that are wanting to work collaboratively in the development of the program and the ultimate implementation of the program. And this slide is pointing out where those kind of touch points are, and that invitation stands. We do have the science committee, and like I said, there's over 30 people from 18 different entities working on that. And that science committee does now and will continue to provide input on the program and really help to set up the science in a way that is testing hypotheses and directly helping to inform management actions. We have the system-wide governance committee, and this is really everybody. And, it's currently functioning. This is really the precursor to the group that is developing all the materials that you're seeing today. And again, open to any party that is wanting to work collaboratively on this. We've been holding seats open for tribal representatives and environmental NGOs and others, so that the kind of governance description isn't actually fully complete, because that's our last outstanding item, is hoping to get input on how to be inclusive in a way that is meaningful and helpful to the program and to those organizations. You'll get a lot more information on Friday about kind of the breakdown of how these all organize. But we also have tributary governance. So many tributaries already are, have a governance structure where they're making decisions, and we expect to utilize those. And those will interact in a bilateral way with the system-wide governance to both, have kind of a top-down from the system-wide, here's what we need in that watershed coordination that David mentioned, but also for the tributaries to also inform the broader system-wide governance. Hey, we have this opportunity or this constraint, or we've just learned X, Y, Z. That's a huge component here, is really sharing of information where, for example, McKellamie River is, wildly successful on certain activities. How might we learn from that? And this could be a forum for sharing that. We also have habitat projects, and there could be parties or individuals that are very interested in certain habitat projects in certain areas of the system or at large. And I think there's a great opportunity to participate there. And then, as was mentioned before, we do expect to have annual and triennial reports. And these are really important. I think everybody that works in this system understands that we don't always operate from the same perspectives or set of facts. And we are going to be much more successful in having dialogues and making decisions if we can start to develop a basis from which to have those dialogues and decisions. And the annual and triennial reports are really meant to start to document what did we do, what did we learn, what was successful, what was not, and do it in a way that is collaborative so that we can, have discussions and dialogue about what we do subsequent each year based on what we're learning together. Next slide. This is a slide that represents both known progress to date, but also how we see a potential future, notwithstanding the schedule that was presented this morning by board staff. But the MOU that has brought us all to the table in this way was signed in March of 2022. And you have been working, and your staff have been working to develop a set of materials, including draft staff report and the supplemental science basis report, the peer review, all of the governance, science, enforcement agreements, implementing agreements. We've been very, very busy, all of us. And on that note, I just want to express appreciation for board staff who have been incredibly collaborative, insightful, and have provided us with very important direction on how to proceed. And I can't underscore how important that collaboration has been and how much it excites me for what collaboration could be in the future as we set our table for the sort of governance and collaboration that we're hoping to have. We know that, subsequent to these workshops, at some point, there'll be a program of implementation. And we think after that, we're hoping the program will be ready to implement. And we are hopeful that we can do that in the most expeditious way as possible and stand ready to help in any way to do that. We agree with all that's been said about the need to really get started. This is an 8-year program, and from my perspective, this is step one in a long new trajectory of how we manage the system, and we just need to put one foot in front of the other and get ourselves going. And last slide today for me will just be a quick outline. Staff provided a much more robust outline, but as a reminder, this is what we can expect to see over the next couple of days. And we have representatives from nearly every party of the voluntary agreement here, ready to answer questions. You may ask a question and we might say, let's talk about that in a subsequent session, or we might need a caucus and come back to you, or bring somebody up else. But we are wanting to be prepared to answer and dialogue as much as we can over the course of the next 3 days. And thank you again for the opportunity. It's a huge amount of work to put on for staff and for your time.
Thank you as well, all collectively here. I know a lot of time. I'll have one quick question. I'll look to colleagues if they have any further as well. And kind of teeing up for what I know will be further discussion from others, wondering where in the many documents and work that are being produced, you think there's still the most flexibility for input and for change and are the least complete, I guess, amongst them, insofar as really wanting to see how we do bring tribal voices and others that felt that were outside of this process along, and trying to potentially point here to where there is still that ability to help shape, to help inform, and just wondering what components best that might be.
I want to answer your question, but I want to point out that the program is designed to allow that input over time. But in terms of where we are now, I think there's a lot of opportunity within the governance structure. That governance program was designed back in 2019 when we had a broader group of participants, and it's basically been pretty much the same except for the recognition of the question mark around where tribal parties and environmental NGOs could participate. We fully expect them to their participation is as equal as all of ours. We just want to make sure that we're being respectful. So I think that there's so much expertise in this system, and we've got some expertise not being provided. And I think that we are open to whatever that expertise is and having a dialogue around that. So I don't think that anything's, in the governance is necessarily cooked, but I think we've given it a lot of thought, and there was a lot of really good input from those that are no longer participating. So I do think there's a lot of opportunity there to inform us about how that participation can look. Is it at the programmatic level, system-wide? Is it more in the tributary level? What values and aspects are most important, and how might different parties plug into all the different ways that we are going to implement governance? So I think there's a huge amount of openness there. I think that in the science program, same idea. We are putting together a science program that's largely based on published information that, is Western science. And I think that there's a very recent but also very important recognition of the knowledge that tribal communities can bring into the program, either at specific level like a habitat project, but all the way into kind of broader ecosystem thinking. And I think there's a lot of space within the science program to have that conversation and really figure out, really for the first time within the system, how you really integrate that in a way that's respectful to that knowledge and to the expertise that those parties can bring. And I think we'll hear more about that in the science panel. Not that answer that's been answered, but really just that there's a lot of space there in that way. And then as the program gets implemented, one of the things you'll see in the strategic plan is that we have kind of a default flow by water year type, by month, by system. So that's kind of where we can, that's what's modeled, that's what we can expect the system to operate to. But we've also acknowledged that within each month, there's kind of a bracketed flexibility. And that's really where there could be a lot of dialogue about different trade-offs. Does it make sense to coordinate certain tributaries in certain months? What kind of forecasts are we seeing? Do we maybe want to, defer some of these flows to, the following month? And what we want to do is make sure that that's within, it was within the boards or the program, and it was evaluated so that the governance structure, including all of the parties and including board staff, can be having a dialogue about how to best use the resources on the table. So I think going forward, there's a lot of flexibility there. Habitat, decisions about habitat. I think there's been a huge amount of effort given to, where are the most important places to do restoration, floodplain development, migration impediments, gravel placement, et cetera. But I think there's also a lot to be learned, and that's the point. And so I think there's a lot of space to provide input there. I want to hand it over to others if there's any places I've missed, but okay, thanks.
Really appreciate that response. Thank you. Vice Chair.
Thank you. I really appreciate the overview, and I just have a couple of questions, and please feel free to say that, this is another panel is planning on covering these issues. But first of all, on the issue of tribal engagement, I think for me, it'd be important to hear not just where places might be held, but what activities can you all do to engage in greater outreach? Because what I oftentimes hear in discussions with tribal governments is that a lot of times they feel that they don't have the capacity to deal with issues, and that as they are starting to receive more and more information about processes that are underway, just wanting to hear about them, earlier on, so that they can develop their own strategies for, how to move forward. So when you do have that information coming before us, I'd be anxious to hear about initiatives on your part, in terms of outreach. And also, what can you do to interact with our Office of Public Participation. We have, tribal representatives, so does EPA, and, working with some of the agencies that are already very much engaged in this space. Another area that I'd be interested in hearing about is on integration with other programs that we're engaged in. A lot has gone on in the last several years. You all have been busy working on this, but you all have been busy working with us on other important initiatives that I think in part you'd be relying on. For example, groundwater recharge. We've been very active in that area and looking for areas where we can tighten up the program and improve. Drought activities, curtailment, water rights reporting, transfers, groundwater substitution, and permitting. The restoration general order that is, we're really excited that we got that across the finish line, but anxious to hear about, coordination and areas that we might want to look at regardless of whether or not this program goes forward, but wanting to understand more where you're really relying on our activities. And then lastly, on funding, and I know that you mentioned that you're going to be, that the funding program is in development. Would like to know more about timeframe on that. And maybe one of the other panels will be talking about this, but curious about what's the backup plan if the funding isn't obtained, the important state and federal dollars, or, same thing on maybe permitting, what's the backup plan if you don't get the permits? What's the backup plan if the funding does not materialize? But, maybe your other panel is going to be talking about this, so just want to kind of flag those issues. But can you provide more information now about the time frame? You're saying it's under development. When do you expect that we'd be hearing more about the funding plan?
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Board Member Diadamo. That was a lot of good questions there. Let me see if I can touch on a couple. And yeah, I have a feeling that all of those issues will be covered by different panels along the way. So hopefully you will get some of the answers. And obviously, if you don't at the end of the process, let's keep revisiting it because that's the important part here. A couple things on your first point on the tribal. Obviously, we have been reaching out to a variety of tribal interests, working with them on different approaches, different ideas, and obviously would welcome a lot more of that. You're absolutely right. Capacity is the issue that we tend to bump up against, at least in a lot of instances. I know we have been supporting NOAA Fisheries has a program, for example, to support capacity building for tribal interests. We have been supporting some of those grants for tribal interests to be able to have the capacity to participate. And some are doing some amazing work already, and we want to learn from that and build upon that. So again, I think we want to do that. We want to do that, obviously, in the context of all the things you're working on with respect to tribal beneficial uses and all that. So any advice you have would be most welcome on that. With respect to the integration of the different pieces, you mentioned a lot of them, but let me just mention a couple. First, on the permitting dynamic, really appreciate you all adopting the permitting process that you did. I think that is a really helpful piece. We're obviously working with groups, including Sustainable Conservation, for example, to kind of build on the cutting the green tape dynamic and see how do we permit some of these programs, particularly across the landscape in the floodplain and that type of thing. So I think there is a concerted effort to do that. And I think the agencies that we're all working with are all very committed to that. As you know, there's a lot of permitting in California, that's for sure. And so I think this administration's been really helpful, I think, in trying to, again, not cut the green tape, streamline all the things that we've seen in the legislature. So I think there is a lot of forward progress going on that. The other one I'll just touch on, and others can add to their element, but groundwater recharge, thank you. Boy, we need to be doing a lot more groundwater recharge in California. I think we would all acknowledge that. Appreciate the efforts that you all have made. We'd like to do more. We'd like to push you a little bit, challenge you to do a little bit more. I think that's a big element of getting water out on the landscape, obviously. You know, there is ASR permits that you've granted, which have been really helpful. But for the most part, we want to get that water out on the landscape. And that water can be put out on the landscape for multiple benefits, right? For the floodplain, for the fish food, and can also serve for groundwater recharge. recharge. So I do think there's a lot of integration that is ultimately going to happen if we can, in fact, get water out on the landscape. So at least those are a couple of insights I'd like to share, and thank you for the question.
Add a little on groundwater recharge. So for us, particularly this year and under Sigma now, groundwater recharge is part of our survival plan down in Westlands Water District. And so we very much appreciate the flexibility and ability to do that. And I think that this Healthy Rivers and Landscapes is completely compatible with being able to continue those recharge efforts and help us stabilize our water supply reliability. So I'm excited to see these two fit together and actually complement each other.
Building even more on that, if you look at the water that's proposed in Healthy Rivers, you'll see that there's not a whole lot of water in wet year types. And that was actually directly for this particular topic. It was the recognition that when we have years like 23, 2017, 2019, the limitation in the system is actually where to put the water. And I think it's groundwater. It's storage, it's replenishment of basins, it's Sigma implementation, and recognizing that in those sorts of conditions, the environment is receiving a huge amount of water, but there still remains some excess water that can be moved into the ground, and that provides drought resiliency. And I loved the term survival plan. That's true not just for ag, but for all of the people that depend on water from the Delta system. But that's really one of the justifications for how we formulated the program as it related to water, was really trying to protect those opportunities so that less pressure could be on the system during the drier conditions. And that was one of the guiding principles in that I wanted to point out. In terms of tribal engagement, I think it's important to note that within different tributaries, there's different levels of existing relationships. And I think that there's been an effort to build on those relationships as it relates to this program. But I think also in some of the conversations I've had with some tribal representatives, there are hundreds of tribes, and not any one tribe can represent them all. And I think we do need to work through that issue of how we can, have a full representation of the different interests in a way that's efficient and with time and money, and then our ability to make decisions. So I think that is another area to Chair's question about, what more is there to do? And I think we need to figure that out as part of our system. But I think where we've had dialogue, I think it's been generally positive. I think there's a lot more to do. And I think that's not just in the context of Healthy Rivers, but just in the context of overall all of the issues that we're working on. Of course, this could be one mechanism to facilitate that dialogue. And I also want to mention that Anacita from DWR will be here on Friday, I believe. So that would be a good opportunity there. And in terms of funding, I wanted to point out that the bulk of the funding is coming from the state, and that has been secured. So I think that's really helpful to know that that's in hand and ready to go and has been appropriated in many instances, so that habitat projects and water purchases are well underway. In terms of funding from the water agencies, this is part of our commitment that is enforceable, binding. So you'll see in the implementation agreements that we've identified what we're committed to doing in terms of collecting from ourselves and where that money goes. And the governance structure is set up to direct how that funding gets spent. So we have, there's some work to do to, figure out the mechanisms, but you'll hear more about where we are in terms of the mechanisms for collecting and disbursement. But, luckily for this program, we've been working with groups that have established similar sorts of adaptive management, multi-party kind of governance structures, and we've been able to learn a lot from other river systems throughout North America, and we're really bringing that to the table. So having a lot of dialogue with different structures, not just with funding, but governance, and hoping to really bring the best to the table in this program.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you for those responses. Board Member McGuire.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. Thank you for being here. This is an important moment, and I'm going to build a little bit on my earlier comments about urgency and process. So I'm not going to get into any of the substantive topics, but if we could pull up slide number 5, please. So Vice Chair Diadamo asked about the funding plan. So that one obviously is still in the works. A lot of the other documents have been recently submitted or submitted sometime in the, within the last 6 months or so. And they're all draft, right? So we're at a point here where we've got quite a comprehensive program that's being developed with all of these pieces that nest together to make the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal work as it's envisioned. So my two questions for you, one is, you heard a little bit from our staff about the vision on the timeline for the update to the Water Quality Control Plan. Your documents are in draft and in process right now. You're taking input today. I imagine you're going to be taking more input as we go forward here. So maybe what are your thoughts for all the folks in the room who are kind of digesting all these materials right now as well? What are your thoughts in terms of timing and next steps on the process to bring these documents in to a final state? And then my other question is also just about understanding about how all these fit together. If you could, I think I have an idea of how these fit together, but if you could just maybe at a high level describe, because you're kind of starting off 3 days of discussions. So maybe if we can all have the same understanding of, if I were to look at the governance program or the strategic plan as compared to the global agreements or the enforcement agreements, how might I navigate that and understand what comes first and which document should I really be looking at a micro scale, at maybe a tributary level versus a macro scale when I'm trying to figure out how the watershed would be managed?
I would start with the strategic plan. That's really kind of what we hoped to be the kind of the publicly digestible overview of the program. And I think it then references the other pieces that are included that continue to provide more and more detail. So that's where I would start. And I think if you read the strategic plan, you'd probably say, oh, I'm really interested in this. And there'll be a reference to something deeper to go to. But I think to really get the pictures from the strategic plan, which really talks about the flexibility, the governance. It really is a good highlight of where we are, and ultimately that's part of what we're asking you to adopt is that strategic plan so that we can go implement it. The governance program, has been very similar to what was provided back in 2019 with some of the adjustments I mentioned earlier, and the science plan will continue to be developed. It's come a long way. Draft can mean a lot of things. It can mean, practically an outline, or it could be something that's, just needs a spell check. I think that, the memo that was provided gives an idea of the level of doneness for each of these documents. But I would say overall, I would call this program about 90% complete. And that, there's variation among these, but I would say we're very, very close. That doesn't preclude input. It just means that from our perspective, we think we're really close to like having our full thought mapped out on paper within what we've provided here. The way that the legal agreements work, which is really what that bottom row is, they're legal agreements. So they are reflective of what's in the other agreements on the top there. But the global agreement is really kind of again, big picture of what are we trying to do. The implementing agreements are really identifying what each party is committed to doing. So this is what are you funding? What habitat are you doing? What water are you making available? How are you making it available? And the enforcement agreements is your ability to make sure all that happens. But again, to answer your question, start a strategic plan, and then I think you can navigate to these other pieces, and by tributary, if you're particularly interested. It is a lot of information, but conceptually, I don't think it's that complex. We're basically saying across the watershed, each party is making a contribution of funding and water and habitat. We're going to coordinate that together. We're going to report on what we did, and the board is there to make sure we do it the way we said we're going to do it. That's really what we're proposing here in a lot of words, but we need that to make sure it works. Hopefully that answered.
Yeah, if I could just add, thank you, Board Member McGuire. Boy, I mean, I think first, there's been a lot of work that's been done on all of these pieces, as you know. There's a lot of people that have been working on this. There's a lot of effort. Their draft, for a couple of reasons. One is because we are always looking for input. I think that's obviously an open invitation, and if anybody wants to have more detailed briefings, obviously we would welcome doing that in whatever form people think that would be most helpful. Also, too, needless to say, a lot of these agreements are going to ultimately require approval by boards. There's needs to be respectful of the CEQA process, all the things obviously that need to do that. But anyway, I think it's important to note that there's been a lot of progress on these agreements, particularly, and we really want to keep moving forward. And we want to be even a little more ambitious than your time frame that you had earlier. We would love to see the program adopted first quarter of next year, if that's at all possible. But again, I know there's a lot of work that needs to be done, so we want to keep moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you, board member, and thank you for those responses. Let's go ahead and take our mid-morning break at this point. We'll come back here in 5 minutes, or 10 minutes rather. So let's go ahead and come back at 11:05. Thank you, everyone. All right, everyone, we're at 11:06. Let's go ahead and bring ourselves back. Next, our first panel here will be a tribal representatives. We'll have Sherry Norris from the California Indian Environmental Alliance, followed by a second panel, which will be with our Delta Tribal Environmental Coalition. So I'd like to call up Sherry Norris. If you'd like to sit, you can sit here. You can also feel free to provide comment at the mic, whatever's most comfortable. Thank you for being here and joining us. Yeah. Thank you both for joining us.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm glad to be here today. Thank you very much for making the space for us to provide information. You'll be hearing from tribes in the next few days. They all couldn't be here this morning. There's just, how life is with a 3-day workshop. So my name is Sherry Norris. I am the Executive Director of the California Indian Environmental Alliance. It's really good to see familiar faces. Hello. In 2024, SIA participated in 3 workshops or meetings regarding proposed voluntary agreements. And my intention today is to introduce some of the concerns that were shared by tribal participants and SIA staff during those meetings, and also provide a little bit of information to some of what we just heard on the panel, because there's some information that I was receiving from those that couldn't be here today via text that relates to that directly. So the first is that tribes and EJ groups were not included in meaningful voluntary agreement development, as you guys know. But it's very recent, even within the last 2 months, where there's been, in the slides, it says that tribes are being engaged. Today, tribes have still not been contacted to be invited to participate. So if they've had 2 months to reach out and have not, we really need, since they're asking for things to move forward more quickly, and you can see that a lot of these documents are 90% completed, tribes need to have the opportunity to look at those documents, respond to those documents, and to, as quickly as possible, be put into those decision-making roles in those bodies before they proceed. And I would add to that and say that all of the agencies that are signatories to the MOUs and have been engaged, it's alarming to know that they would sit in a room and have conversations and look around and see that there's no one from EJ or tribes there. That immediately the brakes should have been pumped, and they should have said, hey, we need to make sure that these folks are in the room at the table, because we don't want to get backlash later. I don't understand how this many years went by. I've recently gotten involved in voluntary agreements, but I'm just now learning about them. I didn't know about them before. The tribes have apparently been telling me we've been trying to engage for many years and have been actively kept from engagement. So to hear today that tribes are that voluntary agreement proponents are interested in including tribal TK and including tribes in these, when it has been entirely the opposite. Even yesterday, there was a hearing on tribal beneficial uses, and there was a couple of the voluntary agreement proponents in those meetings saying that if tribal beneficial uses move forward, it will delay the voluntary agreement process and it will delay the Bay Delta update, actively pushing back to keep tribes from having tribal beneficial uses on the table. So that's my biggest piece, is that tribal beneficial uses is one of the many uses of the state that needs to be on the table so that you guys can balance everything. And if there's people pushing back with one hand and with the other hand saying we want you there, it's not genuine. So I really want to stress that today. And then I'm now moving back into my other, what I was actually going to say. Those are just responses to things we're hearing and seeing the differences of how it's actually happening on the ground. Because of the resulting lack of environmental justice and tribal inclusion in the development of voluntary agreements, these proposed agreements are deeply flawed. To review and revise the process, it might take multiple years for tribes and EJs to catch up, because a lot of this information is being provided. I know that it's being moved forward quickly, but it's when you spend many years developing these and we only have a few months to look at them, there's so much data to go through. I don't see how the voluntary agreements can be fast-tracked as quickly as folks would like to have it be done, especially when there isn't money being given to tribes or to EJ groups to participate or have not. And I know that we're talking about funding coming up here soon, but there needs to be support for those entities to engage. so that their staff can be at the table, because otherwise we're going to be, tribes will need, and EJ groups will need to apply for and find funds to participate directly. And not being engaged in this until more recently, that hasn't been established. So there's a severe concern that voluntary agreements reduces the objectives for flows and for fish. The staff recommendation of a 55% of unimpaired flows was something that tribes were looking at the time, but then to have it be removed and have the flows be less supportive, it's not clear that there's a scientific defensible argument for how the initial recommendations from the staff should be set aside. So that needs to be really clear in future documents. And I know there's some things that have come out just in the last 2 months, so maybe it's there, but if it isn't, we really need to understand why would we set aside actual numeric objectives for narratives or for something that's less protective. That we're really concerned that the voluntary agreements might remove voluntary or board oversight and regulation. Sounds like that's changing. So please do keep your eye on that, because that was one of the biggest comments, is that tribes and NGOs were really worried about that your role needs to be maintained. It's extremely important. And then from there, I think I've hit most of my points. I do have a colleague with me that might want to add some more pieces, but this is all introductory. I'm going to have to write some things up and get it to you in writing. This is just some of the initial thoughts that I've been hearing from the tribes that we work with. I think there's one last piece, which is about the delay of the Bay Delta plan in general. That it's understood that there was a delay so that voluntary agreements could see how far they could get as a supportive tool to providing the Bay Delta actions that would help to get the water quality to be helpful for fish and communities. But what we also see is a delay with the Central Valley and the San Francisco water boards in their tribal beneficial use implementation. So we see voluntary agreements trying to move forward quickly, delays in tribal beneficial uses, and delays in the water in setting water quality objectives through the flows through the Bay Delta plan update. And we'd like to not see voluntary agreements be pushed forward while the others are being delayed. We prefer to have flows happen and then the voluntary agreements try to fit themselves within what the flow objectivities should be. And also that tribal beneficial uses be on the table, all of that at the same time, and not have some being lagging behind, if that helps. So go ahead, and Javier, if you have anything to add, please do.
Good morning. Thank you for having me out here. I am not from the Central Valley. I am a tribal member with the Sherwood Valley Band of Pomo. I am a Shibaldano, Noyo, and Yokeo. I do represent Yokeo in a volunteer water sharing program similar to this in the Russian River, and have been since the drought, and have been involved in conversations with users there. The tribe's interest in participating is to be aware of what's going on, although capacity has been mentioned, and that is a big issue with an unfairly recognized tribe that is located in the Russian River. I also wanted to remind everyone that the tribes are engaged in the tribal beneficial use designations throughout the state. We are also in the Russian and the Eel. I think that is something that, if we're going to come to a healthy river and landscapes, that's a very important tool to have, is tribal beneficial uses. Traditional ecological knowledge needs to be respected of those tribes. Those tribes are the ones that have that knowledge, and it's not to be, how do you say it, provided by anybody else outside those tribes. But I also wanted to remind folks that traditional ecological knowledge is also not just knowledge. It's our laws. It's what we're governed by. It's what drives what I do on the landscape. So a couple of things that I'm also involved with and have been with the state, in addition to tribal beneficial uses, is a co-management idea with Fish and Wildlife. They have come up with a definition, and I think they're still working on how that looks. in regards to fish and wildlife co-managing species out there. So I want to remind everyone that exists. Tribes are interested in co-managing either restoration projects or however that looks. But being a driver of those projects, not just someone that is consulted with. Tribal engagement also is something that I work with Sia and Sherry on in the North Coast. We do engage with 32 tribes there involving water and forest and fire programs. But it's really important for tribes to be engaging with other tribes as well and allow that space for the tribes to have those conversations amongst themselves, because sometimes we're not trying to hurt people's feelings or come into disagreements in those arenas. So giving that opportunity, and I would suggest that to the volunteer agreements, that's something that would be suggested, that you allow the tribal perspectives to be discussed amongst themselves prior to any other coming forward. And I think there was one other thing with that I just forgot, but that's what I wanted to mostly mention. Thank you for the time.
And one final piece that I wanted to add is monitoring and assessment. We've noticed that the tribes have been having a very hard time in some of the watersheds that are adjacent to the Bay Delta in receiving information about what's happening in those watersheds. So they'll look at a report and the report is inconsistent or incomplete or doesn't show how they arrived at those numbers. So when we get into that there should be some really clear pieces established to make sure that we know how that information is going to show up. It's, just that's one final piece I just wanted to add. And I think there's a few that might be coming on board from tribes to talk about their experiences in receiving monitoring and information. So, thank you very much.
Thank you both very much. Really appreciate your participation in being here and synthesizing some of the points. And to your point, good point, each tribe is unto itself its own tribal entity. Sometimes I think folks, it's easy to try to group together, what the tribal perspective is, but it is really unto each tribe that the specifics of their culture, their way of life, and their input need to be seen. And so I really appreciate that point here amongst it, and try to remind myself that very much it's not some monolith out there amongst our tribal partners. It is about honest engagement and understanding the specifics of each tribe. On tribal beneficial uses, that is a huge priority of this board as well. We are the only state in the nation that actually has definitions for tribal beneficial uses and is engaging in designation of those. I know our staff proposal here at this point incorporates further tribal beneficial uses. It doesn't go so far as to designate, but know that it is here importantly part of our conversation. And whether it's tribal beneficial uses or biostimulatory policies that impact the prevalence of harmful algal blooms, there's a lot that is tangentially associated here with the Bay Delta Plan that is important. And it is now our opportunity to advance all of these discussions in a way that is integrative. So I really appreciate those points. And any question from or comment from fellow board colleagues at this point? Okay, hearing none, thank you. We'll move on and dive deeper here now with our Delta Tribal Environmental Coalition. So would invite them up in order to present. Thank you. Oh, here. Feel free to come up front to us here. Appreciate.
We've had a bit of change in plans on logistics, so if the panels can come up front, if the VA panels for the future panels would like to stay up front, we should have enough room for the other panels so that the board can efficiently ask questions to everybody. Sorry for the change in direction on that.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Riddle, and I'm to fault for that bit of change. We did want to be able to see folks here in front of us, so thank you. Good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Hello, my name is Jesse Galvin. I'm representing Buena Vista Rancheria Miwok Indians. I'm very grateful to be here and representing the tribe in the best way possible. I would like to say that as representing the tribe, we have voice. We're able to speak for ourselves. And working with this coalition, we've come together and we've strategized with a lot of time, and we've noticed inconsistencies that have been conducted, and we want more engagement with the tribe and better consultation skills working with the tribe, because these resources that are living and are gathered from these riverways and traditionally practiced are being affected by mismanagements from governing systems around us. And it's an act of failure. But I don't want to dwell on that too much, but I just want to let that be known from a tribal's perspective.
Could we go to the next slides, please? And the next one, sorry. So I just want to start off and acknowledge that some of our members or some of our colleagues from Shingle Springs couldn't make it to give a presentation today, but they did want to they gave us permission to share this notes. So Assembly Bill 2614, sponsored by Shingle Springs and being carried by Assemblymember Ramos, is a bill that will establish tribal beneficial uses of statewide or water statewide and provide direction to the state and regional water boards on tribal consultation and co-management. It will also mandate a framework for tracking implementation of TBUs. During yesterday's Committee on Water, Parks, and Wildlife hearing, proponents and signatories to the VAs and opponents of the bill mentioned that TBUs would further delay the Bay Delta Plan update and the VAs. They don't want the TBUs. They certainly don't want them included in the VAs or the Bay Delta Plan. This contradicts the board's expressed interest to incorporate tribal beneficial uses in phase 2 of the Bay Delta Plan. But aside from that, I'll kind of move on into the comments I was going to make with the point that the comments I'm going to make are going to be a little more geared towards the science part of tomorrow, but unfortunately due to time constraints, this was the best time to meet for our entire group. But if I go to the next slide, I'll start by saying good afternoon, or good morning. It's still morning. Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Spencer Fern, and today I'm going to highlight that the voluntary agreements will affect harmful algal blooms and its flow objectives. Harmful algal blooms, or HABs, have been an increasing problem throughout the Delta and notably in disinvested frontline Delta communities, which has led to disparate impacts on those communities. And although naturally occurring, the proliferation of harmful algal blooms is driven by the mismanagement of California water. In the recent VA packet, HABs were unaddressed and missing from anything pertaining to flow, which comes off as a surprise because alteration of flow is a noticeable driver in harmful algal bloom formations. Then the document claims that a science program will be implemented based on the best available science. How is it that that's not already implemented and guiding the discussion on the VAs? It seems kind of backward to me, but the VAs were proposed behind closed doors. So how could we trust the science program if it was put in place to be transparent in the first place? Flow-based science needs to be used when addressing HABs concerns at the very least. Next slide, please. I'm going to summarize a snapshot of 5 flow charts from 2019 to 2022. We had low flow conditions on the San Joaquin Riverside and high incidence of harmful algal blooms. The state recorded its first HAB event in August of that, or in 2019 in August. And then over the next 3 years, as the drought continued, you'll see an increased negative flows and signified by the red shading on the San Joaquin Riverside and also earlier incidents of harmful algal blooms. We did not hit negative flow levels in July, and we had adequate flow through June. Of all the drivers of harmful algal blooms in the Delta, water flow can be more reliably controlled through the San Joaquin and Sacramento rivers. Next slide, please. The voluntary agreement set to alter flows that will further place disparate impacts on frontline Delta communities and Delta tribes. It's clear that the lack of involvement of community members and tribes is at the core of our Title VI complaint on discriminatory practices. This constant proposal of voluntary agreements continues to prioritize water exporters over the people that the State Water Board is supposed to protect. Community members and tribes need to be involved in these decision-making processes like the voluntary agreements. And a HAB standard must be set to protect disinvested communities because they don't receive nearly as many protections as other affluent communities. The removal of Delta outflows, for exports puts pressure on the Delta's ecosystem and leads to a hotbed for harmful algal blooms. And the board needs to realize that these decisions will affect disadvantaged communities and tribes, preventing them from many beneficial uses of the water. The VAs are not going to help the people or the Delta or the people that rely on it. Next slide, please. The voluntary agreements are not a substitute for water quality standards. The VAs seem to be touted as a solution for ecosystem recovery, but that is not based on flow-based science. The Bay Delta Plan has not been updated since 1995, and yet the VAs constantly get pushed forward with the most attention. The priority is clearly on undercutting standards to export water, and the State Water Board needs to prioritize setting actionable standards that will improve the Delta ecosystem. Otherwise, we're doomed to destroy the Delta for all. Thank you for this opportunity to present. I'll pass it over to Zach Chagone from Shingle Springs.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Zach Chagone. I'm an environmental scientist with the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians. The Vice Chairwoman, Melissa Tayaba, offers her apologies that she's not able to attend today, unfortunately, so I will be speaking on behalf of the tribe. Next slide. So to start off, harmful algal blooms have had a significant negative impact on cultural activities for the Shingle Springs Band. Additionally, HABs incidents are strongly tied to low flows. There is no substitute for maintaining proper flows in the Delta and its tributaries. Any legislation which fails to address HABs does direct harm to many communities, including tribes and environmental justice communities. Go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So for a bit of background on my relationship with the tribe with HABs, I began testing for harmful algal blooms in April of 2023. Over the summer of 2023, the presence of HABs was minimal due to high flows in the Sacramento River. However, several incidents did occur still. First, there was a language camp that had to be canceled in June of 2023 due to cyanotoxins being detected in the river. This prevented cultural knowledge from being able to be passed down to the next generation on the tribe's ancestral land, which created significant harm to this tribal beneficial use. And additionally, HABs were detected in the Sacramento River in September of 2023 as well. Next slide. So taking a step back to dive into some of the science of flows here a little bit more, this is a graph that shows flows on the Sacramento River. It's from a USGS station that is located near Verona Marina, which is a location owned by the tribe and the site of cultural activities. The flows from 2023 are seen here in yellow, which shows the significantly higher flows that were present during 2023 compared to those that were seen between 2020 and 2022. Next slide, please. Getting into a bit more detail on that graph, this graph shows a little bit more detail for the flows in 2023. They are significantly high, peaking above 66,000 cubic feet per second early in the year and staying significantly high above 20,000 cubic feet per second through mid-June. And the HAB season is highlighted there in green. Next slide. Next slide. One more. One more. Thank you. So now I'm going to get into the number of reported harmful algal blooms. This table on the right shows the number of reported blooms each year in Sacramento County, excluding those where no cyanotoxins were detected. 2023 is notable because it had significantly fewer blooms than the previous 2 years. which is likely due to the significantly higher flows that were seen that year. 2020 had fewer reports than the following 2 years, which was likely due to there being less awareness of this issue then, as well as slightly higher flows than the following 2 years. And we'll go to the next slide. So to summarize, a very strong tie is seen between flows and the occurrences of harmful algal blooms. Therefore, maintaining flows as much as possible is vital to reducing the occurrences of blooms. This cannot be substituted for by restoration activities. Next, harmful algal blooms have a direct impact on tribal cultural activities. For groups that are very strongly tied to the waterways, this link is vital. Anything that reduces water quality or harms the waterways also harms culture. As our vice chairwoman always says, ecology is culture, and that link is extremely important for tribes. Because of this link, it is vital that water management in the Delta is science-based and brings all voices of affected communities to the table. As it stands, this issue is not properly addressed by the voluntary agreements. Thank you to the board for your time.
Thank you. I appreciate your time as well, being here before the board and presenting. And I know here the case around the connection between flow and harmful algal blooms. You know, flow is a component of harmful algal bloom incidents, but nutrient inputs are as well, and just wondering if you all are tracking some of the biostimulatory kind of policy work. You know, I know there has been a lot of work going on in Clear Lake with the Pomo Band and others around just better having science around their incidents, and just wondering around some of the work on those components, wondering if folks are tracking that as well.
Yeah, so I'm aware of some of the work that's happening up there, and I am doing testing for nitrogen and some nutrient levels in the river as well. I definitely understand that that's an important component in addition to flows. I just want to highlight flows because I feel that that's a part that's being underrepresented.
For sure, and I appreciate that. Yeah, thank you.
I was going to say, if I could add on to that too. At least with the nutrient problem, at least from what I've been doing with my testing program in Stockton area in the Delta, that part, the nutrients are in a high surplus there and has never been at a point where it can limit harmful algal blooms. So when we had increased flow over the previous few years, like in those graphs, we didn't have any incidents last year, and I'm really interested to see what happens this year. But it seems like flow it seems to be much more of an important factor for limiting HABs than nutrients from at least that data. But thanks.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Looking to fellow board colleagues if they have comment or question. Seeing none. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. What we will do now is move to our next panel, and I'd like to call up, we have the Golden Gate Salmon Association and Defenders of Wildlife. Good morning. Good to see you. Oh, apologies. You need to turn on the mic. The small button at the base there.
There it is.
Yeah, thank you.
Morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. Barry Nelson with Golden State Salmon Association, here to provide an overview of some of our concerns with regard to the voluntary agreements. Next slide, please. I'm going to cover three areas: substance, equity, and timeline and completeness. Under substance, I'll talk briefly about flows, temperature, and science. In two subsequent panels, I'll talk about lessons from other voluntary agreements. Next slide. Diving straight into flows. The flows provided under the voluntary agreements are simply not adequate to be biologically meaningful, and in most cases really don't move the needle. These are three metrics. These are slides developed by the Bay Institute, and baykeeper based on information from your staff and your staff report. These are 3 biological metrics that show the flows required for 2 different salmon metrics and then 1 for sturgeon. And if you look at baseline and VA, what you'll see is that under the baseline, these metrics are met 24%, 44%, and 15% of the time. You'll notice that the VA numbers are essentially identical. There's simply not enough water in the flow in the VAs to move the needle on these metrics. If you look, for example, under 65% unimpaired flow, you'll see that not only does it move the needle, but if you look at minimum protective frequency, that column 3rd from the left, you'll see that they basically achieve the minimum protective frequency that the scientific community has concluded is necessary. Next slide, please. I'd like to drill down and look just at critically dry years. The voluntary agreement has literally no dedicated flows during critical dry years on the Feather, the Yuba, and the McCallany rivers. On the Sacramento River, the VAs would dedicate a remarkable 2,000 acre-feet of water in critically dry years. Just by way of comparison, compared to average year flows for the Sacramento Basin, not just the Sacramento River, but the whole basin, that is 1/100th of 1% of the average annual flows in the Sacramento River Basin. Tracking that amount of water is difficult, let alone making an environmental difference with it. The VA flow accounting proposals include additional flow reductions and uncertainty, and I'll get to those in a subsequent panel. And then finally, there is a proposal to provide additional water through environmental transfers. I'll talk about that as well in a subsequent panel. Suffice it to say that providing environmental water through transfers has proven to be a highly unreliable strategy. Next slide, please. Our concern about flows is shared by the EPA. This is from their letter to you in January of this year. I'll just read these 3 quotes. VA flow assets provide only minimal benefits. EPA is concerned that the total volume and timing of delta inflow and outflow provided under the proposed VA alternative relative to baseline is not large enough to adequately restore and protect aquatic ecosystems. And then finally, during critically dry years, the proposed VA alternative will result in a decrease of flows from the baseline. That's right, the VAs would allow a decrease of environmental flows compared to the baseline. Next slide, please. National Marine Fisheries Service shares our concern as well. The flow, again, their letter from January of this year. The flow commitments identified in the VA term sheet would not provide a significant difference in average flow relative to the baseline, and we are highly uncertain that the VAs, as currently proposed, will provide for the reasonable protection of fish and wildlife beneficial uses. Next slide, please. I'll be very brief with regard to the VAs and temperature protections. Temperature protections are absolutely critical to protecting salmon runs. We've seen devastating impacts on salmon because of temperature in the last several years. The VAs don't include temperature protections, period. Next slide, please. The lack of temperature and flow, adequate temperature and flow protections mean that the VAs would do little or nothing to prevent the fish crisis we're in right now. We saw devastating losses of juvenile salmon outmigration in fall of 2020 through spring of 2021. It's caused by four factors: inadequate temperature protections, a lack of any outmigration river flow standard on the Sacramento River and other rivers, inadequate delta protections, and then TUCPs that waived some of those weak standards. Each of those causes is within the board's authority. The VAs would simply not adequately address any of those causes. Next slide, please. What that means is they wouldn't address some of the devastating impacts we saw in 2020 to 2021. According to CDFW, 99.7% of the eggs and juveniles from that year for the winter run salmon were killed before they reached the delta, and the delta is a death trap for salmon. The salmon seasons closed in 23 and 24. Wild spring run and delta smelt are on the edge of extinction. Longfin and white sturgeon likely to be listed. And then separate from fish issues, I just wanted to reinforce the previous panel and mention that we also saw in those dry years major HABs outbreaks. The VAs don't address these issues. Next slide, please. I want to close with a discussion on flows and temperature with a little bit of context. This slide shows the average number of fall run wild spawning fish in the main stem of the Sacramento River, just the upper Sacramento River. So it's just fall run, just the upper Sacramento River. For the decade on the left, the decade from 1996 to 2005, the average wild fall run escapement of the upper Sacramento was 175,000 plus fish. Last year, that number was 6,160 fish. That's a 96% decline. That's the crisis that the VAs don't address. Next slide, please. Moving on from substance to science, I don't have a PhD next to my name. I would urge you to look at the panel, review the panel from those who do have PhDs next to their name presented at your workshop at the end of last year in the VA public hearing. I'll just mention three simple things. There's no support for the level of flows provided by the VAs. There's no scientific support for the core VA proposal, and that is that large-scale floodplain restoration can substitute for flow improvements. And then finally, and really critically importantly, the VA process has no smart biological goals and objectives. Without biological goals and objectives, it is not possible to design a science-based program, because you can't design a program to achieve biological goals and objectives that you do not have. You can't do science-based evaluation, and you can't do adaptive management. Those are all impossible without science-based flow objectives. Next slide, please. The EPA agrees with this concern as well. The EPA, again, in their January letter said that the 2023 staff report, quote, does not yet include a sound scientific rationale that demonstrates how the proposed VA alternative will provide protections for all designated uses. Next slide. Moving on from substance, I'd like to briefly mention equity and participation. The previous panels have done that far better than I will, but I'll simply summarize. The VAs for the last several years have excluded all parties harmed by Bay Delta degradation. Not only were the parties excluded, but the concerns of those stakeholders were included. Tribal beneficial uses, HABs, critical year protections for fish and wildlife, temperature protections. Without those parties at the table, you don't have parties to ask the tough questions, you don't have a balanced program, you don't have an effective result at the end. And then reflecting what you also just heard, tribal and stakeholder outreach is meaningless if it comes after the deal has been cut. This lack of engagement and equity raises serious concerns about equity, fairness, and compliance with both state law and Newsom administration policies, including state board policies. Consultations with tribes is supposed to happen early and often. We're 13 years into the voluntary agreement process. It's impossible to describe outreach now as early and often. Next slide, please. I want to just mention that these equity concerns highlight the importance, pardon me, of the DTEC's, the Delta Tribal Environmental Coalition's EPA Civil Rights Petition. Next slide. Moving on to timelines and completeness. The VA process has been going since 2011, according to Berkeley Law's report on the VAs. They've set 9 deadlines. The process has set 9 deadlines for a complete package. They have not met any of those deadlines. Next slide. These are the components that appear to be missing. This is based on the review that I've done of the recently submitted documents. But honestly, this isn't a complete list. After I submitted this PowerPoint, I realized that there are some additional placeholders that show there are other missing documents. It'd be really helpful if either the state board staff or the VA participants themselves would prepare a list of the documents that are not complete. Final and last slide. The VA process may never produce a final complete package. It hasn't for 13 years. The current proposal is incomplete, inequitable, ineffective, and scientifically baseless, and we believe that the state board should update the Bay Delta plan based on science-based temperature and flow requirements based on the percent of unimpaired flow approach. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Overhouse, good to see you.
Good morning. I'm Ashley Overhouse. I'm the Water Policy Advisor with Defenders of Wildlife. Much like Director Stock, I think I'm one of the newer players to sit here before you to discuss the voluntary agreements, but you have seen Defenders of Wildlife talk about this process for many years through 2 different other staff members. So it's a pleasure to be here, and thank you for making the time to hear us, especially in this overview introductory portion that is going on, but I promise it's worth it to frame our various different presentations to you in response on these issues in the next 2 days. Just a bit about me. Again, this position works on a healthy San Francisco Bay Delta estuary and Central Valley wetlands. I hold a JD from the University of California, San Francisco College of the Law and a master's in law from the University of London SOAS with a specialty in water policy. I say that because I also do not have a PhD next to my name, and so I hope that context is helpful for providing these comments. Defenders of Wildlife, as you know, was founded in 1947, but our California vision is for diverse wildlife populations in North America that are secure and thriving, sustained by a network of healthy lands and waters. Obviously, that is one of the reasons why we are here today. The VA proposal undermines the authority and obligations of the board, in our opinion, under the state and federal Clean Water Acts. The process of updating Bay Delta plan requirements has been delayed by negotiations to broker the VA. As a Berkeley Law School report from January of this year concluded, the state's interest in encouraging VAs has taken precedence over its responsibility to timely develop and implement Bay Delta plan amendments that adequately protect fish and wildlife. Indeed, the VA process appears to be more focused on preventing the state board from updating and implementing the Bay Delta plan than on producing agreement that will restore the health of the Bay Delta. Though it was encouraging, and I would like to acknowledge that the 3 directors of the agencies this morning support the update of the Bay Delta process, and as does Defenders. I will not repeat the declining conditions in the Delta as my colleague and many other panels have, but that context is important here. Next slide, please. Overarching, our concerns with governance and enforcement issues are general. As my colleague has already stated, the framework still does not include any meaningful biological targets to measure success or failure. In fact, the voluntary agreement would delay attainment of the state's existing salmon doubling requirement until 2050, long after the VA self-terminates. Without biological metrics, the program could be declared a success, even if ecosystem conditions deteriorate and species continue to decline. So we have concerns that this program still, despite additional reporting requirements that were included in the new documents submitted on March 29th, still lacks credible enforcement. And so we're looking forward to hearing more about that from the VA proponents here in the next 2 days. We're also concerned that despite the characterization that this VA program will be an 8-year term, it could still be extended by as much as 7 years. And so we would like to hear more about how that could be prevented. And then there is no plan for post-VA science-based requirements. And so we are hoping that we will hear more either from board staff or VA proponents about what that plan would look like, and not just a plan to plan, if that makes sense. Next slide, please. And I would also like to express some concerns about the workshop here today. So just basic procedural concerns. So like my colleagues have said, the time to solicit stakeholder input into the VA proposal was prior to the submission of any materials to the Water Board. As noted, this program is apparently 90% complete. So that does, in our opinion, preclude input to most of it meaningfully. Also, additionally, it would have been very helpful, while we appreciate the opportunity to speak here today, to have been consulted when scheduling this workshop. One of the reasons why you'll hear me repeatedly speaking to you over the next 2 days on many different panels is because my colleagues couldn't be here due to life, scheduling constraints, capacity. And honestly, I would have liked their diverse voices and expertise to provide that input here. It's important. And so I will be either repeating what they have said to you on previous presentations or in comments over the next 2 days, but also would like to make sure that you know we hopefully reserve the right to add to this input based on these new materials in the future, either through a written or another verbal platform of some sort. And so that really brings me to the caveat then that we don't really know the significance of this workshop and the overall process of the Bay Delta Plan update and where this input will be incorporated, I guess, formally. And yes, that does go bias of my legal training, but I'm just curious as to how this workshop plays into the process that we are undergoing. We're in CEQA review, and I really would have preferred to be here in front of you, giving you feedback on the program of implementation, frankly, for phase 2 of the Bay Delta Plan, which ideally could have been incorporated with the draft staff report last fall. And so instead, we're sitting here again, and I'm grateful for the update from staff saying that we're going to get that hopefully summer or fall of this year. But it's once again a delay. And so that's a really meaningful document that we're looking forward to reviewing. And so we just don't know or understand how this workshop and the input we provide you will inform that. And so getting clarification on that would be really helpful.
If I can there, Ms. Overhouse, it will be incorporated here, what we're hearing and listening to, as we said at the start, to the program implementation. And just to give nod to what is a fundamental tension here of a feeling that there's been delay and we need to proceed quickly so that these protections are in place, and giving the space for folks to respond and be able to provide meaningful input. So the program implementation, as you heard from staff, we're looking to get it out later this summer. And this is the space that we are trying to hear best from folks to understand how we can craft that in a way that it makes it most reflective of input we're hearing, direction from the board, and a cogent process that folks can contribute to.
Thank you, Chair Escobar. Next slide, please. This is a repeat of the conclusion slide by my colleague. I just wanted to add additional commentary on here because I think it's worth repeating. So in Defender's perspective, especially with our previous engagement in the voluntary agreement process, specifically informing and then declining to support this particular framework that's in front of you here today, the VA process has failed. The intent of the process was to resolve conflict. So if anything, it has further, unfortunately, entrenched divides and will continue to do so as long as it is seriously considered by the board. And the VA process has caused continual delay that our wildlife cannot afford. Instead of sitting here before you today on the Bay Delta Plan updates, we are talking about, once again, another series of reports that are still incomplete on the voluntary agreement proposal. In fact, even though I've only been in this position since 2 years, I do want to note that this is the third time in a row, or the third year in a row, that I'm sitting here specifically on the voluntary agreements before you in my short time in this position. It is time for the state board to complete updating and to implement the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan. And so for that, we actually are all in agreement that everyone who has pretty much come before you is making that request. And I would just like to support that request once again. Thank you for your time.
Thank you as well. And I think important to clarify, the last time we were here all before one another, late last year, was on the staff draft staff report. And yes, voluntary agreements were a component of that, but the Bay Delta Plan is what those considerations are being nested in. And so just wanted to note, it's not just on the voluntary agreements here. It has been processed on the Bay Delta Plan. Appreciate that, though, Ms. Overhouse. Looking to fellow board colleagues if they have any questions. Vice Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, and thank you for your constructive comments. Just want to get a little more information, Mr. Nelson, about the chart. I think it was slide 3. What is the source of the chart, and could we, and maybe another panel, it'll come up in more detail, but just looking for more information about what went into it.
Apologies, Mike.
That slide was prepared by Baykeeper and Banstute, and those 3 thresholds there on the left come out of the scientific literature. I will confess I don't have those references, but I'll forward them to the board to make sure the board members have all of those references.
Okay, thank you for that. And Ms. Overhouse, I just want to make clear, I mean, what I heard was approximately 90% complete in draft form, but we're here to hear your comments about that. I don't think it's not a done deal. We're here to get your comments about the materials that you have, and then, looking for future opportunities as they get completed. And with respect to that, just would like to hear from Ms. Riddle or staff about the program of implementation, the process there, and what type of opportunity for public comment would there be on those documents?
Yes, there will definitely be an opportunity for both written public comments. After the draft is released, we'll provide a comment period, at least a 30-day comment period on that draft program of implementation language. We will also hold a board workshop for the public and others to provide input verbally. So there should be, a lot of opportunity to incorporate public input and for parties to review that information. And to repeat, this workshop today is to help to inform development of that program of implementation and the degree to which the voluntary agreements should be incorporated into the program of implementation. If there are components of the voluntary agreements that perhaps need refinement, elaboration, clarification, those sorts of things, this workshop is going to inform that consideration for the development of the program of implementation. The program of implementation, where we see things that need to be addressed, such as, a component is missing that the board would like to have included, we'll include draft text in the program of implementation, give everybody the opportunity to comment on that. That's really the next substantive step in the process, is to take the proposal that the VA parties developed, the public input that we've received to date, the peer review information, and come up with that draft regulatory text for additional public input through those written and oral comment opportunities.
And I really appreciated, Board Member McGuire, your question earlier about where would you start? And Ms. Pierre responding strategic plan, and then from there governance. Ms. Riddle, could you talk about how the program of implementation, the options, could it be referencing those documents or incorporating them within? How is all this going to be knitted together if we decide to proceed?
I think what we need to do is we need to take the relevant components of the VAs and incorporate those into the program of implementation. There may be some references out to those documents. There may also be some refinements to the, if for a VA-related alternative, the board moves forward with that proposal, then issues such as tribal participation, if the board has preferences as to how that should be incorporated into the process, that's something we can include in the program of implementation. And then we would give VA parties and the public the opportunity to comment on that. So I think where we see refinements to the process that are needed, we would include those in the program of implementation. There's also various components of the VA documents require approval by the board. So both through the program of implementation and that approval process, the board has the ability to suggest modifications to the voluntary agreements proposal. We would need input from the VA parties to determine whether, they find that agreeable and this still represents a voluntary agreement that they're willing to move forward with. once we go through that process. But, I think that's the next step in the process is for us to identify those areas where, if the board moves forward with the BA, some of those refinements are needed and suggest some text on that, get additional public input on the suggested text.
Thank you.
If I could
Ms.
add,
Olson?
Board Member Diadamo, sorry. I want to also emphasize that right now the structure of the VA seems very contractual. And I think by incorporating it into program implementation language that would exist in a basin plan, it will help synthesize it and make it more simple so that parties trying to read aren't trying to track down 700 pages of contract language. So that's our intent there. Thanks.
Really appreciate that, Vice Chair, and for that clarification as well, Ms. Olson. Board Member McGuire.
Yes, thank you for the presentation and highlighting a number of, I think, really important topics. And I know there's a number of panels throughout the rest of today and the next couple of days. So it may be that some of these different topics are raised and discussed by different panelists and VA parties and so on. But I wanted to flag or just maybe emphasize and highlight a couple of the areas that you mentioned, because I would look forward to some further input and discussion on a couple of these items in particular. And there's a lot to dig into, but I just want to highlight a couple. And one is that I have a vivid memory of the last drought that we were in just a couple of years ago, and as well as the one that was about 10 years ago, and its impact on the fisheries and the challenges that I think we all had in the response actions around that time in trying to make informed decisions. So we are thinking here about the Bay Delta Plan itself, but also how and if the voluntary agreement approach nests and fits within that. So I had a similar question as you about critical years, and not just necessarily one critical year, but what if we had multiple critical years? What if we have 2 droughts that occur within the 8-year period of the voluntary agreement? We don't really know. We can't forecast what the hydrology is going to be during that time, but I think we need to have an approach, or at least an understanding of the what ifs and what we might do under different circumstances. So I want to leave that open. I know there's panels on flow accounting and other governance, other measures, so maybe appropriate to address those topics then. But I wanted to highlight that because I think it is absolutely related to temperature management, another point that you brought up, and how those pieces fit within itself. Because when you're in a point of diminishing yield from a watershed, and you have to make those difficult decisions about how to balance the limited resources that you have, and you're trying to protect imperiled fisheries, that's the balancing that needs to happen. So again, just for me, I'm trying to learn and understand what is the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes view on those different issues. How would that program approach those problems if they came up? And just so I can have a better sense for what that might look like. And then the last area I wanted to highlight for maybe some more discussion at the appropriate time is on biological goals and objectives. And again, might be best suited under the science program discussion, but just that concept, I just wanted to flag that that's an area I'm very interested in hearing more about, how we would track progress biologically and understanding either actually through the program of implementation approach or through the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes approach, how either or they can work, the science programs can work together to inform meaningful and helpful information about the status of the fisheries as all this moves forward. So just wanted to flag those areas. I don't know if you have a response, but just wanted to bring those up.
Two responses. First, I will talk on a subsequent panel about flow accounting, so I'll be back to talk about critical year issues and a number of concerns we have there. especially with regard to multiple critical years. I'll come back to that theme in particular. With regard to biological goals, this is a place where the history of the VA process is interesting. This effort began on the Stanislaus River with an effort to define biologically driven goals and objectives, smart biological goals and objectives that were used then to start thinking about how do we figure out what kind of flows are necessary to achieve those goals and objectives. That approach is not the approach used by the VA process today. And a science-driven approach would say, from the salmon fishing community's perspective, we're looking for survival of X amount of egg to fry survival and outmigration survival of X and Y. And we're looking for a stable population of X and Y. And what flows do we need in order to achieve those biological goals and objectives? Without those biological goals and objectives, you can't determine if a program has adequate flows because you don't have a target you're aiming at. So I couldn't agree more that those biological goals and objectives are absolutely clear. The green light, yellow light, red light approach simply doesn't work in order to evaluate whether you have a biologically and scientifically adequate approach.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson, and thank you, Board Member. Looking to see if there's Board Member Morgan.
Thank you. This is just add on to Board Member McGuire's request of just things to keep in mind. I am taking everything in, and I know we have multiple panels on different areas and subjects, and just the scientific part of my mind is putting each piece together, and just from doing firmer research on algal blooms and just open channel flows and rivers. And so I want to thank the tribal panel for going, the additional information that was provided earlier. And so just as I am sitting here taking it all in and, learning with all of you, I just, wanted to note, I will be listening for just the interaction and that balance between the temperature, the flows, nutrients, biological goals, that balance between them. Because when we're looking at a system, it really is that balance between, are we in balance? And so, it could be that, we're high in nutrients, but then we have the flows that are helping to balance that out. It could, the temperature, you have the flows that could lower the temperature. If you have, greater depth, then that also gives you the stratification for the temperature. So I'm just trying to put all of those pieces together as I'm sitting here taking it all in. And then also, of course, to have healthy rivers and landscapes, you also do need the repairing the habitat and the other pieces to go into play with that, because that also does take up some of those nutrients and to help provide the food for our aquatic systems. And so it's a balance between all of it. And so I think just for me, as I'm listening, that's part of what I'm listening for, is that balance, and how are we considering each of those pieces within as we're moving forward. And so whether it's how the VA green parties have taken into consideration all of these pieces, or the other parties, our tribal and our environmental groups, and as you are also, speaking and addressing this, where your concerns are within those pieces, so that I can balance that out within the scientific part of my brain as I'm sitting here and listening. So I just really appreciate, any feedback as we're moving through the panels. And thank you.
Thank you, Board Member. Thank you both again. And Ms. Overhouse, thank you for the extra duty you'll be doing and here participating in ensuring that we have a balanced voice here, so we have a consideration to balance off of. And just note, we did our best, 2 months out to notice this, to try to help, and know that, just appreciate you being here. So thank you, Ms. Overhouse. With that, let's go ahead and give ourselves a lunch. We'll take 45 minutes and bring ourselves up. Yes. Oh, apologies. I moved too fast. Before we take our break, I do want to take one commenter, Sarah Ryan, and her voice here will be much welcomed. And then after her comment here, we'll go ahead and take our lunch. I believe Ms. Ryan is joining us virtually. And thank you, Clerk.
Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me to comment. I'm Sarah Ryan, the Environmental Director for the Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians, and I'm not able to join in person or during your other sessions that you've got for this meeting. So thank you very much for that. I wanted to, the Bay Delta voluntary agreements and, the water quality of this whole area is really important to the tribe. And Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians has been engaged in water quality protection and natural resource protection for a very, very long time. And we're concerned about our tribes that are in these areas and our family members that are in these areas, because they do use the plants, the animals, and the water of the Bay Delta for ceremonies and other activities. The concern that we have about voluntary agreements is that in the last several years, the tribe has been looking really closely into how the users of water are engaged in reporting out back to the agencies. And there are some updates that have recently come in from the water boards, from the Division of Water Rights, in terms of how people are reporting their water use and how they are reporting their compliance with existing regulations. And it's been really dismal. And I want to point out that with regard to the Clear Lake Hitch, we were part of a presentation where the Division of Water Rights spoke about how the statement of diversion and use reports from the water users, the surface water right holders in the Clear Lake watershed, that about half of them didn't report in 2022 and fill out the forms and submit them, and the other half submitted data that was such poor quality that it basically needed to be redone. This information that is being asked to be collected is something that's going to help the state better manage the resources for all of the users in compliance with the Clean Water Act and other state regulations. We're all challenged by climate change and by legacy pollution. And, we need to be doing this as smart as possible. And human nature does seem to be to perhaps not fill things out in the ways that they're supposed to. And so we believe that voluntary agreements should there should be some sort of teeth and enforcement mechanism to prevent years of wondering whether something is right and not having the resources to actually check. We feel like some of the problems in the Clear Lake watershed have been because the water boards has been perhaps underfunded in being able to properly evaluate and review when poor data quality was coming in. And really what's critical is that the information is there from the users, from the those who would be participating in these voluntary agreements, in order to better manage the resource for all uses. So just wanted to put a plug in that, we have, years of experience here in the Clear Lake watershed. Clear Lake is the largest natural freshwater lake in California. And to have such poor data quality because of, even required documentation from the water users of this area, it's really concerning that the state would consider having that something that's even less stringently enforced than the statement of diversion and use to the Division of Water Rights. So please don't make the same mistakes we've made over here. And really, for the sake of future generations and for the existing population and all of the beneficial uses that need to be protected, we urge you to have the strongest possible agreements with those who are participating in this. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Ryan. Really appreciate your participation and voice here. I think of a lot of parallels across the watersheds we're dealing with, but especially with Clear Lake and how we continue to learn and approach this work. And just really appreciate, again, your leadership, your voice, your participation here. It means a lot. Thank you. And glad to be accommodating. I know, again, we're doing our best across the 3 days for everyone to make sure they're here and informing the board, and just really appreciate everyone's time. It means a lot. Let's go ahead and give ourselves a 45-minute lunch. We'll return here at 1 p.m. and we'll start in on this next session, which will be on integration of VA flow and non-flow measures, and we'll go through our panels. Thanks, everyone, for a productive morning so far, and looking forward to this afternoon's discussion. See you in 45 minutes. Thank you. everyone. Hope you had a good lunch. We're here at 11:02, so let's go ahead and bring ourselves back. Again, this session now and series of panel presentations will be around the integration of VA flow and non-flow measures. And I'd like to kick things off to our panelists here. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us back.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and board members. I'm Josh Martinez with the Department of Water Resources. I am an environmental program manager working on any and all things voluntary agreements, or as you're going to hear throughout the day, Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program. I'm one of the full-time positions that Director Bonham had referenced that are under the state authority. We are going to talk about the integration of our flow and non-flow measures. I thought it might be helpful to really explain what a non-flow measure is. That's a rather common question that we get. We are not talking strictly about habitat here, although most of our non-flow measures are habitat restorations. We're also looking at ways to provide fish food into the rivers. We are looking at fish passage barrier removals, things like that. So it would be a bit of a misnomer to just call it a habitat improvement, but when we talk about non-flow measures, that's where we're coming from. Go ahead, next slide, please. Here's our agenda we're going to cover. We are going to be still fairly high level for the most part, and we're going to set the table for the subsequent sessions. But we're going to talk about those narrative objectives we already heard a little bit about. We'll go into more detail there. We are going to spend some time talking about how we plan to integrate both our flow and those non-flow measures. And then we're going to spend some time talking about floodplain activation and what an important role that plays in our overall plan of implementation. We also will explain the flow flexibility. I think some of the questions from previous panels did kind of hinge upon the flow flexibility, so we'll explain that a little bit more. And then again, something that came up a number of times is our pathway for implementation and what are we doing to make things happen sooner rather than later. Next slide, please. So we've talked about this a bit. This is the first of two narrative objectives that we have. This is our narrative salmon protective objective. This is something that was established back in 2020, where we do want to achieve a doubling of the natural in-river production of salmon by 2050. We want to focus on that. We are not offering any hatchery augmentations or anything in the artificial propagation of species. Our program is really built around improving in-river conditions for fish. I do want to talk about what we plan to bring to the table as far as reaching that objective. Our proposed VA term here is 8 years. The math isn't perfect, but that's approximately 1/4 of the 30-year term. That's how we've come up with this 25% of the doubling goal is our overall narrative salmon protective objective. Next slide, please. The second one, this is not a species-specific objective, though it will cover salmon just by the nature of our flow and habitat improvements. But this is our narrative viability objective. This is our maintaining or improving water quality conditions to support natural production, again, sticking with that natural production theme, for all of our native species. These contributions can come in the way of habitat, but we're also looking at adjusting the magnitude, the duration, and the timing of flow deployments. We are going to be really focused on temperature management. And then when we talk about spatial extent of flow deliveries, this is going to be a big part of our program. We're finding ways to connect the river that's been heavily channelized and really no longer functioning like a true river with those margin habitats, out of bank, tidal wetlands, habitats, side channels, anything that we can do there. We do believe that these improvements will enhance spawning, rearing, growth, migration for all of our native species. We're really looking for ways to boost resilience of the ecosystem as a whole. We're really trying to attack the system-wide approach rather than spot treatments here and there. Next slide, please. We have discussed a number of the documents that are in our packet that we submitted earlier this year, as well as a number of documents that were produced by state board staff. And a lot of those have a lot of support for what we're trying to do in the manner in which we're trying to do it. We do have clearly defined goals. We are going to have specific and comparable outcomes, and we're going to go into great detail on what those look like in our habitat sessions, our flow sessions, and then in our science program. And then we did have a peer review, right? So there's the State Water Board's draft scientific basis supplemental report that was peer reviewed. And again, they did find that our assets, as described, will contribute towards both of our narrative objectives. Next slide, please. We've heard a lot about the program. I'm going to stick very high level here, but the reality is we're talking about significant amounts of flow, and we'll get into nitty-gritty details on how those flows will be deployed in subsequent sessions, but we're looking at up to 750,000 acre-feet of flow. I think the big thing here is finding balance where we can. We're looking at the right amount of flow at the right time of the year. So what do we mean by that? We do want to deliver beneficial water during that January through June period, but we are building in flow flexibility that'll let us respond to what are the conditions of the day. If we have a critically dry year followed by another critically dry year, we're going to have to change the way we operate versus if we had back-to-back wet years. Right? We just don't have a blanket one-size-fit-all approach. So we will detail how we plan to do that with those flow flexibility brackets. We want to maintain the ability to provide flows in those critical winter and spring periods. We're also going to have a big focus, though, on how are we going to maintain cold water pool. There were some great panels this morning that talked about the necessity for maintaining cold water pool to get us through those summer and fall months that are not within our target flow release periods. It wouldn't do us much good to deplete our reservoir storages for the cold water pool. And then I think the last part of this big equation is the habitat. We do believe that habitat plays a very sizable role in our ability to hopefully recover these species. We are designing the acreage and design based on very specific, tributary-specific assessments of what each individual system needs. So again, not a blanket one-size-fits-all. We are not super prescriptive to check a regulatory box, so to speak. We want to provide what each part of the system actually needs. Next slide, please. You're going to hear quite a bit about this synergy between the flow and our non-flow measures, right? They are designed to complement one another. We're going to talk about the how here momentarily, but let's talk about what each of these measures are made up of. So on the flow side, we are going to provide flow in a multitude of different forms. First one being diversion reductions. That can be done through largely agricultural fallowing. We are also do have a groundwater substitution component. We're going to go into detail on one of our tribs as a really good kind of key system that will take advantage of that during dry and critically dry years. We are going to be very, very careful in how we deploy groundwater substitutions. We do not want to exacerbate any existing problems that are going on. I think a lot of us have been watching the news over the last week. There have been some monumental changes in how we are enforcing groundwater issues, and so we do not want to contribute towards that. A big part of our plan is going to be reservoir reoperation and coordinated releases between reservoirs. We'll have water purchases and then export reductions on both the state and the federal side. The habitat measures, these are, again, we are drilling down into local knowledge. We are working within each of the tributaries and each of the system managers to find what can we best do to benefit the species based on your specific stressors. When we talk about stressors throughout this panel, we are not going to be talking about harmful algal blooms or anything like that. We're not looking at ocean conditions. When we talk about stressors on the tributary side, we are looking at habitat deficiencies. And we do have an analysis that is done for each individual tributary to best define what needs to be done to improve each species at each life stage. Next slide, please. Okay, so how did we come up with these flow targets? They certainly were not arbitrary, but they did require an awful lot of collaboration and deep thinking. And they are going to vary across the tribs. This is, again, kind of the theme of what we're proposing is not a blanket approach. It's what can we do within each system. You will see if you compare the flow assets from tributary to tributary, there's a bit of a formula based on kind of the degree of diversion. But really, we need to look at to activate habitat, going back to that synergy of habitat. How much flow and how much water do we actually need to maximize and maintain as long a period of benefit as we can for each system? We're going to give some really specific examples with a couple of tributaries there, but suffice to say, if you've got a canyon tributary or you've got something that's margined by levees and urban development, you are not going to have the capacity to flood those systems and create floodplain habitat. As much as we believe that floodplain habitat is a big part of our program delivery, we need to work within the constraints of any given system. We are going to be working very closely to maintain adequate cold water pool, again, to get us through those critically dry periods and to best position us to handle periods of prolonged drought. And lastly, but certainly not least, we are working with a lot of local water districts and local communities to do what we can to mitigate the sting to our local economies. A lot of the source flow water does come from, as was mentioned in one of the earlier sessions, smaller rural communities, a lot of which are kind of lacking in the ability to maintain better resources. So when we are working with these underdeveloped communities or underprivileged communities, we want to do the best to mitigate that sting. The last bullet here, flows being concentrated in those middle water year types. That was purposeful. I think Jennifer Pierre did a good job setting the table for why we did that. On the wet side of things, we do believe that in those wet years when we're maybe at flood condition in certain tributaries, it wouldn't do a lot of good to send additional flows through the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program. It would best be used to put that flow either into groundwater replenishment or keeping it in the reservoir for subsequent conditions. That flip side, on the critically dry part, that is a difficulty no matter what approach we take. It's going to be hard to find massive amounts of flow in those critically dry years. We will give an example of how we are providing the dry and critically dry flows in the American River here momentarily. But we also have a couple of state water purchase programs and PWA water purchase programs that are designed to provide additional flow during those periods. I would also say on the critically dry year part, regardless of the flow scenario, we are going to be hamstrung by what we can deliver as far as water flows out of reservoirs. I would say during those critically dry periods, that's where it's so important to have the habitat element. I think that's where we can really pick up a lot of that slack. Next slide, please. Continue on with the development of flow targets. We did work with Flow West as a third-party consultant through the Central Valley Improvement Act's science integration team. This is a well-vetted team that's been used to make a lot of important decisions for fish here in the valley and throughout California. And they developed these quantitative relationships where we looked at discharge and overall suitable habitat, not just acres of land inundated, right? Suitable habitat, so adequate depths, not excessive velocities, so on and so forth. Then we looked at the amount of flow committed by each of the tribs to make sure that we are meeting the mark on when to provide a benefit based on the needs of the fish of that system and when they need it. And we're looking at those flow area relationships to make sure that we're providing adequate amounts of habitat. And I will explain that in, I think, 2 or 3 slides. But that's just kind of a high-level overview of the tributary-specific targets. Next slide, please. We had a slightly different approach for developing flow targets for the Delta. I believe Director Namath talked about these 4 species here as kind of being our indicator species. We have Sacramento split-tail, longfin smelt, California bay shrimp, and starry flounder. We are developing flow abundance relationships to increase the populations of these 4 species. These are not the only 4 species that we care about, but these 4 species occupy really distinct niches within the ecosystem. And if our improvements are affecting these 4 species, we can make the assumption that we're making similar improvements for other species within the system. These are also 4 species that are currently vigorously monitored under ongoing and long-term data collection efforts, and we want to take the best advantage of that. We have more detail here in the scientific basis report supplement in section 5.4. Next slide, please. Okay, so now we're going to talk about those non-flow acreage targets. This is specific to the tributaries. So how much acreage do we need of any given habitat type? So the first thing we need to ask is, what is our target population size? Remember that we want to increase the doubling goal by 25%, or excuse me, contribute 25% towards the doubling goal. So now we establish how many fish are needed in any given system. Then we need to ask ourselves, what are the key stressors for that system? Do they not have enough spawning habitat? Do they not have enough in-stream rearing habitat? Or they have access to suitable side channels and floodplains? Excuse me. Once we come up with what each of the tributaries need, we can model it. So our model is based on fecundity of the females, survival for all the life stages. I know this are a couple things that were brought up as being important to any kind of a fundamental science program. We are looking at rearing density and red size for each system. And with those things in mind, we can come up with, to meet that 25% goal, we can apply X amount of habitat in each of our tributaries. And again, this was done on each tributary itself, not across the system as a whole. Next slide, please. Touching back on that contribution to the doubling goal, I know we've probably beat this to death over the course of the morning. I do want to highlight, though, it would be a bit of a misnomer to say that we will see 25% more salmon by the end of the 8-year term. What we are saying is by the end of the 8-year term, we will have provided sufficient habitat and put these fish on this pathway towards successful reproduction in the future that we will be able to achieve that goal at the end of our term. So we'll have enough habitat in the water to get those fish there. On the flip side of things, on the Bay Delta habitat side, we are looking at that North Delta Arc of Habitat as being the critical place that we really want to focus our energies. And here we are doing large scale, I'm viewing these as transformative projects. So again, not spot treatments here and there. A lot of our projects that we have proposed in this North Delta Arc of Habitat all the way into the Sassoon Marsh are in the high hundreds, if not in the thousands of acres. And these are transforming landscapes to have better connection to wetlands and tidal areas, frankly restoring these lost processes from a river that is unrecognizable from what it would have been just a few hundred years ago. Next slide, please. Okay, with that, I will turn it over to Willie.
Well, good afternoon, Chair Esquivel, Vice Chair D'Adamo, and members of the board. I'm Willie Whittlesey from Yuba Water Agency, and I've been asked to provide an example of flow and habitat integration on one of the TRIBs. But I got to start with a little reference to Director Namath's characterization of the voluntary agreements this morning. And what does voluntary agreement mean? Well, she said it means that we were voluntarily at the table to come up with a program. And Yuba Water Agency has been at the table for 6 years now, developing this program, maybe even longer than that. But before I talk about flow and habitat, I got to talk about how we got here. And honestly, there were just candid discussions about what the Bay Delta Plan update was going to be and what was needed. And for Yuba Water Agency, we were asked, we need springtime flow, or we need delta outflow, flows dedicated to the delta in January through June. And so Director Bonham talked about all tributaries are different. So all of us tributaries have different resources to draw from. Some of us are going to fallow land. Some are going to use groundwater substitution. And some of us have reservoirs. And we're lucky. We have New Bullards Bar Reservoir. And we looked at a reservoir re-op program. And that's what came out of our proposal, is reoperating our reservoir to provide 50,000 acre feet of dedicated flow for the Delta specifically. But it's founded upon the Lower Yuba River Accord. And the Lower Yuba River Accord was a balancing between the water we have available and the cold water pool that we have available at New Bullards Bar, and providing that flow for the Lower Yuba River, the anadromous portion of the Lower Yuba River, for the species, the time of need, the volume of need. And that was created in 2006 through 2008, and that's the foundation. And we wanted to protect that foundation, then provide flows for the Delta above that without harming the foundational flows of the Lower Yuba Accord. I have to mention that the Lower Yuba Accord was negotiated for years, agreed upon by state agencies, NGOs, Yuba Water Agency, or others, and it took years to develop. And that's why I'm explaining it so thoroughly, is that is a foundational flow regime on the Lower Yuba River, and this is a beneficial flow for the Delta on top of the Lower Yuba Accord. So what you see here on the left is you see a graph, and in 2019 we were asked, could you possibly do early implementation of flows? And 2019 would have been a VA flow contribution year. And what you see there is the upper line, or the yellow line, is the 50,000 acre feet that could have been released if we did in fact implement the VAs in 2019. That's the volume of water April through June. Now, our specific reservoir re-op is April through June, because we can rely on knowing what the hydrology is throughout the wintertime. We can see how our reservoir is filling. We can see what the snowpack is. And when the April B120 comes out, we know what our end of year carryover target is. And what we're going to do is we're going to reduce, this is how we're going to provide our reservoir re-op flows. We're going to reduce our end of year carryover target from 650,000 acre feet to 600. It's real water. It's based on the existing well-documented Yuba Accord accounting, and this is how we're going to release it. Again, it's on top of the Accord flows. I'll also mention that you see a graph here that shows April through June, but it's also flexible between those months. We could, based on discussions with the system-wide governance team, the science team, and talking with California Department of Fish and Wildlife, we can move this block of water throughout that time and release it when it could be coupled with other flows that are being made available, or coupled with other needs that we determine and find out as we go through this process. Okay, now we're going to go on to habitat. So the Lower Yuba River has been highly modified by hydraulic mining in the 1800s. The picture on the right here is basically mounds of sediment that were deposited in the Lower Yuba River about and I'm going to guesstimate about 12 miles of the 23 miles of the lower Yuba River have been completely buried by sediment, or completely buried by sediment in the late 1800s. The original river channel is undefinable. It's underneath these sediments. Then that material was reprocessed in the late 1800s and early 1900s for gold and gravel extraction, and you see much of it is constrained by these what we call training walls. So you see mounds of sediment there, kind of in the middle of that picture. That's throughout the lower Yuba River. What we have in the lower Yuba River is because of this gravel, we have great spawning capacity. Spawning salmon and steelhead is not a problem in the lower Yuba River, but what we don't have great rearing habitat because of these impacts from hydraulic mining and the way that the river is constrained. So our proposal for the lower Yuba River includes 150 acres of habitat enhancement. And it's much different than maybe a floodplain acreage. Ours is 50 acres of in-channel habitat and 100 acres of floodplain habitat. And it's very expensive to move that gravel and create that habitat. But we've done it. We've been successful. We have an early implementation project. Director Bonham mentioned it this morning. It's the Hallwood Habitat Project. Next slide, please. And here it is. On the left, you see the pre-existing condition. This was prior to 2019. You can see the sediment deposits throughout the whole, the river channel there, but the major mounds of sediment on the right. That's what it looked like prior to us implementing this project. And then the photo on the left is from last year when we completed the project. So it took 4 years to get it done. We didn't design this project. We were opportunistic with this project. It was designed by many others before us. It was actually designed beginning in 2010. And someone brought this project to us and said, look, we're looking for someone to implement this. It's permitted. It does have some external grant funding. We partnered with them, state and federal agencies and NGOs, and we stepped in and said, we'd be happy to do this. It fits right along with what we're trying to do under the voluntary agreements. Let's try and get this thing done. I have to mention also local landowners. Tykert Aggregates was integral to the success of this project. So what we did is we basically, through Tykert Aggregates' ability to remove the aggregate and use it for gravel products, they were able to remove 2 miles of a middle training wall, big mound of gravel, 80 feet tall, 2 miles long, and create space for the river to be wild again. And that's what you see on the right there. It cost tens of millions of dollars, it cost millions of dollars, over $10 million. Took 4 years. Like I said, we had developed those partnerships. But that's not all we're going to do as part of the voluntary agreement. Well, what I'm not doing is saying, okay, we did this and we're done. The Yuba Water Agency also knows we need to do more. And 3 years ago, we saw an opportunity to purchase some land that did have 1.25 miles of the Yuba River that runs through it. I think it was Director Bonham that mentioned, some of this is going to be difficult with land rights and being able to just find the areas we can do this habitat. Again, we were opportunistic. This landowner wanted to sell their land. We had to purchase a bunch of upland just to get 1.25 miles of Yuba River channel. It has very similar conditions like you see there on the left. We purchased that. We're in the middle of designing a similar project as Hallwood on that land right now. So what I'm saying here is we have a couple major components. We have flow and habitat, and really what I'm supposed to be talking about is how are they integrated? Well, here's how they're integrated. What we do is we look at what the existing Yuba Accord flows are, what the VA flows will be on top of that, and everything we'll construct from here on will be to create rearing habitat that's wetted and is effective throughout the VA program or as part of the VA program. So that's the integration of flow and habitat. And again, this isn't even on flow and habitat. You set those aside, that's not all Yuba Water Agency is going to do. We're part of a scientific program, putting funding into science, obviously putting funding into habitat. And I think the biggest benefit of the voluntary agreements, and this isn't what I'm supposed to talk about here, but I have to, is the collaboration. I mean, just the collaboration that we've built, just working on the Hallwood Habitat Enhancement Project and the people getting excited about doing more. I mean, we've launched it, we've been successful, and we're ready to do more, and I'm sure when the time's right, I'm happy to answer questions.
All right, I think I'm next in this queue. So thanks, Board Chair Esquivel, Vice Chair D'Adamo, and board staff. Really appreciate you hearing us today. My name is Michelle Bononis. I'm with the Regional Water Authority in the Sacramento Metropolitan Region, and we represent roughly 22 water agencies. So I'm going to talk a little bit about our system-specific considerations on the American River of how flow and non-flow are integrated. Before I do that, and I know you've heard this from me before, so bear with me, but I do think I want to talk just a little bit about just a slight touch of background on the American River, because it's always important to set the context, kind of like Willie did on the Yuba. So on the American River, temperature is our #1 limiting factor for salmon and steelhead. We've known that. There's been tons of data over the years. We're very in touch with the fact that that's our limiting factor. For the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program, we are providing flow in 4 water year types, including the driest years, so dry and critical years. Those flows are actually intended to augment existing and future habitat enhancements associated with the program. And the other point of those flows is to not significantly deplete cold water pool formation in the early spring. We need that cold water pool for fish later in the year, specifically in the hottest late summer and fall months. So it's very important to also not deplete the cold water pool, but we're also trying to maintain a balance by providing flow. So we have a success story in the American River related to groundwater. As again, I know many of you are familiar with. We're one of the few areas in the states that have actually improved groundwater levels over the past 20 years. We've stored water in wet times, and we've got a program to call on it in the driest times. We're really fortunate in the Sacramento region to have the type of subsurface conditions that allow us to vigilantly manage and replenish groundwater. And, you know, that also alleviates pressure on the lower American River through reduced diversions. You know, our water providers use that groundwater, and it essentially helps keep more water in Folsom in dry times over the summer and fall. So that's very important. We also have a huge success story with habitat. The Sacramento Water Forum, which you're all very familiar with, has a long-standing history of constructing habitat projects. Those habitat projects actually support 30 to 50% of the lower American River's spawning fish. And that includes significant early implementation associated with this program. So habitat projects are being constructed and will be constructed under the program, but they do have to take into consideration some of our system constraints. So one of those is, you know, using the known flow quantities to design and construct habitat. So really, we're looking at optimum spawning or rearing. We're trying to look at key fish life stages and key locations that provide the greatest value. And you've probably heard of WUA curves, weighted usable area. You know, we're really looking at how that water will move across that constructed habitat and basically provide the sweet spot for habitat effectiveness. And, you know, too much flow or not enough flow, and you're actually going to reduce that habitat efficacy. So we're trying to kind of get to that point. But we're also trying to, again, not deplete cold water pool to a significant degree at Folsom. So the other thing, and in this slide, it's a little hard to see, and I apologize for that, but really what I'm trying to get at is it's really hard in our system to build massive floodplains. You know, if you look at it, it's river, levee, American River Parkway houses businesses. So, you know, we can't just go, you know, take out entire city blocks in order to do our habitat projects. So we've got to work within our existing constraints, and that's just something we have to live with, but we've had a lot of success in doing so. So I think if I'm going to leave you with one message on this, I only have one slide. So one message on my one slide is, you know, we have an approach for this program that's sustainable for fish health and actively provides ecosystem flows in the spring, but it doesn't deplete cold water pool to a significant degree. It actually allows cold water pool to be maintained for fish later in the season, which again, the fall and summer months are just as important as the spring in the Lower American River. So that's very important. The other thing, as I mentioned before, the program is creating habitat that works with the proposed ecosystem improvements, or the ecosystem flows to maximize fish benefit. So we're really just trying to layer all these things together. We're working closely with our water forum partners, really trying to kind of mesh this all together into one uniform program. So, and with that, I will turn it over to Alex.
Great, thank you so much, and certainly thank you to the board. My name is Alex Rabideau. I'm with the Solano County Water Agency. And really, one of the things we want to share is again, kind of a case example where I think sort of looking at, what the state board is looking at with the Bay Delta plan. On Poudre Creek, we went through something very similar probably about 25 years ago. And so to give a little background, probably now three or four droughts ago, going back to the late 80s, early 90s, portions of Poudre Creek went dry. After that, again, agencies and nonprofits in Yolo County essentially sued all the Solano water supply agencies saying, hey, this is not working. From there, actually, the agencies and nonprofits, so sort of Yolo versus Solano, if you will, sued each other for about 9 years. So, 9 years of litigation, which is a really long time to not really accomplish anything other than you're keeping the courts and attorneys quite busy. At some point in the parties determined that this was not working, and really decided to kind of meet at the table and really form what now is, I think, very similar to what Willie and others talked about, but similar for Poudre Creek, the Poudre Creek Accord settlement. And so this is actually how the system is operated today. And while it was fairly contentious, 30 years ago, now Yolo and Solano have a really amazing collaboration between farmers, private landowners, agencies across Yolo and in Solano, and really actually meet monthly and have really a pretty strong collaboration. The other aspect I certainly want to share is starting in 2000, so again, 24 years ago, there was dedicated flow really built on for native fish species, and that is looking at spring pulses, fall pulse flows, getting my words jumbled up here, but fall flows, spring flows, and really base flows really at very specific locations in Poudre Creek, really thinking about native fish species. And this isn't really just salmon, this is other native fish species that are in Poudre Creek. One of the interesting things, though, is, again, what we realized over the years is salmon, in particular, Poudre Creek's not known to be a huge salmon run. We're a pretty small system. And historically, we're colder now than we were before based on kind of changes in the watershed. But we didn't see salmon return for almost 14 years. We didn't see until about 2014, salmon actually started returning to Poudre Creek and really now have consistently returned almost every year in Poudre Creek. And it's a really, again, it's something we're really proud of. Again, our agency is really committed, and really in starting about 2005 through 2015 and onwards, we committed huge effort, and this is a combination of state funding, Solano ratepayer funding, to really, again, look at large-scale restoration, geomorphic changes in Lower Poudre Creek to really benefit native fish species. And so that really was the stories. Again, flow in itself didn't bring salmon back. It was really flow in combination with major habitat improvements. We were looking at things like fish passage. There's a picture up here of what we call the Perk Dam, which was a complete blockage of fish barrier in the city of Winters, on also an area that the public couldn't access. And now if you go to Winters, this is a very popular area that's widely used by people both within the community and now actually an excellent area where we have a picture in the very corner of salmon spawning, again, just a few years ago of pretty successful scarification. So again, I think we just want to share that this is kind of an example. Sometimes a one-size-fits-all is maybe not always the right approach, sometimes some creative thinking. And I think that's where, again, Poudre Creek has a unique story to share. Next slide, please. And then lastly, kind of rounding out, again, I think tying in with what others have said, this is something we've been doing for the last 24 years, and we're still committed. This is a project right at the end of the UC Davis Riparian Reserve off Pedrick Road in Solano County, right on the border of Solano and Yolo County, and we're really excited. This is a channel that has suffered, 150 years of major human changes. It's not what Poudre Creek historically was, unlikely to go back to that. But again, really, we're looking at how do we really reconnect the floodplain. Right now, there's a floodplain where
unless you send a record level of flow down here, maybe a 10-year event, maybe you'd activate the floodplain. So instead, we're really looking at, again, continuing the success we've had at Winters Poudre Creek Park and others of lowering the floodplain, removing massive invasive species, Himalayan blackberry, eucalyptus, and really, again, having a channel that's activated at our Poudre Creek Accord flows, as well as the proposed VA flows as well. Things, addition of spawning gravel, much of our system was mined many years ago by the university, by Caltrans, by others. And so we're really looking at, again, making it into a system that really functions to the best it can. And again, lastly, sort of in closing, is that, again, we really think that the Healthy Rivers program really builds upon the 24 years of success we've had in Lower Poudre Creek. And we, again, really think it complements, again, a lot of the work that's already been done, and certainly that the agency is really committed to continue moving forward with. Thank you.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today, Chairman Esquivel, Vice Chair Adamo, board members Morgan, McGuire, and Firestone. My name is Louis Baer, and I'm the manager for RD 108, but today I'm speaking on behalf of the Sacramento River Settlement Contractors and some of our activities on the Sacramento River. But really my role is to talk about how some of the mistakes we've made with infrastructure historically has prevented our rivers from functioning. And want to give you an example of how important I think you'll see that kind of correcting our infrastructure is for the functionality of our river. And I think, you know, we all see the data and information about the flow to abundance curve, and that's really a function of how our river functions, right? And we've modified our river. That's why we have the flow to abundance curve that we have, in part at least. And we can correct those things. And I think we need to correct those things. I think it prevents our river from functioning almost completely in very dry years. And then we get very little function until it's very wet. And so I hope to illustrate an example for you that will help shine some light on that. Over the last 3 decades, RD 108 and the settlement contractors have gotten very engaged on salmon recovery. In those droughts, we started to have experiences of water shortage and drying up the Sacramento Valley. I'm fortunate to work for a board that's all about fixing things and not the fight. And they said, Louis, let's take our resources out there and let's see what's happening, right? See what we can do, what can we fix? And it was pretty obvious to me in the recovery efforts that infrastructure was preventing our river from functioning. And it was shaping that flow to abundance curve, right? It was preventing habitat from being activated. We've done a little bit to test that. There's some work from National Marine Fisheries Service that's talked about, it's a little bit different, but it's the survival moving down the Sacramento River and that relationship, statistical relationship to flows in the river. There's a statistical element that talks about the strength of that relationship. It's called the R-squared value. And for a winter run, the R-squared value on that study is 0.35. My understanding for environmental purposes, that may be survivable. You know, there's a lot of uncertainty in the aquatic ecosystem. But when we, instead of comparing to river flows, we compared to flows in the bypass that were activating habitat, that R-squared value doubled. So the flows in the bypass were driving a healthier river and a way for those fish to move through our system. And so to us, that was a real signal that that's something key that we should be looking at and trying to improve. So next slide, please. So we like to see this. This is the Tisdale bypass connecting the Sacramento River to lots of floodplain acres in the Sutter bypass. This connection activates almost 20,000 acres, a little more than 16,000 acres of habitat in the lower Sutter bypass. It's at the bottom end of the Sutter National Wildlife Refuge. And this is what we need to make happen more. This channel itself is just providing the water and fish to the floodplains, but it's very possible to make this happen more. So The other thing I wanted to mention, and it's kind of a principle that I have, is that the closer we can get to how our river used to function naturally before we changed it so dramatically, it's probably a wise decision, right? We may not know the perfect solution, and I don't think we do, but the more we can drive to something that looks like used to happen historically, the more likely we are to get a functioning river in those natural processes. And so what I'm going to talk about that they've done in the Yolopai Pass, and now this year and next year they'll be implementing on the Tisdale bypass, is a notch that would allow the river connect to the floodplains more like it did at the historic sloughs that used to connect the rivers to the floodplains. Those sloughs were at a lower elevation than our flood control weirs. So in this part of the river, the story is really about the flood control system that we built separating our rivers from the floodplains. Next slide, please. Sorry, I keep thinking that somehow I'm mentally going to make a change. So you guys have seen some of these slides, and what I'd like to talk about here is that it's not just the flood control system, but we have done an amazing job of draining our valley, right? Every field is sloped to positive drainage. We have ditches on every side of the fields. And so a drop of water hits in the Sierras, and in 3 to 5 days, it's at the Golden Gate Bridge. There's no time for water on our landscape, and that was really important with our floodplains historically. And so what we've been doing recently with fish food programs and feeding the river is a natural occurrence in our floodplains, and we need that because the river actually, as it would rise, would breathe out onto the floodplains water and fish, and then it would fall, and that food would come back into the rivers, and the fish would come back right into the river, and then they would move out. And so that's what we're trying to replicate here. So we'll not need to just change the weirs and the flood control system. We'll need to work on the drainage system as well. So if you go ahead, one more slide, please. So you guys have seen the floodplain fatties, but it's important to remember that the fish at the top is only about 20% of our fish right now, our juveniles on the way out. Yet those fish are producing 80%, that 20%, that 1 in 5 is producing 80% of our returning adults. So if we can create healthier fish, we have a dramatic impact on the returning adults that are going to come back and spawn. And so that's why this is so important. And it's something we can do, something that we can change. So go ahead, the next slide. So this is sort of a cartoon sketch just to make sure folks understand what's happening here. So this is looking straight up the Sacramento River. The left side is a levee that hopefully never overtops, because I eat dinner just on the other side of that. But the levee on the right shows our flood control weirs, and they built these weirs high because they wanted to make sure in the spring and the fall people would be able to have dry fields to get in and farm, and then be able to harvest their crops at the end of the year. So there was a lot of attention paid to making sure that stayed dry late or early in the spring all the way through the fall. And so what we're suggesting here, if you go ahead and advance the slide, is that and this highlights what happens in critically dry years, right? So those weirs just simply don't overtop. We don't get the connection to the floodplain, but as you can see, historically the sloughs would have still connected those floodplains. So next slide. So this is what we don't want to see, but it is what's happening in critical years. So go ahead, one more. So by going in and modifying the infrastructure in the floodplains, what we can do is increase the frequency and duration of those floodplains. And I want to give of the connection of those floodplains. And I want to give an example at the Tisdale Weirs. So if you go to the next slide. So I'm an engineer, so I get really excited about this graph, and I hope I can explain it. But the top lines, the top black line, so the second line from the top, is where the weir starts to overtop. The blue line up slightly above it is where we would have 2,000 CFS of flow into our floodplains, and that's sort of the ideal flow to have water have residence time out in our bypasses. The red line at the bottom is the bottom of the notch, right? So if we modified the weir, that's where you would start to connect that floodplain. And then the typical hydrograph line that you see, the blue squiggly line coming across, that's 2003 water levels in the Sacramento River. And as you can see, there's some shaded portions. And those shaded portions are where you could still keep the floodplain connected. How you could extend the duration with the use of infrastructure, right? Really unwinding the impact of our infrastructure. It's not like we're doing something new, we created a problem. So how do we fix that problem? And I wanted to quantify this in water because that's how most of us talk about, using water to improve the environment or the fishery. And so those shaded areas that you have there are the times that you would need to add water. So those are periods of time where we could add enough water. If we release that from Shasta Reservoir, you could have the same contribution as if you had a notch. So if you go to the next slide. So this is a quantification. We have about 21 years of data that we're using to do this. And it tells you how much water it would take to replace that gate. So you can see in the 3 driest years, it starts at just over 100,000 acre feet of, replacement water from Shasta Reservoir. And it goes up to 300,000 in those driest years. And then you can see when it's wetter, that weir is constantly, either on the weir or flowing over. And so there's a lot of time when you could do that. And it can, the gate will equal, 400,000 or more acre feet of water that you'd have to release to create that functionality. But in VAs, we're not just talking about this, right? We're talking about on the Sacramento River also fallowing 25,000 acres to produce another 100,000 acre feet on top of this. So not only do we get the improved habitat connection from that, but then we have water to add on top of that to create additional flexibility. So when we talk about less water from, the voluntary agreements to produce the same sort of habitat or value for the fishery, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about fixing our system so that we change that flow to abundance curve to what it used to be, something more similar to a natural system. And then we're talking about adding VA flows on top of that. So I hadn't intended on speaking on something else, but I do want to touch on the critical years and water temperature. And I know you're surprised, but in California, this is not the only regulatory process we go through. We're also very involved in the renewal of the Central Valley Project, biological opinion. And as all of you know, our only location to spawn winter run salmon is below Shasta Reservoir. And the Bureau of Reclamation approached us, and when I say us, I mean the 130 water users on the Sacramento River and the Sacramento Valley, and said, there's about 15% of the years that we can't do anything about temperature unless we don't deliver you water, with our current system. And we'd like you to take a shortage. And we basically, there's lots of different reactions, but ultimately we came back to them and we suggested that if all of the fishery and water agencies from the state and federal government will agree to an accelerated program for winter run action plan, we're calling it, then we would agree to take that shortage for the next 10 years while we work on things that are critical to salmon. There's a thiamine deficiency right now that's killing 40% of our fish. There's 40% of our juveniles, typically. With climate change, we can't continue to spawn winter run below Shasta. It's in Redding. I don't know if you guys have been to the Redding in the summer, but we're having less and less cold water, even in the wetter years, and there's going to be times where it's not going to be successful. So, and we also think it's a good idea that these fish that naturally reared in the headwaters would return to those headwaters again. And so one of the other priorities is both Battle Creek and above Shasta Reservoir. accelerating those programs for alternative spawning. And we're talking about volitional passage to do those and making sure those get done quickly, because I don't think anybody from the CDFW director to National Marine Fisheries thinks we have time. So that shortage in critical years is 500,000 acre feet. It's fallowing 130,000 acres in the Sacramento Valley. It is going to be, it's going to be very devastating to our disadvantaged communities, to everybody in the valley. But we think if we can be successful with this winter run action plan in 10 years from now, we can have a functional spawning for winter run and spring run salmon, and that can return Sacramento Valley that doesn't get dried up. And so when you think about salmon recovery in the water quality control plan, please understand that there's lots of other activities that are happening outside of this. We do very passionately have a plan to recover salmon, and we desperately would love to have more people involved in that. So anyway, with that, I have an additional role here today to talk about flow flexibility. So if you go to the next slide. That's my closing slide. Next slide. So folks have talked about, how can you, have these blocks of water, but then use them differently depending on the year type, because there's different demands. And so we have an example here from the McCollum, and I'll throw out what Sacramento looks like as well at the end. But this flexibility allows us, the discretion to change on conditions that are in this system. And it's not discretionary on the water users, it's including, the fish agencies. They're the ones that are the experts on this. One thing that we want to make sure is clear is that the flows are always deployed, right? It's not like they get shifted back and then we don't have to give up that water. It's not the case. They're always deployed. That process for doing that is well defined in our governance document. It's transparent, and we want collaboration on that to make those decisions, and that's in both the tributary and system-wide governance. It takes certain operational constraints into account. So you heard Director Bonham talk about how complex these systems are. There's lots of water functionality in each of these rivers, and there's certain things that are, that are fixed, and we'll show you that in a graph here later. And there's certain things that we can add to, right? And so, and I think I've mentioned the last two, but I just want to highlight temperature considerations and shaping and timing have both come into play on this flexibility. So go ahead to the next. So this is speaking directly to the McCollum. Both Chinook salmon and steelhead are present. They have a joint settlement agreement in D1641 that currently describe their releases. The additional VA flows add to that. They prioritize spring releases. They support the delta goals, so the idea is that we're all being additive into a total delta flow. And then they inundate their new habitat, as you've heard others describe. They're designing their additional flows to activate that habitat. The flexibility is really to respond to, can we shift to spring release, within March to May? Does that make the most sense? Do we need to save water for the fall for attraction flows? And certainly accommodating temperature, right? So when you have the driest of dry years, if you drain the reservoir, you end up with temperature problems for spawning. And so all of those are things that we could respond to. And their proposal is listed there at the bottom, the different volumes of water, and then you have, 70 to 90% of that volume could be in the spring pulse flow block, and then some of it could be in the fall block. And then the next slide is sort of a picture of what that looks like, the types of trade-offs throughout the months of the year. So I'd like to just quickly add the Sacramento River, through cooperation of the Bureau of Reclamation in the 3-year types that we're making 100,000 acre feet available. We would fallow the water, and the Bureau of Reclamation, Carl Stock and his team have agreed to advance that water into the spring. We don't reduce our use until the summer. And so it's only through the cooperation with the Bureau that we can do something like that in the same year. They've also agreed that we've all also agreed that the fishery agencies and the state board, if there is a temperature concern, they would be the decision makers to hold that 100,000 acre feet in storage and release it later to help with temperature. And so I think we've been living in a temperature world through your order 90-5 certainly hasn't gone away. It's still be there, something that we're working with. And so temperature is on all of our minds all of the time. And so that's the type of flow flexibility we have on each of the tributaries, and hopefully that example helps.
All right, thank you. Next slide, please. I'm going to try and wrap us up here quickly. We did talk about a couple of additional water purchase programs that we have to help offset those needs that we would have in the dry and critically dry water year types. The first one here is it's a state program that was voted into legislation to provide benefit for native species in the Delta watershed. We're looking at that January through June period, and again with an emphasis on dry and critically dry water year types. And this is called their in-stream flow water purchase program. I think this is a really cool program in that it's got such a diverse portfolio. We're right now evaluating applications, so no decision's been made on what we will be funding. But we have applications that are a direct acquisition of in-stream flows, water rights, purchase of land that might include water rights as well as habitat benefits, infrastructure improvements. We're not putting all of our eggs into one proverbial basket. This is going to give us a lot of flexibility to really provide meaningful flows at the hardest times of year to provide those flows in dry and critically dry years. Next slide, please. The second of those flow purchase programs, this one is actually paid for by the water users. This is one of the contributions everybody is making as part of their contribution to the Voluntary Agreements program. We have two different mechanisms to provide these flows. The fixed price program, this is something that's pre-negotiated, it's contracted throughout the 8-year term. And then we have this market price program, and this would be more of a spot treatment on an as-needed basis, again, if we find ourselves in those difficult conditions and looking to buy additional flow. I want to point out all of the flow we'd be talking about, whether it's through these flow purchase programs or the PWA contributions themselves, everything is going to be additive and everything's going to be enforceable, and you're going to hear a lot more about that in the upcoming session. We're also going to manage all of these collectively. So whether they're the VA contributions themselves or something through these water purchase programs, we're going to make that same flow flexibility decision-making process to the extent possible, just to maximize benefits to species. This is not when it's convenient to the flow producers. Next slide, please. I'm going to try and wrap it up here. We are on this really aggressive pathway towards implementation. We have many thousands of acres of land ahead of us to implement, and it's going to be really tough to do without early coordination. So we've been working with the agencies to really identify which of those projects are going to require the most time and energy and effort, and you can translate that into funding to some degree, but also permitting. Thinking about some of those transformative projects in the North Delta Arc of Habitat, where we're looking to take 3,000 acres of land and really modify it to look completely different than it looks today. That's going to require not only a lot of funding, but a lot of collaboration on getting our permitting done so that we get this thing done and in the ground, or more adequately in the water, by the end of our 8-year term. We need to start now, and we have started now. We are taking advantage of ways to expedite these things wherever we can. CNRA and CDFW have this cutting green tape program. This is really going to help us with a lot of that critical path permitting issue that we tend to have with a lot of these big projects. We're also working with local entities and the rest of the permitting regulatory bodies that we need to make sure that we're not missing anything that might accelerate our implementation timeline. We talked about the early implementation projects earlier today, 33 projects in the ground, many hundreds of acres going in this year. These are all no regrets projects. We're never going to look back and say, we shouldn't have done that, no matter what the outcome is of what the board decides to adopt. And that's the tenor that we're taking. Next slide, please. So my remaining 1 minute and 40 seconds, we'll wrap it up here. We are looking at up to 750,000 acre feet of new flow. All this is additive. And 47,000 acres of habitat, and I actually think that number is growing as more and more people learn about the Voluntary Agreements program. We are having folks come and ask us, hey, I've got a property that may fit the bill. Are you interested? I want to highlight that all of those acreages are going to be designed to take advantage of the flows that we're providing. So these floodplain projects historically, we know provide a lot of benefits. Activation of the Fremont Weir, activation of the Tisdale Weir. The problem is historically, it doesn't happen very often. What we are doing, and you're going to hear more about this in day 2, we are designing all of our projects to meet a very strict design flow requirement so that we are going to see year after year inundation of these habitats. Everything is going to be science-backed, and it is going to be a very transparent process. We're going to talk about that in day 2 in our science panel. None of these decisions can be made in a vacuum. And then lastly, going to this immediate implementation. I think we all know that timing is of the essence here. We don't have the luxury of taking our foot off the pedal with the historic second closure of our salmon fishery. So we're doing all the steps that we need to take to make things happen now. Sense of scale, though, is important. I think Lewis kind of touched on it. The restoration program that we're proposing here, this is Everglades, right? This is restoration of Chesapeake Bay. Nothing has been attempted of this size, of this magnitude, and it's taking a lot of work. And so that's why we're kind of maybe getting ahead of ourselves a little bit with this early collaboration, but we're doing it with the best of intentions. So, thank you all. Almost made it.
Thank you all as well. I appreciate your time and the contributions here to the discussion. I do want to get on to our next panels here, but I just want to maybe ask a couple of quick questions. One, when it came to the development of what we all acknowledge is an important and complex interaction between flow and habitat, what were the tools that were used to really make an analysis of the tributaries and understand at what levels different inundation happened? Were there LiDAR scans that were done, if you will, new information to be able to really, as a basis, really start at a new understanding of that complexity and then be able to balance then and understand what flow assets would do on the landscape? Or were these a lot of projects that were maybe already being developed? Or was it, with new science and new information, I guess, is what I'm asking. Was that the basis for some of this work?
Yeah, it's going to be a diverse answer, unfortunately. In that development of our discharge habitat relationships, we certainly did all of that on the tributary level, right? There were new surveys done. But the projects that are on our project list, and we do have approximately, it's like 175 projects. So it's a lot of projects at varying degrees of design. A lot of them are in that early concept phase. You're going to hear, I believe it's session 4, where we talk about our non-flow measure accounting. A really deep dive in how we are going to develop those. We'll talk about not only our role, but the board's role and CFW's role in a design review process to make sure that those habitats are meeting the mark on being activated to the extent that we say they're going to be activated. We're also going to talk about in that same session how we're going to account for that. So we have a 3-step process that's going to make sure we built what we said we're going to build. It provided meaningful habitat at the ranges of flows in which we said it was going to provide habitat, and by habitat I mean suitable habitat, so not too deep, not too fast, et cetera. And then the 3rd step of that is going to be, are the fish actually responding and using it? And we're going to use that to inform the next project and the next project. So it will be an iterative process with a lot of flexibility and a lot of room for input.
I appreciate that. And I know, there will be more of a deep dive, but just to flag, the 750,000 acre feet, that of increased flow, what type of water year types are we looking at? And I hope, we'll see more complete graphs as to what that actual amount is, but that's probably the highest amount in a single year that we would potentially see, right?
You're going to see a deep dive in the very next panel. Yeah.
Figure as much. Okay.
Yeah.
And also, just lessons learned. Obviously, we have the CalFed program that precedes us both in environmental flows and a desire to kind of do more holistically, and just wondering to what extent, again, the interaction at least between flow and habitat that was informed by those previous endeavors.
Chairman Esquivel, I guess I would, so we're running the Floodplain Reimagine program that's, had 75 plus people involved thinking about criteria and design and how you do floodplains. But I would say that right now we sort of have the perfect carrot and the stick sort of approach with landowners that's giving us an unprecedented opportunity where folks are being cooperative. And frankly, with the floodplain habitat, we're trying to just simply maximize each acre. It's a little different animal than on river. But through that same program on river, we have taken the opportunity with different river flow events, and we've flown the river with LiDAR. We've taken a look at, where is the natural process still happening on channel, and we've had some amazing partnerships with like River Partners, and they're using that information to try to improve the on-channel habitat as well.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Looking to fellow board colleagues, Board Member Firestone, and then Vice Chair.
Thank you, and sorry I missed the first panel of the day, and I'm appreciative of the space that we have over today and the next few days to really deep dive and understand better what the proposals are. I guess I wanted to start with saying that the context that I see this work in is that we're talking about really significant trade-offs here, that we're looking at how we can best maximize the water resources that we have and manage this incredibly complex system in the reality that we have amongst many, many challenges. And what the VA's trying to do is wrestle with how can we really optimize water and to protect and ensure there's viable species, ultimately lead to restoration of, or at least salmon doubling, and also really minimize impacts that are very real across the state. And in some ways, it's like it's an experiment. It's saying, okay, we could just look at, the science seems really clear that there's a flow abundance relationship, but as your example put out, there's real benefits to habitat if they're coordinated, and there's ways that that habitat can make a little less water go further than it otherwise would. And I think you've done a great job of showing that. In our scientific basis report that was peer reviewed, and I think as the peer review comments we've gotten back in our public, that was really an effort to say, do we think there's a chance of success for what this proposal has put together in terms of wrestling with how do you manage all of those complexities and make sure that they're really integrated so will actually work? And is there enough water or enough type of habitat? And some of the things that the reviewers highlighted, I guess in relation, some of the big takeaways for me, I wanted to see if you could speak to a little bit. One of them is just, what the proposal is right now is far less flow, right? It's a lot less flow than what, if we were just looking at a flow framework would include. And so, as you said, a number of the reviewers recognize that there's real benefits to the habitat, this integration with habitat, but that it's really there's only a real chance for success if it's appropriately coordinated. And in particular, I think the examples that you gave really highlight that need for coordination and space and time and duration. Also that there needs to be adequate cover, complexity, temperature, and that the habitat portion, if we're focusing on habitat, that habitat needs to be at the carrying capacity for the species for habitat restoration to lead to population increases. So there's so many factors here that need to be tightly coordinated. And I'm wondering how you all are, some of this I think gets into some of the accounting pieces, but without getting into that, because I know we'll have more time, if you can talk more about how, right now the proposal doesn't have a temperature component, although I think all of you have recognized like temperature is in many areas the most controlling thing for flows that some of the tributaries are dealing with, and a huge critical portion of this. I think this would be true of any program of implementation, whether it's a VA or an unimpaired flow. There needs to be that recognition of the complexity and integration here. And I'm wondering if you could speak a little bit about how the framework that you all are proposing deals with that and can be transparent and accountable on how that those choices are made, and we set ourselves up for this to be successful and have its very best chance for success.
Yeah, so lots to unpack there. If I miss a question, I might need to ping you again. A couple of things on the maybe it was tied in uncertainty with flow and survival and where does habitat fit in, I think was the first part of your question, something like that. I'm harkening back to a study that we worked on in the mid-2000s as we were developing the Big Notch project for the inundation of the Fremont Weir. And we did a discharge survival model with USGS, and it was really interesting. What we found is one, it's a nonlinear relationship. As flow goes up, so does survival, but it wasn't a linear one-to-one ratio. But what we found was there were really two distinct signals that would happen. And so flow would increase and so would survival, until you hit this period where our flood bypasses would activate. And then survival would skyrocket and then plateau shortly after. So you weren't getting increased benefits beyond the activation of habitat. I think Lewis kind of touched on it. The way our system is set up now, you really couldn't see anything different, I think, in a flow survival relationship. There's just no other variables that we can account for. We have a river system that doesn't function like a real river. We don't have the ability for fish to get out into those off-channel habitats, escape predators, find food. So there's no other result that we would see with that kind of relationship. In fact, what we found with that flow study is survival was best when fish were fire hosed out so they could avoid those fish. Avoid predation. And we don't have any food, right? We've got a system where these fish are constantly on guard from predation, and there's no place for them to go and recover from that. There's no place for them to get out and feed. And so, yeah, under that scenario, you would see increases survivals as you push fish out faster. If we can inundate those habitats more frequently, I would, again, we won't know until after we build it and monitor it, but I think we would see a completely different signal.
Can I add to that? So maybe just a little insight into like what our world is like normally, because it'll help you, I think, understand our ability to coordinate. But I mentioned we have 130 diverters on the Sacramento River. We all input our diversions 7 days ahead. The Bureau is meeting with us weekly, and we're coordinating the releases from the Bureau of Reclamation and what we're going to be diverting. We're correcting on the back side of that. Within our agencies at RD 108, we're making deliveries every day. We're scheduling that throughout the district. Our landowners actually can see their water use on their phone. I mean, this is our world that we're living in already, is just structured. It's all about water. And so to me, adding on sort of the operation from the environmental perspective is just very natural. It's not something that's part of our, it's going to be brand new or strange, right? I mean, we're drowning in that world right now. It's very detailed, it's very coordinated, and I think we're very good at it.
Can I add to that just a little bit too? So this, the American's a little bit different, but very similar in some respects. And I would just say that, for our tributary, there's the American River Group that's been meeting for quite some time now. It's a group of, regulatory agencies that confer on, flow recommendations and things like that related to the American based on species, presence, life stages, what's actually happening real time in the river. They're coordinating. Folks attend those meetings that are, it's a broad swath of folks from the Water Forum, NGOs, water agencies. So, kind of, I think tearing off of what Lewis said, I think a lot of these things are going to naturally fit within those existing constructs in some respects. So, these aren't going to be new coordination elements for us. A lot of this is all going to kind of integrate into the bigger system. So, and I just wanted to tag on something just because I think it's important to note. You kind of were talking a little bit about trade-offs. I think a couple folks were kind of mentioning trade-offs. And, I think this is a bit of a deviation, but I just want to make a note of it because we keep talking about like temperature, for example, and what does that look like? Just as a comparative for Folsom and the American River, and this is a general rule of thumb, so this is not like an all case, all scenario thing, but just to kind of like put something out there for you, for every end of May situation where we have 70,000 acre feet less of storage in Folsom, that equates to 1 degree of warming of the cold water pool. So, the more water you have that gets released out of the reservoir in the early spring, it doesn't build up by the end of May. You've lost that opportunity for a cold water pool, and that's a huge impact to the lower American River fishery. So I just want to throw that out there because I think it's a good reference point when we're talking specifically about, when we're thinking about trade-offs. Temperature is just one, but there's a bunch, and I just wanted to kind of put that out there as a context.
Director Firestone, there's so many different things I want to say with your question, and but I just want to point out, I heard accountability in there, or how are we going to ensure success? Look at the excitement of the five of us just wanting to answer your question. We want to see this get done. I've been working with a group of many public water agencies over the past several years trying to get this prepared and get this proposal as a package to push forward, and we all want to see it be successful because we're invested in it and we're excited about it. And beyond that, I'm seeing like a new generation and a new way of doing things of leaders in the water world. And a lot of this has to do with, folks retiring and moving on and moving to different positions and others coming up. And you're looking at a subset of the water managers that are going to actually see this through. We're going to be in our careers here long enough to see it through, and we're excited about it. And the agency folks that we're dealing with, I'm talking about NIMS and CDFW and the other NGOs, we're seeing a new crop of leaders come up that want to work together in a different way. And we're seeing that. And I know this may not directly answer your question about accountability on paper with a number or a metric, but the feeling that we have about how we're going to move these things forward, and we've actually seen it with some of the projects we've installed and some of the projects we're currently planning, they're on landscape scale. They're not just to check the box to meet a mitigation requirement and permit. These are forward thinking, we've got to think landscape scale and get things done and benefit these species. So I just want to look at the collaboration and the excitement we're seeing in a new way of doing things.
Maybe if I've got 30 seconds to add. Kind of rounding it out, I think Tanya and Willie, I'm probably one of the few folks that also grew up on Clear Lake. I remember the hitch, Clear Lake hitch, and I think the Pomo tribe, the Big Valley tribe was talking about that. I remember that as a kid. I didn't appreciate the value. I thought this was amazing in spring, seeing all these hundreds of fish come up the different tributaries. And I thought that was amazing. That's actually, one, as well as restoration when I was a kid, that really got me into the career I've been at. And so I think that really ties into Willie, in the sense that we're water professionals, but in a sense, we're very passionate about what we do. Tying in a little bit, I think, in this balance, and again, I'm hoping that the board will hear from some of our political members from Solano County, because we shared, again, with the Bay Delta Plan update and what that meant to Solano County. Our water supply agencies, and really our cities, particularly Vallejo, Fairfield, these are disadvantaged communities. These are not wealthy Silicon Valley, and certainly not ripping Silicon Valley in any way. These are blue-collar, diverse working communities. they were in shock. I mean, these are things, they're not worried about water, they're worried about crime and police, and they're worried about, homeless and many other issues. And so this was really a shock, and I had a chance to share with several of our city council members, and the councilors were really, again, something that really hit them. And again, we're hoping, again, some of our mayors can share that. Some of our city council members hopefully will be able to share that. And I think it's a balance of really, again, California's water stressed. How do you balance this scarce resource where, people need water to survive, the agricultural community needs water to grow food, the environment needs water. And that's, again, I think really the challenge that this board is in. And specifically in Lower Puda Creek, one of the things we've learned is we continue to learn. We saw in 2021 a major fish kill. We end up having our agency drive across 2 or 3 counties to really better understand how the tow drain works, the importance of the YOLO bypass. And so I think, again, we continue to learn. I think across all of our agencies, we can't sit in silos. Solano can't just sit in Solano County. We work closely with YOLO, Napa, Lake, and others. And so I think, again, I think there's a lot of passion, and I think, again, it's trying to, again, make the best decisions possible with a very, scarce resource, and really learn in each of our systems. So, again, thank you for letting me share that.
Thanks. Can I just have one follow-up? Somewhat related. It's just, you talked about the work and, really appreciative of the leadership from the settlement contractors on foregoing contract water in a really significant way during this last drought, and mention that there's some agreement around for the next few years as you're moving forward. I'm really, I continue to find myself stuck on this. Again, this is true for all programs of implementation, not just the VA. But why not include temperature in here? Because it is such a driving factor when thinking about flows and timing. And it just so significantly impacts what we're going to see. That it seems like, and I understand there's complexities and there's a separate process. So the intent is not to say replace that other process, but especially the benefit of something like a voluntary agreement is that it can bring together these different spaces. If you're already doing a voluntary agreement around temperature for 10 years, and this is an agreement for 8 years, why not bring that into this so that we can see that integration more explicitly? I don't know enough about it, but this is true for many things, that there's a number, this whole system has so many different regulatory and contractual processes that intersect with it. But right now we're talking about flows and understanding what's actually going to go down the river, what's going to get wet, and temperature management is such a huge driver on that, as you all, really almost everybody, I think, highlighted. So it just seems like we need to see that somehow reflected. And again, I don't think that's only true for VA. I think that's just as true for, unimpaired flows or anything else. It's just very hard to separate. And so really I'm wondering, is there something for, not to put you on the spot on that particular thing, but is there a reason why you wouldn't, especially if it's a sort of voluntary short-term agreement, include something like that in what's the broader program that around what you're doing with temperature?
So let me just share with you probably more than my attorneys would love for me to share with you. So I've heard multiple times that we're not including temperature. I mean, I think what we're saying is we are, right? I mean, the water that we're contributing would be used to benefit temperature. And some of the years we don't have problems with temperature, right? So we modeled the VAs, and of the 3 years that we contribute water, it's only the dry year where we typically have temperature problems. And so that's why we've said, well, in a dry year, the fish agencies need to do this, right? They can hold the water and benefit temperature, so that's how it's associated. So the other agreement is in development, and it's part of the program for the biological opinions, and they're not done. The process right now, it'll be an alternative for all 130 contractors to decide if they want to challenge what's being proposed or if they want to sign on and cooperate. So we don't have a firm commitment on that deal. If you ask me my opinion, I would say I think it's going to happen. It's a frustrating part, I think, of the world that we live in. You know, I wish, you know, we've been working on this for 6 months, and boy, it's controversial, right? I mean, our county supervisors, they're freaking out, right? They don't know what to do. This is terrible for our communities, right? But it may be the best way for us to solve problems. So the short answer is that can't be a firm commitment in the voluntary agreements. We just have to point to that possibility because it's not done. And until we have a signed biological opinion and a ROD, we actually can't sign the agreement as a public entity to finalize that. And so that's probably going to happen about the same time that VAs are completed. So it'll probably be it'll probably be the end of this year, probably be just before you guys make a final decision. So you would be able to see the results of those decisions before you make your final decision. You see how they complement each other for us.
Yeah. One of the things that we want to get out of this is that kind of feedback. So not only from the board and board staff, but also members of the public. That I don't think it's too late to find ways to incorporate certain things. A lot of our flow flexibility brackets would allow us to shift rather than making deployments earlier in the year, maybe the fall of the year. And nothing is chiseled in stone either. So we will have those triennial reports or really big evaluations showing progress. And if we identify that, you know, we're hitting the mark on habitat, we're hitting the mark on some of these earlier flow releases, we need to do something more in the summer and fall months. We can revisit all of those flow brackets. Talk about upsetting attorneys, Lewis. Hopefully I didn't do the same thing there, but we are looking for that kind of input.
Really appreciate that and appreciate the good questions from fellow board colleague. You know, I just want to emphasize, you know, as I said before, we certainly have the Endangered Species Act out there, and that's, you know, one of the tools that, I mean, since the mid-90s when the Bay Delta Plan was last updated, really became the controlling, you know, regulatory process by which we were trying to get a handle on this extinction crisis we're in the middle of. The opportunity we have here with Porter Cologne and our broader authorities is to expand the aperture of what is otherwise, you know, an emergency room approach to managing this crisis. And so to just back up the board members' points, you know, this is our opportunity to see the forest for the trees amongst these efforts. I think we saw that in some of the slides that were provided at the first VA party panel here, where there is a whole, whether it's Clean Water Act or, you know, a series of other laws and regulations, that now is our time to better make sure we're getting the full benefit of them all by having some vision across them. So just appreciate the good questions from the board member. We go to the vice chair.
I'll try and make it quick because Board Member Firestone, you actually raised a point that I was going to ask some questions on. So I guess I'll just say that I've always been a big fan of flow, non-flow, and this is a great opportunity to get more detail on how the program would work. So I'm feeling, generally speaking, very confident. But where I continue to have some angst and where I think you're going to hear ongoing comments is in critically dry years. And so I think you teed up the conversation really well, and so did you, Board Member McGuire, earlier. And so I'm just thinking that where, I think you called it the brackets, the flow brackets, whether it's in this discussion or over the course of the next few days, I think you're going to have to hit this one a little harder on critically dry years, coming back into whether it's through other processes that are outside. You know, of course, we're going to have 90-5. We have emergency reg authority. It's not anything we're thrilled about, but helping to connect the dots for us on these other processes that, as the chair said, you know, it's the emergency room, and this is intended to help us avoid that. We know we're still going to have those authorities. So I think telling the story about how all these pieces connect and then looking at, and maybe the next panel is going to do this for us, but looking at those critically dry years, I think you mentioned that, well, even in critically dry years, you still have the habitat, but the whole point here is flow, non-flow, connecting that habitat. So if you don't have enough flow, what's the plan? Are you, with those water purchases, really going to hone in on those key areas? The American River it has some critically dry year approaches. So do, I know we're not here to talk about Tuolumne, but I think they've got their critically dry year. And then for those that don't, how are you targeting the flow purchases so that you can get a bigger bang for the buck in those years? And so that's something that I think we're all going to be anxious to hear more about in the coming days. And then the other thing too is, I know that we've already had the science discussion, in previous workshops, but how to tell, it to the extent that you're relying on in critically dry years, there's so many limiting factors. So if you are, tell us that so that we can hear from others that, might have a challenge. I know there's this concept about tweener years, that you really get that bounce back, after critically dry years, when you have a good wet year or a normal year, that's when, if that's what you're relying on, then tell us that that's what you're relying on. And then if, in particular, the thiamine issue is so much more limiting in critically dry years, invasive species, predation, whatever it is, I think we just need to hear more from you about that strategy.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Any other comments, questions from colleagues? Seeing none, thank you. And what we can do is move to then the Save California Salmon panel, and would invite up folks for that. And I believe you can either remain seated, go ahead and remain seated, and I think the three panelists can join here up as well, just so that an opportunity for some exchange amongst us. After that, we will have our Defenders of Wildlife and Friends of the River panel join as well. Okay, they are all virtual, so great. And just a note on timing, we are running a good bit behind here, but try to make up time. I know there's 30 minutes built in for board discussion, and we have a good amount of that here right now, so just appreciate everyone. And with our next panel, virtual panel here, not sure who amongst our three will go first, but welcome to do so. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. So Willie, I'm Pomo Paiute tribal person, and I am the staff attorney for Save California Salmon. I'm just doing the quick introduction for our panel today. We do have a sort of mixed topic panel due to scheduling and availability. But I will go ahead and introduce our panelists here today, and if there is extra time, I'll provide additional comments. Our first panelist is going to be Les Marston. He's a Cahuilla Indian with more than 45 years of experience representing Indian tribal governments and individuals. Mr. Marston has litigated a variety of cases on behalf of Indian tribes, both state and federal courts, including major impact cases in the areas of hunting and fishing rights and breaches of trust by the U.S. government for mismanagement of tribal resources, among many other issues. He has an extensive resume, including much litigation experience, serving as a judge, serving as a city attorney, and a multitude of other accomplishments. And then our second panelist will be Tom Stokely, who is a salmon and water policy consultant and expert. He has specialized in salmon and water policy, specifically for the Trinity River, and has extensive water law and legislative experience. He previously worked as the principal planner with the Natural Resources Division of Trinity County for 23 years. And he also worked as a water policy analyst and for the California Water Impact Network, which included work on Trinity Restoration Program and the Delta Plan and other programs and projects. And with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Marston.
Well, thank you, Will. Hopefully everybody can hear me.
And thank you. And thank you, Ms. Willie. Appreciate it.
As Ms. Willie stated, I've been doing this for 46 years. Many of you just thought I was young and handsome. I'm actually old, and I've been defending tribal sovereignty for a long time. I've been tasked today with the responsibility of discussing consultation with Indian tribes, and I've been given a vast amount of time, 10 minutes, in order to do that. So let me get started. What some of you might not be aware of is that there are approximately 110 Indian tribes in the state of California. California has more Indian tribes within the state than any other state of the Union. There are approximately 113 Indian reservations located within the state. And within the boundaries of those reservations are lands that are owned by the United States of America and trust for the tribe. There are federally owned lands like U.S. Forest Service lands or BLM lands. There are state-owned lands. There are city and county-owned lands. And there is also individual privately owned lands. There is approximately 635,000 acres of lands owned by the United States of America and Trust for Indian Tribes within the boundaries of Indian reservations within this state. And there is close to 1 billion acres of land within the boundaries of those Indian reservations. Within those reservations, there are some of the state's major rivers and lakes. Portions of the Klamath, Colorado, Eel, San Luis Rey, Santa Margarita, Sacramento, and Lake Havasu, to name just a few, are located within the boundaries of Indian reservations. The tribes have a federal right to use the surface and groundwaters that are located above, below, and which flow through their reservations. Those water rights are governed by federal and tribal law, not by state law. Let me repeat that. Those rights are governed by federal and tribal law, not by state law. In fact, tribal water rights are not subject to state court jurisdiction under the McCarran Amendment. The state courts have no jurisdiction to adjudicate any right, title, or interest in Indian water rights pursuant to Public Law 280, which is found in 28 U.S.C. Section 1360. The tribe's water rights are governed by the doctrine of prior appropriation. Under that doctrine, the tribes have a priority to use their reservation waters over all other water users as of the date of the creation of the reservation. And for most tribes within the state, that date is March 1st, 1853, when Congress in the 1853 statute reserved all lands within the state under the occupancy of Indian tribes from being declared lands in the public domain. The tribes are entitled to as much ground and surface waters as are necessary to fulfill the purposes for which the reservation was created. And at a minimum, the courts have held that includes enough water to meet its residential housing needs, its reasonable commercial needs, to irrigate practical irrigable acreage on the reservation, preserve endangered species habitats, maintain wildlife and fishery habitats, and maintain sacred and ceremonial sites. As the original occupiers of the land that the Creator gave the tribes have a sovereign governmental right and the authority to manage their own lands under their own laws, and they intend to do just that. They intend to manage their resources free of state regulation and control. If the state and its water districts that are created under state law want to properly manage the state's water resources on a sustained yield basis, then it's my opinion that they need to develop and implement a meaningful consultation policy with the tribes so that together, the state, the water districts, and the tribes can ensure the sustainability of our most precious resource, water. Because for the tribes, water is life. If the state fails to do so, then it's going to have to live with the consequences, which I can assure you, having a vast majority of my practice has been litigation against the United States government to ensure that the United States government lives up to its trust responsibility, and litigation against the states and cities and counties who attempt to infringe on the tribe's sovereign rights. So those consequences will mean that the tribes will be filing more lawsuits in federal court to quantify their rights to major river systems like the Eel and the Sacramento. And I can't believe that the state wants to get involved in general stream adjudications of the Sacramento and Eel and other major water systems. I've been representing the Chemehuevi Indian tribe since 1977 in a small general stream adjudication of what's called the Colorado River in a case called Arizona versus California. And I can tell you the cost to litigate that case are tremendous. So the tribes are going to do what's necessary to protect their groundwater from overpumping, prevent the diversion of water away from their Indian reservations, protect their fish and wildlife, and to protect their habitat. For many tribes, and I'm sure many of you are aware of this, fish is not a resource for the tribes. It's a way of life. And they're going to maintain that way of life. And that means maintaining flows during critical up and out migration of salmon, maintaining water temperatures necessary for spawning, maintaining water levels necessary for the continuation of fish and wildlife species. And for the tribes, that means maintaining their way of life. The tribes will fight and defend and do anything that's necessary to preserve their way of life. So for these reasons, I encourage the state and its water districts to begin consulting with the tribes in a meaningful way. And that means consulting with the tribes in the development of policy, not after the policy has already been developed and put out for comment, but consulting with the tribes at the ground level, at the very beginning. The state needs to work with the tribes in a government-to-government relationship so that the tribes and the state's precious water resources and watersheds can be maintained on a sustained yield basis for ourselves and for future generations. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that anybody has that would fall under the topic, anything I want to know about an Indian tribe but was afraid to ask.
Thank you, Mr. Marston. Mr. Stokely.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. If you could put my presentation up, great. I'm Tom Stokely with Save California Salmon and an expert on the Trinity River with over 40 years of experience. And I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you via Zoom because it's a long ways to go to talk for 10 minutes. As you can see on the right side of this slide, language from the 1955 Trinity River Act that authorized construction and operation of the Trinity River Division of the CBP. The requirement is to preserve and propagate Trinity River fish and wildlife. It's a clear federal mandate that the Bureau of Reclamation and you continually fail to abide by. I'm here to talk to you about how the voluntary agreements will harm the Trinity River, which already lacks adequate temperature protection from excessive diversions to the Sacramento River. The failure to protect the Trinity River harms two tribes in California with federally reserved fishing and water rights, the Hoopa Valley Tribe and the Yurok Tribe. They are not parties to the voluntary agreements, nor are Trinity, Humboldt, and Del Norte counties, which are counties of origin for the Trinity River Division. The VAs will doom efforts to restore the Klamath River despite dam removal and will waste millions of dollars of taxpayer and ratepayer dollars. Next slide, please. According to your substitute environmental document, the Trinity River doesn't exist. While it acknowledges that the Trinity River provides on average over 600,000 acre-feet a year to the Sacramento River, the project maps fail to show the Trinity River. Shame. Next slide, please. Just to remind you that the Trinity River exists, this is a modified 1952 conceptual drawing of the Trinity River Division of the Central Valley Project. It includes Trinity, Lewiston, and Whiskeytown dams, as well as the Clear Creek and Spring Creek tunnels. Trinity River Water produces power through 4 different power plants on its way to the Sacramento River. This diversion really does exist. Next slide, please. Appendix G contains these graphs that show Trinity Lake storage in April and September. The little green line, while it doesn't look very far to the left of the other lines, it does clearly show that the voluntary agreements will use additional water from storage in Trinity Lake, which will impact downstream temperatures, although a full analysis in the SED is sorely lacking. Next slide, please. While there are North Coast Basin Plan temperature objectives for the Trinity River, as well as limited protections to meet some of those Basin Plan temperature objectives contained in Water Right Order 90-5, they do not in any way protect Trinity River Chinook and federally and state threatened coho salmon. Trinity Spring Chinook are also a state threatened species. The 60-degree Fahrenheit North Coast Basin Plan summer temperature objective is to protect migrating and holding spring Chinook, but it has not been implemented into Water Right Order 90-5, and the 56-degree Fahrenheit temperature requirements in 90-5 are to protect spawning and incubating coho and Chinook. They fail miserably. Next slide, please. As you can see in this graph, meeting the 56-degree Fahrenheit temperature requirement in Water Right Order 90-5 killed the vast majority of Trinity River hatchery coho-eyed salmon eggs in 2021. I'm told it killed 75% of them, while still complying with Water Right Order 90-5. If you look at the top, that 12 degrees centigrade is 53.5 degrees, and it killed 95% of the coho eggs at that temperature. You are allowing, through Water Right Order 90-5, an unpermitted take of a federally listed species. The requirement for coho should be 48 to 50 degrees for coho eggs. And in addition, the 56-degree temperature requirement is inadequate to protect spring and fall Chinook spawners and their eggs. It should be no more than 53.5 degrees Fahrenheit. I will also add that that also applies to the 4 runs of salmon on the Sacramento River. So not only are you taking Trinity fish, but you're also taking winter run Chinook and spring Chinook, which are in dire straits. And you'll have to excuse my cynicism, but in 1989, I attended hearings on Water Quality Order 8918, and again in 1990 for Water Right Order 90-5. At that time, 34 to 35 years ago, the board committed that full temperature protection for the Trinity River would be provided, but it's unfortunately just another of many broken promises about the Trinity River. As evidenced by the state board's 2023 response to a complaint by a gentleman by the name of Michael Palmer that the Bureau of Reclamation isn't meeting North Coast Basin Plan and Water Right Order 90-5 Trinity River temperature objectives, there's virtually no protection for Trinity River salmon unless reclamation is actively diverting water to the Sacramento River for temperature control. Even then, the state board fails to enforce the requirement of Water Right Order 90-5 to require a report from reclamation for Trinity River temperature exceedances. To the best of my knowledge, no report has ever been filed. Both the North Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board and the state board have repeatedly told us that there are not adequate resources to update the temperature objectives or implement a Water Right Order that would fully protect Trinity River fish. And now you want to take more water from the Trinity River for the voluntary agreements. Shame on you. State Water Board enforcement of Water Right Order 90-5 is so bad that when Reclamation comes out with its annual Sacramento River Temperature Management Plan, they don't even include a prediction of whether or not they will meet the 56-degree temperature requirements for the Trinity River. Reclamation knows that the Water Board turns a blind eye to their decimation of the Trinity River. The VAs in this process will further exacerbate the blind eye by perpetuation of the blatant disregard of the public trust, the tribal trust, and federal requirements to protect and restore the Trinity River. Next slide, please. There's a 2017 Bureau of Reclamation record of decision to provide additional Trinity and Lewiston Dam releases to prevent a repeat of the massive 2002 fish kill on the Lower Klamath River, in which 65,000 adult salmon and countless other fish died. Taking more water out of the Trinity River for the VAs will ultimately deplete the cold water storage in Trinity Lake. The success of the Klamath Dam removal effort, as well as the multi-million-dollar Trinity River restoration program, will be for naught. Next slide, please. Since 2003, over 335,000 acre-feet of Trinity River water has been released to the Lower Klamath River to prevent another fish kill, of which you see the results here of that 2002 fish kill. When your VAs and ongoing CVP operations and Water Right Order 90-5 finally deplete the last drop of cold water in Trinity Lake, not only will Trinity salmon suffer, but it will decimate Klamath River fish, along with tribal, commercial, recreational fishermen and women. The Trinity and Klamath Fall Chinook stocks are managed as one stock, so if you kill off the Klamath fish, you're killing off fishing for Trinity River fish as well. This last slide is the future of the Trinity and Klamath Rivers under the VAs and the governor's salmon plan, which I might add is pure political hucksterism. Please protect the Trinity and Klamath Rivers by rejecting the VAs and providing adequate and enforceable temperature requirements placed on the Bureau of Reclamation's Trinity River water permits before you take any further action. You should follow the lead from the site's project authority to avoid undermining their project with Trinity River impacts. The site's water right application contained a condition that prohibits filling site's reservoir with Trinity water. They knew better than to undermine their project by going up against the Trinity River, so they voluntarily agreed to protect the Trinity River from diversions to site's reservoir. That's the kind of voluntary agreement that you need to implement. There are many reasons for you not to approve the VAs. However, ultimately, your disregard for the protection of the Trinity River, its tribes, its cultures, endangered species, the public trust, the tribal trust, and the people who depend on the Trinity River will be one of the most powerful legal arguments to quash the VAs in the courts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Stokely. Ms. Willie, I think you had indicated you might have some comment. Glad to take it. We have time for it for sure.
I think that's okay. I'll save those for my individual comments later on, since we're behind already today.
Thank you. That's appreciated. Looking to fellow board colleagues if there's any questions or comments for this panel. And seeing none, thank you again. Really appreciate the time and participation, virtual or otherwise, here, and look forward to what I know will be further discussion here with you all. Next, I'd like to go now then to our next panel, which will be Defenders of Wildlife and Friends of the River. Invite you both up. Thank you. Thank you both. Good to see you again.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel, Vice Chair Diodamo, board members and staff. Hello again. My name is Ashley Overhouse. I'm the Water Policy Advisor with Defenders of Wildlife. And I am very grateful to your staff for all of my various different PowerPoints that I've been sending to them over the last week or so. So thank you so much for putting this one up. I would like to start with a response to some of the passion that was really eloquently conveyed during this panel for both non-flow measures, but habitat restoration and the potential it could give a healthier, more resilient landscape. Defenders of Wildlife is one of the most supportive proponents of habitat restoration and non-flow measures. And it definitely is not an either or for us. And we really do believe that this is a fundamental and important question to ask about how non-flow and flow measures could be integrated into this regulatory and complex landscape. So I want to start this panel with describing my good intentions as well, that we want to be here to really understand more. And then I also want to start with a thank you. In terms of order, it was actually really helpful to have some of the board discussion before our panel, because that helps inform my presentation, and some of my concerns have already been articulated, I think. And so I just wanted to help save us some time. Over the next 2 slides, I have already really expressed in the past and in other presentations and written comments as well, but our concerns with more of the details of actual integration of the flow and non-flow measures and the details that you requested are something that defenders would like to see as well. So thank you. Next slide, please. So this is the first of those 2 slides I was talking about. This text is literally directly taken from a presentation given last December by some of our colleagues. These were conclusion slides, so I think they're fundamental to understand our concerns with the actual integration methodology, that we believe that fundamentally, similar to Board Member Firestone, that there is just inadequate amount of flow. And so really understanding how flow can be additive in critically dry years, especially sequence of critically dry years, is something that we would like to learn more about, because I think that our fundamental concern that there's just not an adequate amount of flow here underpins the whole entire discussion of adequate integration of flow and non-flow measures. Next slide, please. So here I've actually linked the YouTube presentations recording by the Water Board. Thank you again for making that public for us, by the Nature Conservancy, San Francisco Baykeeper, and the Bay Institute from December 1st. I think they really give a lot of these points really eloquently in a short amount of time, I promise. I think that that's really a good summary, and we can go more into that tomorrow in our science panel, and as well as the next day in our governance panel as well. Next slide, please. So additionally to those fundamental concerns, one of the things that I noticed in the new materials was that the VA relies on this assumption that a lot of the benefits for proposed or planned non-flow measures will be available day one of the 8-year term of the voluntary agreements. And while there's a timeline in one of those new documents, I would like to hear more potentially in more detail, similar to what board members have already raised, about how they would account for some of those benefits not being realized, even with the really wonderful early implementation projects that we've already seen, as some of those examples were articulated for you earlier. I think that our number one concern with that is that, as structured, if there's not additive and meaningful flow, integration requires the board to basically accept scientifically inadequate proposals or risk rescission of the voluntary agreements altogether without a proper regulatory backstop. That's in summary. Overall, based on our review so far of all the VA materials, Friends of the River and Defenders of Wildlife believe that the integration of flow and non-flow measures will not achieve the Bay Delta Plan goals and objectives. And given the short amount of time we have to review the new materials and the short amount of time we have to today, I want to cede the rest of my time to my colleague at Friends of the River, Keiko Mertz, who will focus on the Yuba River Accord. For those not aware, one of the VA proponents is Yuba Water Agency, as we heard earlier. And Keiko and I have actually had the privilege of working in the Yuba River watershed as part of the South Yuba River Citizens League. We were both members of that organization at different times, while some of those restoration projects were actually being developed. So with that, we thought it would be beneficial for the board to hear more information about our experience with that particular voluntary agreement as it informs both the non-flow and flow measures considered in the Bay Delta voluntary agreement proposal, as well as the flow regime, of course.
Is it on? Okay. So good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. Just as a reminder, I'm Keiko Mertz, Policy Director of Friends of the River. And today my presentation is going to tell a little bit of an uncomfortable story. I want to emphasize I'm really not trying to beat up on anyone here, but really trying to highlight the risks that are inherent in self-governance and voluntary processes. Next slide. So first I want to start by acknowledging that not all agreements are created equal. I really didn't plan this, but you guys heard about the Water Forum and the American River and also about the Yuba River earlier. And so I just want to go into a little bit more detail. The Water Forum Agreement deals with many aspects of water management in the American River watershed and is focused on the co-equal goals of water supply and environmental values. It was developed through a collaborative and inclusive process which prioritized trust and included the community and environmental NGOs. It also gave them power in negotiating outcomes. The first agreement took about 7 years to negotiate, and Friends of the River is a founding and senior member in the forum and currently participating in negotiations that should lead to a major update to the agreement. During the past 24 years of implementation of the agreement, the Water Forum process has resulted in meaningful efforts to balance water scarcity, competing interests, environmental stress, and population growth. The Water Forum Agreement is an exception in water management and is used even as a case study in academic settings. It's a process to learn from and to strive to achieve. The success of the Water Forum and the American River Voluntary Agreement, which is informed by the Water Forum process, is unique. Many elements of success in the American River watershed is not replicated in other watersheds in the VA proposal. And by contrast, the Yuba River, governed by the Lower Yuba Accord, which is the focus of this presentation, has failed to meet its objectives. You can advance the slide. So you folks had a bit of an overview earlier, so I'll skip through some of this. But what I really want to highlight is that the intent of the Accord is to restore and sustain Yuba fisheries, including salmon and steelhead. You can advance the slide. Thank you. So today my presentation is focused on one part of the Yuba Accord, which is the fisheries agreement. It established a flow schedule, funding for a river management team, and a fund for research and restoration. And as you heard earlier, the signatories are Yuba Water Agency, CDFW, and a few NGOs, which include my organization, Friends of the River. Next slide. So one key component of the Yuba Accord is the flow schedule, which was incorporated into Yuba Water Agency's water rights. This table is really busy, and for the purpose of this presentation, detail is really not important. What I want you to take away is that the Accord has schedule years similar to water year types, though they're not perfectly aligned. And each month has a designated flow target within a schedule year. And as the schedule year increases, flows generally decrease. Next slide. So now we're going to look at the Yuba Accord. I had a big typo here. It's actually 16 years later. I'm sorry, I was tired preparing these slides. And now that we've had an overview, I'm going to share progress of achieving its objectives. Next slide. So this is a plot of adult Chinook salmon escapement on the lower Yuba River from 1953 to 2022. The blue bars are escapement. The orange highlights drought years. The black across the top is the anadromous fish restoration program doubling goal. And the blue dotted line that runs across the plot shows a long-term trend of population decline. Next slide. So the red circle here indicates years of escapement after implementation of the Accord began. As you can see, escapement during this time period has been critically low and for the most part has been much lower than the long-term trend line. Next slide. And for your reference, I've included the data sources for this plot here. They can also be found in my written comments on the staff report. Every table you see here and fact is cited there, and I'm happy to share afterward those comments again. Next slide. So here's another way of looking at the status of salmon and steelhead on the Yuba River. This table shows decline compared to historic run size, which is an estimate of pre-settlement run size. The recent data on here is from 2021, and like I said, cited in my comments. Spring run Chinook salmon have declined 99.7%, with only 439 individuals returning that year. And Central Valley steelhead declined 98 to 99%, with only 91 individuals returning that year. Next slide. So we've seen that salmonid populations on the Yuba River are at critical lows, and thus the Yuba Accord is not achieving its goal of restoring and sustaining salmon and steelhead. I'm now going to zoom out from the Accord a bit to discuss other related water management on the Yuba River. YWA's license to operate its hydropower project includes an annual pulse flow requirement in January with the intent of attracting spawning adult steelhead into the Yuba River. Without the pulse flow, steelhead could miss the environmental cue to enter the Yuba River. However, YWA serially seeks to forego this flow requirement through requests to FERC, which is a federal energy regulator, which grants these requests. What's really interesting is that in these supposed times of low supply, Yuba Water Agency profits greatly from water sales. And that's what you can see here in the table before you. The water sales that are bold and red are the water sales from the years that Yuba Water Agency requested and received that flow variance. So this really appears to us as strong evidence that despite its claims to FERC, YWA indeed had enough water to provide this ecologically significant pulse flow. Next slide. Next, I want to share with you a quick analysis I did of how the Yuba VA asset would layer onto the Yuba Accord flow schedule. According to the draft voluntary agreement strategic plan, 100 acres of restored floodplain habitat on the Yuba would be activated at flows of 2,000 CFS. And just a quick floodplain biology lesson for this board in case you haven't had it 1,000 times. Floodplains must be inundated for a minimum of 3 weeks to be activated. That amount of time allows the floodplains to, the food chain to develop and basically turn into a hearty, nutritious soup. Next slide. So here's the Accord flow schedule again, and as you can see, in most months and years, there's a pretty big deficit between Yuba Accord flows and that 2,000 CFS inundation flows in almost all water year types and months. The only month there is May of Schedule 1 years that achieves inundation flows naturally. As you heard earlier, the VA flow asset is 50,000 acre feet, which can do little to make up the difference between Yuba Accord flows and floodplain inundation flows to meet that 3-week activation time period. Next slide. So the bottom line is really that the Yuba VA asset can't augment floodplain inundation for a biologically meaningful period of time during salmon out migration, except for April of Schedule 1 years. There is no other time the Yuba VA asset alone can make up the difference between Yuba Accord flows and the flows needed to activate the floodplain. This really highlights the nexus between flow and habitat on the Yuba, and at least to me, demonstrates that the floor right now is too low. I'll also add this analysis is in a really confusing table I made in my staff report comments. If folks want to go over it at some point, I'm available for that. Next slide, please. So that brings me to my next point, which is the regulated should not self-regulate. Though water agencies and major water users have claimed that participation in the VAs is in good faith. Many consistently work to avoid regulation in other forums. This pattern is certainly not unique to Yuba Water Agency, and again, I'm really not trying to beat up on anyone. But the examples I have for you today are from the Yuba River watershed. As I mentioned earlier, there's the example of trying to forego the pulse flow for steelhead frequently. On the Yuba, there's currently a fishway proposal, Nature Like Fishway. You folks might have heard of it, and essentially it would trade flow for infrastructure. YWA also sought and received waiver of this board's authority to issue a Clean Water Act 401 certification on its largest hydropower project. Luckily, that was overturned in litigation. And YWA also sued to challenge this board's 401 certification for that hydropower project. That brings me to my final thoughts, which are the next slide. Thank you. So the unfortunate reality of water agencies is that their business model is built on the foundational principle that more water means a bigger budget, more special projects, better salaries, benefits, professional recognition, and more. Water agencies survive on extracting water to sell both water and power. That's exactly why they are not capable of regulating themselves. Fixing the damage they cause to the environment is in direct conflict with causing that damage in order to sell water and power. For these reasons, voluntary proposals, even once written in stone, carry the extreme risk of not protecting beneficial uses. The Yuba Accord demonstrates that the ability to reach an agreement does not guarantee the goals of such an agreement will be achieved. The only real defense of beneficial uses is to set a floor, a solid floor, through strong regulation. This is true on the Yuba, and this is true for most other tributaries to the Bay Delta. The VA proposal is entrenched in risk, and the Bay Delta and its species cannot afford additional delay of 8 years. Thank you.
Thank you both. Appreciate your contributions here and discussion. Looking to fellow board colleagues if there are any questions for our panel here. Okay, hearing none, let's go ahead and give ourselves a break before we now dive into what will be our second session today, which will go into flow measure accounting. So let's return here at 3:22 and just appreciate everyone's time. Thank you. All right, everyone, we're at 3:25. Let's go ahead and bring ourselves back. Before we do move on to the next panel, although there wasn't board comment, I did want to provide an opportunity for Willie Whittlesey here to be able to provide some response to, although I know not intended to be pointed straight at Yuba Water Agency here, you know, there was some information and points made that want to make sure we're balanced and have an opportunity for you to respond. So appreciate it.
Yeah, so the last presentation, although it may not be directly pointed at Yuba Water Agency, it talks about the Lower Yuba River Accord, and Yuba Water Agency is the water rights holder and manager of the Lower Yuba River Accord. So I am happy to engage in a discussion with anyone anytime about any of the topics that were brought up, but there's some conclusions drawn in that presentation that I think I could correct really quickly. One, when we're talking about floodplains activated at 2,000 CFS, that's the design of our VA flow component, and there was a conclusion made that, well, you can't even get there. Look at the Accord flows. You can't add flows to this to get there. And the table of the minimum in-stream flows of the Lower Yuba River Accord was put on the screen, and you didn't see much meeting 2,000 CFS. That is absolutely correct. But one benefit of managing the Lower Yuba River and operating the Lower Yuba River is that the water that we divert doesn't get diverted at our reservoir and taken to our farms. The water that we divert goes into the Lower Yuba River, and half of the 23 miles of the Lower Yuba River is wetted by our irrigation water. The Army Corps' DeGear Point Dam is where our diversions are made with gravity diversion. So what you don't see in that table is you don't see the volume of water that our irrigators divert that is providing the habitat in the cold water in that upper half of the Lower Yuba River. And that's why we designed our VA habitat component to be activated at 2,000, because that water does exist, and it does exist at the times that it's needed. So that's a benefit that we have operating on the Lower Yuba River that some other diverters don't have, because the water's diverted away from the river prior to it being used beneficially for the species. So that's one point. The second point is I think overall, if the Yuba River Accord did not provide significant base flows for the species, and remember, when I gave my presentation, I gave a discussion of how we went for a few years of negotiations on what's the best for the species and what do the species need, and then we get CDFW, South Yuba River Citizens League, Friends of the River to agree to that flow regime, and to get the State Water Resources Control Board to adopt and amend our water rights to implement the Lower Yuba River Accord, that tells me there's a significant volume of flow that's being contributed by this agency. So you have that, and then you saw my slides about where we're putting this flow. We're putting this flow on hydraulic mining debris, the most highly impacted river in California from the gold rush. It is a sterilized gravel, cobble, sand, gravel bed, and we're acknowledging that yes, we need to go restore that. That's the habitat we need to restore. So I just wanted to come clean and say, look, we're invested in this. And yes, we have the Lower Yuba River Accord, and we're proud of it. It provides significant base flows. Yes, we need to do some habitat, significant habitat there. And there was some facts missing in the spreadsheet or the Lower Yuba Accord minimum flows that tell the story of why the floodplain's activated 2,000 CFS. Happy to discuss it more. There were some other comments, and I'll just say the executive of the Yuba Water Agency is a professional forester from Grass Valley, California, and does not care about professional accolades or any acknowledgement or anything of that matter. The professional Yuba Water Agency is proud to be a part of things like this and is doing this for the river, for the forest, for the people of Yuba County. Thank you.
Thank you as well. I appreciate that defense. And certainly it was pointed, but I guess the intent was not to bash, but I appreciate that, again, need to have information that's actually balanced. So appreciate it, Mr. Whittlesey. Next, I'd like to call up, we have here our next session, which is on flow measure accounting. And I don't know who would like to kick us off. Ms. White, good to see you.
Hi there, thank you. Nice to see you all. Good afternoon, Board Chair, Vice Chair Diadamo, board members. My name is Molly White, and I'm with the Department of Water Resources, State Water Project Water Management. I'm here today to kick off the panel presentation of the Healthy Rivers and Landscape Flow Accounting Program. Our panel members include, starting to my left, Lee Bergfeld with MBK Engineers, Dr. Chandra Chimokeri, State Water Contractors, Aaron Miller, Department of Water Resources, State Water Project Water Operations, and Liz Kiddick, representing U.S. Bureau Reclamation, Central Valley Project Operations. Next slide, please. The panel before you today will provide a deeper dive into the key components of the draft flow accounting documents that were provided to the board in March and April. This will include an overview of the established methods to make real water available, a walkthrough of a couple of examples of accounting for deployed flow assets, and lastly, we'll discuss reporting, accountability, and checks and balances. Next slide, please. Before we move into the presentation, it's very important to note that flow accounting is very complex, and the parties recognize it is integral for the success of the Healthy Rivers and Landscape program. Despite the complexities, the parties bring decades of proven experience in operating, managing, and accounting for water supply within their respective systems. The parties have been able to leverage this experience, as well as using established processes to inform the flow accounting procedures, such as real water determination and verification, as well as existing reporting mechanisms to ensure a transparent accounting process. The procedures also include new flow accounting areas, such as those for State Water Project and Central Valley Project export reductions, as well as tracking flow deployments through Delta outflow. There's been a tremendous amount of effort and coordination to get to this point, and while we are continuing to refine the last few details, we are confident that flow accounting procedures can be implemented in a transparent manner. Thank you for your time and this opportunity for us to provide this overview. We appreciate your feedback today. So with that, I'd like to pass it off to my left to Lee Bergfeld, the first panel speaker.
Thank you, Ms. White.
Good afternoon, Board Chair, Vice Chair, and board members. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. We're going to start with talking about the methods that make water available within the system. So these are the actions that are being taken by the VA participants, excuse me. I was hoping I'd get farther in there before I use that. The agreements to support Healthy Rivers and Landscapes participants to make new water into the system, and that's water that eventually is going to increase delta outflow. I'm going to talk about the first three, and then Dr. Chill McCurry will talk about export reductions. But throughout our presentation, we're going to be talking about a reference condition or a reference operation. And this is what would occur within the system absent the agreements for Healthy Rivers and Landscapes. And it's the basis that's used for all of the flow accounting. That reference condition can occur in a variety of places throughout the watershed. It can be the number of acres that would have been irrigated absent the agreement. It can be how the reservoir would have been operated without the agreement, or how exports would have happened without the agreement. So I just want to introduce that term and how we're going to be using it throughout the presentation. I want to hit on something that Ms. White talked about there, that we have a lot of experience and a lot of years in handling these. And the first three methods for making water available that I'll cover, we've got 30 years of experience, and we've got well-defined processes to verify that that water is made available, and to do the checks. And when I say we, I mean the water user community, I mean the project operators of the CVP and the SWP, board staff, CDFW. It's a collective, a lot of experience in understanding these, but we're going to walk through them and talk about them individually here. Next slide, please. So the first one that we're going to cover is crop idling and fallowing, and this is the way that the majority of the water is made available on the Sacramento and the Feather River systems. If we can go to the next slide, please. So this is a simple example and a hypothetical example of the conditions in the reference condition without a cropland idling or fallowing. And so we have this river system. There's a reservoir upstream on it. There's 20 units of water in the river system as it comes downstream. There's a diversion to irrigate areas for agriculture within the system. That diversion is shown as 10 units of water in this very simple example, and the remaining 10 units of water continue down into the rest of the system. So again, this would be the reference condition without idling. If we can go to the next slide, please. So the first difference that you may notice here is that there's fewer plants in production within that irrigated area. So the reduction in that irrigated area results in a reduction in the diversion that takes place. So instead of the 10 units that would have occurred in the without crop idling condition, we have 10 minus X. That X is the new water in the system. In this simple example, it shows that that X remains in the river and flows downstream. That may be the case, and it may not be. This reduction, it could be reoperated in a reservoir to create a pulse flow at a different time than when the actual reduction in the diversion occurs, and we'll get into some of those details as we move through the presentation. But as we think about cropland idling and fallowing, there's a couple of key points on the verification of this. First is that you have to verify and demonstrate that those acres that are taken out of production to make this water available have been in production in the past. So that's demonstrated with crop records and with information that shows that these lands were actually in production previously, and now we're taking an action in this year to not irrigate them. Then there's a true-up process that goes on at the end of the season that looks at the diversions, and it looks at the crop water use for the areas that remain in production. And in between, those fields are available for people to come out and lay eyes on them and see, yes, I can see that this is bare soil without significant remnant vegetation on it, and it's not using water, even though I know these same fields have been in previous years. If we could move to the next slide, please. So the next method is groundwater substitution. As Mr. Martinez spoke about, this is a small component of the agreements. It's approximately 20% of, or excuse me, it's up to 20% of the water on the Sacramento and Feather Rivers. And we can move to the next slide, please. So groundwater substitution, we start from the same simplified example reference condition, and we can move to the next slide. And here what we do is reduce the diversion again, and we meet a portion of that demand of the field by pumping groundwater. And this is the X in how we make water available in our groundwater substitution process. So you see the acreage is the same, irrigated acres, but we're pumping a portion of that, so the diversion is no longer 10 as it would be in the reference condition. It's 10 minus what we're pumping, and we end up with 10x again. Again, that's the new water within the system. When we think about the verification process that goes along with making water available through groundwater substitution, there's a data of what was going on at that well in prior years, so we understand if that well was previously pumping 100 units of water, that we don't get credit for pumping that 100 units. We get credit for pumping more than that. That's the action that's being taken in this year when the water is being made available. There's also extensive measurement and monitoring that go along with groundwater substitution, both before and after the pumping that occurs. And then finally, there's a true-up process again at the end of the year to make sure that the water was truly made available within the system. If we can move to the next slide, please. Reservoir reoperation. We can go ahead and move to the next slide. This is the method that is in place on the Yuba River system and in some other areas. So when we think about a reservoir, what it does, right, is it changes when we have water available, right? It stores water in the winter season when there's a lot, and it makes it available in the summertime when there's not a lot. And that's really the basis of a reservoir reoperation as we think about it in the context of the agreements to support healthy rivers and landscapes. So talking through this figure from the top to the bottom, we have this two double humped curve across the top, and this is a reservoir storage condition. The solid black line is the storage that would occur in our reference condition. So this is how we would operate the reservoir normally without the agreements in place. You can see that the solid black line and this dotted dash blue line start to diverge there in the first hump on the left side of the figure, and this is when we start taking an action to deploy flows through reservoir reoperation. So we're going to increase the release of water out of that reservoir, and it's going to draw the storage down lower than it would have been in the reference condition. That provides a block of water. When we stop making that additional release for the agreements, then our storage just parallels what it would have been in the reference condition. It's lower throughout until some point into the future when the reservoir refills. So here what we've done is we've changed the timing of that water being available to a period of time when it's more beneficial for the ecosystems. When we think about this, there's a couple of methods for verification. One of those is on the bottom of this figure. This is just the change in flow that we expect to see downstream. We have an increase during this period when we're making these additional flow contributions. We have a decrease at a time when the reservoir refills, typically during a delta excess condition. So that's one method of verification. The second is in the reservoir storage level itself. Our reservoir we know would be lower in a carryover condition, and this is something that would be tracked until the reservoir refills. I'll now turn it over to Dr. Chilmacurry, who will talk through the delta exports.
Thank you. Good afternoon. So can we move to the next slide, please? We can move to the next one too, actually. So the fourth method that would be used to make new water available under this Healthy Rivers and Landscape program is through additional export cuts in the delta at the CVP and SWP export pumps. In other words, this is essentially water that is being foregone by the projects that they would have otherwise exported from the delta. So the graphic on the right is showing showing an example, and I'll walk you through that in a minute. But the idea would be that the projects would take additional export cuts than what they are required to do today, and until they meet the volumes that are provided in the memorandum of understanding. And just as a reminder, that was about 125,000 acre feet in dry and below normal years, and 175,000 acre feet in the above normal year. And as Mr. Bergfeld was explaining, there is a reference operation for this kind of method too, right? The reference operation is what the exports would have been without taking these additional cuts that are needed to meet those volumes that are being put on the table. So if you just pay attention to the graphic on the right, so the dashed red line on the top, that is indicating the combined CVP and SWP exports during March through June period that would have occurred under the current regulatory requirements, taking into account physical and permitted export restrictions down there in the South Delta. So the dashed dot line, or the dotted black line, is indicating the likely exports that would be under the Healthy Rivers and Landscape program. You can notice that the value there is 1,500 CFS. That's just one level of pumping that to simplify to show in the simplified example. But what projects would do is to reduce their pumping from what's allowed under the current regulatory requirements until they meet the annual volume of water that's being proposed here. So the hashed volume, with the difference between the dotted black line and the red dash line, the hashed volume will be equal to the annual volume that's being put on the table. Now, the 1500 CFS pumping, that is one possible regime that projects could take where they just put the flow out as soon as possible. That's one way to operate, but depending on the governance requirements or whatever the ask is from the system-wide governance team, the pumping can be modulated to make sure that the outflow shows up at the right time. Next slide, please. So we've seen this table several times before, but I think it's important to remind folks what are the volumes of flows that are being proposed here. The numbers that are shown here by the tributary, these volumes are going to be the new flows on each tributary. As you can see, majority of the flows are in the middle water year types, meaning above normal, below normal, and dry years. And as some of the folks earlier explained, that was intentional to allow for other activities that are important for water management in California, especially in the wetter years, like groundwater recharge. There is by the way, these volumes again have been determined by individual tributary. The parties in individual tributaries, trying to balance the needs of that tributary. I think this was a question that was raised by several of you earlier today. How do you balance it? So the numbers that were developed, the numbers you're seeing here are developed taking into account understanding the constraints that are in the tributary. For example, if you take American or Sacramento River, there are temperature requirements that are on the tributaries. So there is an understanding for the operators have on how much storage would be needed to make sure there are no temperature impacts because of these additional flow releases coming out of the reservoirs. That is one example, but at the same time, there are other factors like how much flow would be needed to see the expected species response on each tributary. That is another factor. I think you heard from Director Nimitz today morning. In the total volumes of outflows that are being proposed here were in expectation of seeing 10% increase in abundance for 4 key estuarine species using the relationships that are available today. So there is a lot of basis for how these numbers were developed, and there will be some additional detail provided tomorrow in the science presentation. Just coming back to the flow accountings or the methods, many of these upstream tributaries contributions are coming from one or more of the 3 methods that Mr. Bergfeld outlined, either the groundwater, cropland fallowing, or idling, groundwater substitution, and reservoir reoperation. And as I just described, the export reduction component is taking by that volume is coming from the projects taking additional export cuts than what they are required to. Next slide, please.
Can I ask just quickly on the export reduction, is that meant to protect, I guess, the assets that are moving down through the tributaries, and you may be getting to this in a moment, but, or is it somehow in addition to those assets?
It's actually both. So there is a deliberate combination, a deliberate export cut that the projects would have to take to make that additional volume available. Simultaneously, they're also making sure that they are not exporting any of the deployed in healthy rivers and landscape flows coming into the delta. And Mr. Miller will walk through that a little bit later. Okay, so we'll be transitioning here a little bit into some real examples. We'll start off by walking you through the general deployment and accounting thinking that we have, or that is in the documents that are in front of you. And then Mr. Bergfeld will walk you through a couple of upstream examples, and then Mr. Miller will walk you through the delta outflow accounting. Next slide, please. So there's been a significant amount of thinking happen on this. How would we deploy these new flow assets to make sure the benefits are realized? So just as operationally, the way I see it is there is an existing operational cycle that happens today between the projects, and they are really used to that, right? Depending on the forecasted hydrology, they make and what the requirements are in the system that they have to meet, either through the regulatory requirements or the demands in the system, they plan their operations. Simultaneously, what we think will happen with these new flows would be there would be an agreed contribution that would be based on the decision-making structure, the governance structure that's being proposed, which includes all the agencies to make to get a certain specific flow regime that they're trying to create. That information would be fed to, that's what we call the deployment plan proposal. That information would be fed to the tributary and project operators, and they would do an analysis taking into account what the hydrologic conditions are and what the availability of their outlet capacity or conveyance limitations, and they give their analysis as to what sort of flow patterning they can create and feed that back to the governance teams, where that assessment would be done to see if that matches what they want to explore in a given year. And that feedback is sent back to the, if they agree with it, then the operators just make those releases or cut the exports according to that plan. If not, then there would be a revise. If they want to change, then this cycle would be continuously be happening. That's what we envision, and that would happen in reality. So this will be a lot of communication, but I feel like you heard from several of the tributary members, and there are existing teams and structures in place for each of these tributaries, and we would rely on them heavily to add this one additional, essentially a demand on the system. Next slide, please. So that's the deployment part. Now, how do you account for it? So how much flow have we released or how much exports we cut, in addition to what they required today? So this one, again, the documents, every tributary, every flow contribution that you saw on the table has a flow accounting document that has been submitted to the board. Obviously, it's as a draft so that we can hear your feedback on that. But you'll see three main sections in there. One is, what is the reference flow? There is a clear description of what the flow would be in a tributary or in the delta, or meaning for the exports, how the reference flow would be defined, because we don't know. I mean, the actual flow conditions will depend on the hydrology that we'll be experiencing then. So we will know, we'll use that information in defining the reference flows, and then it also defines how the flows are deployed and where they are measured. And then lastly, there's a section that talks about how do we verify that flow that was deployed was new water. So it's a clear description of that. With that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Bergfield.
Thank you. So now we're going to start and walk through an example. And I recognize that there are a lot of moving pieces and parts here, right? We've got contributions that make water available, and then we deploy those in different ways. And we're going to start at the tributary, and then we're going to work downstream and into the delta to try to do our best to explain how these moving parts fit together and how we're going to do the accounting that they can be verified. So starting on the Feather River as an example for a deployment, the first step is to determine what the reference release or the reference flows would be absent the agreements for below the Oroville complex in the Feather River. So things like, what are the demands for water downstream, including things like D1641, what are other requirements like the flood space requirements in Oroville. So we determine this reference flow, and then we layer these assets on top of that to make an additional release above what the reference is. As Dr. Chill McCurry described that, the timing and the magnitude of that's determined by the governance group through this collaborative and highly communicative process to determine what's best and what's needed at this point in time in the system. And then it gets added. The tables here on the right side of the slide are just examples of how the 60,000 acre feet of water that's being made available on the Feather River could be deployed in these different months across this spring period. So we end up with a total release. If we can move to the next slide, please. So now let's get into a little bit more detail about what that might look like. So we're going to use an example of water year 2020, which was a dry water year as defined in 1641. And the figure on the right looks at this two different conditions here, right? The reference condition, and this is the storage in Oroville. So our black dash line is the reference condition. That's actually what the storage was in Oroville during this spring period into the water year. And then there's a blue line underneath of it. And the two lines diverge when we start deploying a flow asset out of Oroville. And that's what the bottom two lines are. So the first one is this actual deployment of the flow. It starts coming out in this example on the 1st of March. This is relative to the y-axis on the right side, so it's a daily deployment of water in acre feet per day. It goes March, April, and May, and then our storage is lower in Oroville. But then we have the contributions start to pick up again in this example on May 1st, where there's these actions being taken, acres been fallowed, and reductions in the diversions downstream. And what it does is it allows the release out of Oroville to be less. And therefore, as those contributions come into the system, Oroville can essentially recover. And we see that there are two storage lines, the dashed black dots as well as the solid blue lines are back to the same point where they would have been at the end of September in this example. So those contributions come from groundwater substitution, fallowing, and reservoir reoperation. And we're talking through this example for the Oroville complex, but this would be very similar to what would occur on the Sacramento River, where the flow contributions are being made available through fallowing and potentially a groundwater substitution component. And as you well know, there's significant considerations for temperature management on the upper Sacramento River. And so we would be looking at that and determining in conjunction with the governance group and working through these different scenarios to decide when is the best time to make this deployment. As Mr. Baer talked about earlier, we see that we're able to make these deployments in the springtime in above normal years, and in the dry years it may be the best use of the asset, but again, that would be a decision of the governance group to hold on to the asset and keep it in storage for temperature management in that particular year. Next slide, please. This next example then is looking at the Yuba River, and this is a reservoir reoperation example. And again, we're using water year 2020, a dry year, as the example. So I'll start with the figure in the lower right here, and I'm going to describe this one from the bottom up to the top. So the solid green line there, that's the stair step across the bottom of the figure, are the Yuba Accord flows. These are the minimum required flows within the system, and we're looking at the expected flow at the Marysville gauge downstream of DeGear Point Dam. Then the black dash line going across there is the reference flow condition. So this would be what would occur absent the agreements. That reference flow is a function of many things listed there on the left side of the slide. It's the accord flows in D1644. It's the operation of New Bullard's Bar for their target storage, their water control manual, their deliveries to their member units, as well as uncontrolled flows that come in from the Middle and the South Yuba rivers. And you can see that that reference flow starts off well above the Yuba Accord flow in the month of April, and then it gets down to we're pretty close to the Accord flow there in the mid-April period, and then the deployment of the flow asset begins, and that's where the blue line that goes across the top of that orange area, that's the additional flow that's in the system. So the flow gets deployed over these next approximately 1 month, the latter half of April and the first half of May. Again, just as an example, this determination is made, on an annual basis, yearly, as we think about what are the conditions in the system and what is needed at the time. But we can account for that flow by measuring the flow at Marysville and determining what that reference condition is. And the difference between those two is the way that we verify that volume of 50,000 acre feet has been released. So that's one method that we can verify. And the second, if we move to the next slide, please.
Can I just, there's a lot here, and I'm not going to be able to even remotely do justice to the amount of questions I have ultimately, but if you could back up the slide and just see if I'm tracking this, that the water that's deployed, that's the reservoir re-op water that's under the orange shaded water, basically. That is the block of water that we would expect to contribute to delta outflow, ultimately.
That's correct.
So if I were following the molecules of water from Yuba all the way out to the delta and beyond, that's the water that I would expect to see. So, right? Is that correct?
That and the other assets from the other river systems.
Certainly. No, I'm
absolutely correct.
I'm just asking about Yuba here. So I'm just trying to make sure that I'm thinking about this the right way as you're going over the different accounting procedures. And I know you're going to talk about the delta accounting, but I'm using this because we've talked about the Yuba extensively today already. So I have it pretty clear in my mind. And so I'm using this to help keep me grounded and make sure that I'm following along with the procedures. So thank you. That helps.
Yeah, Vice Chair, I appreciate that point and question, board member. I'm similarly here doing my best to try to track, and I'll just flag, that I think the challenge when I see this becomes the fact that it's floating on top of these uncontrolled flows, which kind of lock in the system, right? If we're not gonna see an erosion of essentially the reference flow baseline, it means that all of these uncontrolled flows that are in the system now must remain in the system. And that's kind of a function of the accounting and the way this is being framed. Vice Chair.
Okay, so I'm really going to be counting on the engineers to ask these questions. I'll do the best I can to just sort of flag a general concern, and that is, having done this for many years at this point, there's always a different view of baseline, what you're calling reference flows. And so I'm just mindful of that chart that Mr. Nelson, and I know you're going to be coming up again, but the chart, slide 3, that looks at baseline compared to VA and not showing any difference. And so it would be helpful if you have knowledge of a different view of what others may refer to. You're calling it a reference, reference flow. Maybe others are referring to it as baseline or something else. It would be helpful to just for everybody to agree on the same terminology, because otherwise it seems that it could turn quickly into sort of a allegation of there being a shell game, and I know that is absolutely not your intention. And so just looking for helping us to better clarify where there may be a different view, what yours is based on, so that in other discussions we can help draw the distinction.
Can I respond to that now? That's a really good question, and thank you for asking that. What we are demonstrating here are how the flows may function in the real time or operated in the real time. The analysis the slide that you're referencing was based on a long-term modeling, which, by the way, I don't know what the basis for that is, but I think you're absolutely right. What the baseline that's used will be the driver to show whether there is a benefit or not. The volumes that we showed earlier on the slide were based on the then existing regulatory requirements, the 2019 biological opinions. And if you, I don't know this for sure, what baseline that was used by in that slide, but I know that for CEQA related issues, the board used the 2008-2009 biological opinions. So it makes a difference whether, depending on what baseline you use there. But one thing rest assured is these are deliberate actions by the water users to create new water supply. And we are putting forward accounting methodologies and transparent reporting methodologies that would show that they are taking deliberate actions on their part to create this new water.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I know, fundamental there is, again, the BIOP baseline or, BIOP contributions that you use, whether it's 2008, 2009, or the more recent 2019. And I think what's helpful is maybe just, and I think you were all doing this to some point, it is really just what's historically been there, as opposed to kind of pegging to a BIOP that may or may not be subject to court proceedings now between the state and the feds. But just, yeah, I think to the vice chair's request and for ourselves as well, it helps if we use more common terminology and sharpen our common understanding of what that reference flow or baseline is here amongst us so that we understand better than the assets that are being added. So just appreciate this discussion.
Can I quickly clarify that the staff report baseline is the 2020 ITP extended to the CVP to represent the IOP? I know that's like alphabet soup, but there's an explanation about that's the major difference is FOLX2. The base upon which the VAs are additive to are only the 2019 biological opinions, not including the current 2020 ITP and not extending the 2020 ITP to the CBP to represent, which is a debatable issue, I know, the current court orders and resulting conditions that have occurred. So it does, again, the biggest difference there, I think, is FOLX2 related issues.
Maybe at some point if we could have a chart that just looking for a way to kind of crosswalk again, definitions that everyone could agree
We
on.
have some we could provide to you at some point. But those differences, I think, do make a difference when you actually model the VA flow assets.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And for folks listening along, the ITP is an incidental take permit that is under the California Endangered Species Act and was developed with CDFW. So keep it all straight for everybody. We'll continue on. Oh, actually, other board colleagues? Okay, we'll keep going. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Good discussion. Vice Chair, I think we should circle back to this concept at the end of the presentation in terms of the reference. Reference and baseline, in my mind at least, are somewhat separate. We're talking about we're moving forward with the agreements and how are we going to account for the water, and whatever the regulatory conditions are within the system will be the reference condition that we're going to do the accounting from. Not to dismiss or downplay the importance of the baseline in the draft staff report discussion, but that's how we're thinking about it here on this panel.
That's appreciated. Board Member Fires?
Sorry, just the way that you described that made me think, so does that mean that that's really a changing baseline based on regulatory requirements? So it could be that the contributions are less or more. I guess that was more confusing to me because it felt like it was more that the reference conditions on top of which you're measuring your contributions are going to change from, the biological opinions, new things will come out, and you're going to measure the, you're going to measure the amount of contributions of the VAs on top of whatever that is as it changes?
Member Firestone, I can address some of those in terms of what the contribution is, and if it's on the Sacramento River or the Feather or the Yuba, and it's an action like fallowing a certain amount of acres. It's making a reservoir release, and that will be on top of whatever the baseline is. But I cannot answer for all.
Yeah, so for the delta outflow in general, the idea would be the reference condition would be the 2019 biological opinions. That was what was proposed in the memorandum of understanding, and that's what now how do we implement it in the reality? That is, we have ideas and we are proposing something, so there is still some refinement that could be done on that.
Really appreciate the discourse here. Thank you. Continue on.
Thank you. Okay, finishing up the Yuba example here. The second way that the water is verified that it is left on the Yuba is that there's a lower storage condition. So right at the end of September here, we're lower by that 50,000 acre feet than we would have been compared to the reference condition. So there's flow in the river and the reservoir storage condition are the two ways on a reservoir release to verify that this volume was made available when it was needed. So these are a couple of examples, right? We've got contributions that are happening through these different actions, fallowing, substitution, and reservoir operations. That's maybe being deployed on the upstream tributaries. So a reservoir is deploying some water, whether it be out of Shasta or out of Oroville or out of New Bullards Bar. We're doing this, and that water, we can track that water as it is within the system, and then it's coming down and it's coming into the delta. And I'm going to turn over now to Mr. Miller to talk about that delta component.
Well, good afternoon. All right, so you heard from Mr. Bergfeld and Dr. Chilla-McCurry about how these tributaries are making new water available and how that water is being deployed to the system. I'm going to try to describe here how that is protected or goes as additional outflow. Next slide, please. So I'm going to start things off here just with a little bit of background on how the State Water Project and the Central Valley Project manage today to our requirements. So this simplified diagram essentially shows in the three arrows that are going into the Sacramento River. Those are representing essentially the Shasta complex, Oroville complex, and Folsom Reservoir. So these are the project upstream reservoirs. And then the little triangle in the middle is my representation of the delta. And out of the delta, we have outflow represented by the D1641 label. And then the export operations, which are constrained by biological opinions and incidental take permits. And so, D1641 was provided, or the projects were obligated to meet D1641, and we do that today by managing our upstream reservoirs and our exports as needed to meet those requirements. I think it's important to note here, and it's not really highlighted here in this diagram, but there is a lot of variability that goes on between those reservoirs and the exports. That variability comes from stormwater flows, tributary operations, and diversions. And so there are periods throughout the season where the projects are exporting excess flows. And then there are periods where the projects are supplementing the system with stored water. So I think the bottom line here is that the projects today are operating as needed around all these changes in the system to meet 1641, our current obligations. Go ahead.
Board Member McGuire.
Yes, thank you. So just again, trying to keep everything straight and clarify, and I think we've had some good questions about the baseline. So I just want to make sure we're very clear here. So D1641 sets the minimum part, right? That's this D1641 is the water right decision that is the foundation of what we're talking about today. But in many instances, when you're in excess conditions, the outflow exceeds D1641, right? So there's a resultant flow. Some of it's due to constraints from other ESA-related permit actions, other things. Some of it's just due to the dynamic nature of floods and different conditions. So just to be clear that what the environment actually sees here often is a much different amount of water than what D1641 actually requires.
Yep, that's correct. Yeah. Okay. Next slide, and hopefully these next few slides will illuminate maybe, essentially we are proposing to maintain that flexibility, but the method that these flows would be essentially demonstrated as additional outflow goes to actually adding to that 1641 requirement. But this slide here really is, kind of highlighting the tributaries that Dr. Chilmer-Curry and Mr. Bergfeld talked through earlier. And so we have essentially new flows being developed on these tributaries, and the goal is to ensure, basically the goal is for that flow to result in additional outflow. And so, so this is a little different than how we do it today, but, the projects are now going to have to track these additional flows and develop our operations around these additional flows. And so, next slide, please. So this is a kind of using the same diagram, just adding stuff on. Generally, how we would do this. So, so the tributaries essentially would be providing flow schedules. These flow schedules would be representing those additional flows for the Healthy River and Landscape Program. We would adjust as needed for travel time and any losses associated with getting it to the Delta. And then those flows are aggregated as additional Delta inflow, Healthy River and Landscape inflow, at which time we take those the aggregate flow, we would develop these Delta regulatory offsets, and then the projects would operate to the current regulatory requirements plus these offsets. And by the projects operating to these offsets, the projects are demonstrating that they are not exporting these flows. And by default, those flows would go as additional outflow. The other thing to note here is, the export component, it would use this new regulatory, or current regulations plus this offset as the reference operation on which the export contribution is measured.
I have a question.
Yes, please, Vice Chair.
I think it'd be helpful if you gave just some hypothetical numbers so that we can better understand what this offset would look like.
Yeah, and I think I might get there in a couple slides. Okay. All right, next slide, please. All right, so this is a little repetitive, but hopefully it helps everything sink in here. So, and we'll get into the offset here in a moment. But the offset is essentially the cornerstone to this methodology. And so these offsets would be developed based on the tributary inflows. The projects would then operate to these offsets, and that would be the demonstration that the projects are not benefiting from these flows, and so they're not exporting them. And then kind of after the projects, the offsets themselves are predetermined, and then it gives something for the projects to operate toward every day. And then after the fact, there's a verification process that would look at conditions or basically demonstrate that the projects met those our current obligations without those flows present in the delta. And we have tools like water quality and model like DSM-2 that would be utilized for this process. Next slide, please. All right, so so getting a little bit more detail into the regulatory offsets for the operational objectives. So there's a number of requirements that I've already kind of talked through. We have D1641 with flow requirements and water quality requirements. And then we have ESA and CISA requirements. The primary limitation there is the Old and Middle River flow requirement. And I do have some equations off to the right there, but they're not really showing up. In our draft documentation, we do go through quite a bit of detail in some of those formulations. But I think a simple example would be a flow example. So, and just hypothetically, if the projects are required to meet a 5,000 CFS outflow requirement, and the Healthy River and landscape flows are demonstrating 1,000 CFS of additional inflow, the projects would operate to a 5,000 plus 1,000 CFS requirement, essentially. So it basically would operate to an outflow of 6,000 CFS. And so that's hopefully a simple flow example. Water quality wise, we have tools to develop water quality offsets based on the amount of water that is going through the delta. And essentially those offsets would be resulting in a fresher water quality at our current D1641 locations. So hopefully that helps.
Vice Chair, circling back to you.
Yeah, I mean, is it the age-old problem that you're dealing with here, and that is just comparing it to D1641. You have a requirement, and somewhere along the way, you're not able to meet the requirement, whether it's a result of losses, system losses, or some entity at some point picking up the water. Regardless, you have the commitment to backstop. And so is this a way to articulate that same principle in the context of the Healthy Rivers and Landscape program? Or is it something different that you are proposing?
Well, I'm not sure if I totally follow. But I mean, so what's being proposed here is, we have a way to demonstrate new flows are being made available. we have a way to demonstrate that those flows are being deployed to the system. And then as those materialize in the delta, then we have a way to demonstrate that by adding those flows to our existing regulatory requirements. So,
I share some, I think I understand what the vice chair is asking, and I'll try to ask again. So, what happens, I guess, if the tributary contributions don't materialize down in the delta? Is it the expectation that the projects would still backstop that amount of water? Or what happens at that point? And I think for me, and just thank you, I know this is, complex work, and I appreciate the patience with our questions here. But for me, the water rights system and how we administer it doesn't currently allow us to reach these objectives easily, right? Account for the water that's being entered into the system, protect it through, ensure its outflow. So in the case, again, of that water not materializing because someone's picking it up, there's some other complexity that's happening in the system, is it currently anticipated that the projects would still then yet backstop that, right, to ensure then it does, in a way, materialize as outflow? Or do we find ourselves in a situation that, that's not the case?
I see. Yeah, that's helpful. Thank you. Yeah, so the goal here is for the project not to backstop these flows.
Some other, and again, this will pop up when we talk about enforceability and the governance around this, but some other action would then need to be taken in order to somehow correct that, I guess, at that point. Okay,
yeah,
that's helpful. Thank you. Board Member McGuire.
Yes, and I also appreciate this presentation, and I fully acknowledge this is hot off the press. I haven't had a chance to digest the written description, so I'll have to dig into that more as we go forward here. But I'm going to ask a little bit of the kind of counter, the flip side. So the Healthy Rivers program is focused on above normal, below normal, dry years. So what about an above normal year? Okay, so we have ample water in the system, so you're like this. Let's say that we're running above D1641. That was my question earlier was, it's really about resultant flows. So let's say you're running much higher than what D1641 would require otherwise. Have you considered, or do you have incorporated a mechanism to ensure that water, so that 1,000 CFS example that you had, that additional water would then sit on top of beyond whatever is actually in the system and D1641 requires, if that question makes sense?
Yeah,
because this is all about ensuring that it's new water, right? That it's additional water on top of what we're already seeing today.
Right. Yeah. And so in an above normal year, there's going to be plenty of flows. And typically we would be under excess conditions. So basically the projects would be taking as much as they can within the confines of the biological opinions and ITPs. And so if the tributaries are demonstrating that they're making new water available to the system, the projects under those conditions are already taking what we could under baseline or reference. I like baseline, but baseline conditions. And so then those flows, additional flows, would be still additive to the system.
In other words, the projects are not increasing their exports, right? So even under they are already maxed out under excess conditions. So that if a tributary is adding a flow asset, that flow asset is bound to go out as outflow.
And sorry, I'll just add on to that, maybe same question area. And I also will just add that this is really, really hard and complex. And so, and I for anyone to be wrestling with. So these are just, I think we're all trying to understand it. And partly, I guess, and this goes to maybe this question of baseline versus reference, which I think we are talking about two different things. And I think the baseline is, as I think of baseline, and this is, I agree, we really need to have common terminology here, so we're talking about the same thing, but is this kind of, what's the, it's a, I mean, maybe it's the historical baseline to understand, what we're, or it's a fixed baseline, right? But the reference conditions, it seems like, are variable, is in the way I'm understanding you all talk about it. And so, like, for example, if exporters' abilities to operate the system change because of new projects or new operation capabilities, then you could be exporting or more water in those years when there's currently, from baseline, more water going out to the delta. And so what you're measuring on top of is some reference that's not the same as baseline. But so that changes, and who decides what that reference is? And maybe this is just, I mean, at some point, maybe this is just flagging, this is a complexity, and I don't know that we're going to resolve it today. So, but if there's something you can clarify in that, that'd be helpful.
Well, hopefully, I can clarify. Reference flows, reference operations, in my mind, that is what you would be operating to without the flow, the healthy river and landscape flows. So an example would be, say, under the 19 buyout, there are these fishery groups that decide what is protective OMR levels, and we would basically operate to those levels. So that is a reference operation, and reference flow is kind of a similar sort of idea.
So I guess maybe I'll just say, I know you're in the middle of your presentation, but maybe I'll just flag, I think this question of how you'll establish the reference operation, who's part of that understanding, and does that change over time and therefore mean that the VA contributions change over time in terms of the resulting flows? That's, I think, something I don't understand that well. I also think what is clear to me is that, and this probably will come up in the enforcement, but this point of no matter what the structure here, because we're not doing in-stream flows, we're doing like a block of water. It's on top of a baseline or reference condition, however we're going to define those different things, and that base needs to be protected. If is I think a concern in order to have an understanding of the, in order to actually be protecting that. And I don't understand how we would, I guess I think there's some questions around, and this is I think what the chair was saying, I have a lot of questions around how we would make that work within our water rights system, and what kind of, and just within order of priority and water availability methodology and all these pieces to try to make this general approach work. And I mean, and I would say that just from, we want to figure out how to make something work here. You guys, everyone's putting in a huge amount of resources, but I'm really not seeing yet how it can fit within our water rights priority system from a administration, like from our administration and enforcement side. How does this fit when we have to do curtailments? How do we protect against impacts to other users, but still protect this block of water? And then also how do we make sure this is real on top of any baseline? Those are all, I think, just kind of fundamental challenges with that you're trying to wrestle with as you work through this that I'm still not understanding how we can make work yet. And then I think just lastly, this might be an easier one, but just before you continue on, if you go back to slide 22 on the Yuba River, just looking at new Bullard Bar storage, because, and this is, could you just talk about if there's, maybe I'm thinking about this wrong, but are there, is there a need to have some kind of refill provisions to avoid reductions in the base flows so that the VA flows are on top of the baseline? And maybe this goes back to this baseline question, but does that make sense? That on this slide, I think kind of helps me think about, do we need to have refill provisions to avoid reductions in those base flows that we're then measuring on top of? And this is just one example because we have a good slide.
Yeah, one thing that I think is clear just based on all of this discussion and the many questions is that we need to have more conversations about this. This is a complex topic, and clearly the hour is not adequate. It's enough to scratch the surface, but this is a sort of input that we're seeking in trying to understand what the questions are and how we can best address those. I think there were a number of questions, and let me start with the last one and then on refill. The conditions for reservoir refill and those criteria, those are being addressed in some of the individual implementing agreements. And it's still an area of ongoing work, but tracking that water and that reduction in storage and when it refills is part of the program to make sure that we track that and how we work. So we think about an example, and I think Board Member McGuire, you asked, like what do we do in these above normal years? I think today is a great example. Right? It is an above normal year. It is near the end of April when this has been identified. Right now, reclamation is making a spring pulse release out of Shasta, right? As part of this, that could easily be a VA to Healthy Rivers and Agreements flow deployment that could be occurring. The system is in a delta in excess with restrictions condition. So as Mr. Miller was saying, they're pumping what they could be pumping. This is the reference condition that would be occurring. But we would have, absent what that release is out of Shasta, Central Valley Project Operations would say, well, this would be our release out of Shasta. Otherwise, right, absent this flow, this would be our reference. And if we make this release over a 2-week period, then we know that we'd have a pretty stable release coming out of Keswick at this time, and there's the additional water. So we can track it at Keswick. We can route it down through the system. And this is what Mr. Miller is talking about, right? This additional water is in the system, is coming down the Sacramento River. It could be added to by a deployment out of the Yuba or the Feather at the same time. And it's coming into the system. And now what he's covering is how are we going to verify that we don't pump it? Well, in this situation, which again, I think is directly applicable to what we're talking about, they're exporting at the levels in the biological opinions right now. That's resulting in a certain amount of delta outflow. That would be the reference condition for the delta export reduction. And we could demonstrate that the biological opinions say that we could have this flow in Old and Middle River, and we're going to make it this much better by this voluntary reduction to the exports, and that water goes out the delta. So I know that's very simplistic, and I also recognize that just probably generates 3 more questions. But.
No, it doesn't, but I appreciate the good engagement. Yes, let me go to Board Member Morgan, and then Mr. Oppenheimer, and then, yeah, go on.
If I could just restate that in other words, just to make sure that, I heard that correctly for today's conditions. And so for today, so we're just saying today, we're above normal. So all contracts are being met. And so we're not talking about water rights, other water rights under the water board's jurisdiction. We talk about, so all contracts are being met, you're in excess, you're meeting all of your obligations. And so then additional releases will be made. That is the additional spring pulse flows that you're referring to. Now, if someone else, an appropriative right, was taking more water, that's not what you're going to be enforcing or looking at. That's what would fall under the water board's jurisdiction to make sure. So that's where you're not guaranteeing that the water is going to make it to where it should be.
Yeah, and I'll just say, this discussion and these challenges aren't unique to just the voluntary agreements. These are system-wide
Exactly.
challenges that we have right now.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to just say that.
Say it in other words, but if I just want to make sure that I was clear on the discussion and, what was, it's an overall challenge, but I just want to make sure that I was clear on what was being said today.
That's correct. The projects aren't proposing to backstop the contributions.
Yes.
So, yes, we need to develop an enforcement mechanism.
Yes.
Board Member Firestone, please. And then
I'm
Executive
sorry.
Director
I'm
Oppenheimer.
sorry. Again, I'm wrestling with all of this. Would these accounting issues be much easier if there was just an in-stream flow requirement that was a % of unimpaired flow from a purely accounting standpoint? And, I know, wouldn't it be just more straightforward because we're all talking about, rather than trying to squeeze a label and piece out these different, which molecule of water represents which regulatory and reference and baseline and what falls on top of what. If it's just a % of unimpaired flow, then does that allow, purely from an accounting standpoint, that structure allow for easier accounting? Seems like it does to me. I'm just want to make sure I'm not missing something.
I think there's a lot of other complications with that approach.
Yeah, and I guess I'm not suggesting that there's not, but that a pure unimpaired flow regulatory program would be, we are not talking about that here, but I am trying to understand the accounting. Because we have so many complexities here, not just in enforcement, but also just in trying to track this, both of those things. Just from those issues, does the unimpaired flow seems much more straightforward? Is that right? Or not from, we still would have to deal with, obviously, the amount, what to do about temperature, storage, flood. There's a million complexities if you're in an unimpaired flow framework. So I'm just from the accounting standpoint.
Well, I guess from my perspective, I don't quite understand how the unimpaired flow approach would work yet. So I think the methods that we've developed, they make quite a bit of sense to me.
Thanks, Board Member. And for what it's worth, because the board will be adopting a standard and a program implementation that aren't the VAs, if this is all, remember, it's a potential and, the continuity across those accounting, I think, are going to be part of this discussion still yet in how we proceed. So appreciate the question and all this in-depth discussion. Executive Director Oppenheimer.
Yeah, thank you. First, Board Member Firestone, to address your last question, I believe that anytime you have an in-stream flow requirement, it's fairly straightforward to account for it. Either you meet it or you don't. You have a way to measure. Unimpaired flows may offer some complications in terms of developing a water budget, but I do think it would be simpler from an accounting standpoint. That's my perspective. On the issue of tributary flows and will those materialize or not, I did want to point out that it's my understanding that the voluntary agreement parties are requesting that the board use its authorities to protect those flows. That could come in the form of regulation. It could come in the form of 1707 in-stream, flow petitions. Perhaps there's other mechanisms that we could use as well. On the issue of baseline versus reference condition, I don't know if this helps, but when we did our analysis in the scientific basis report and in the staff report, we tried to use a baseline that was a simulation or a representation of what the ecosystem has experienced in the recent past. And so in the science report, we did some post-processing of the baseline to get there. And that's why when you look at the additive flows under the voluntary agreements, both in the staff report and in the scientific basis report, the volumes are less. They're less than the tables in the voluntary agreement MOU and in the term sheets. It's a modeled quantity, and it's based on this baseline that represents sort of the last 10 years or so, roughly, and what the ecosystem has experienced in the recent past. And so the voluntary agreements, according to the term sheet, have a reference condition that is the 2019 BIOPS. It's actually the regulatory requirements from D1641 and the flows resulting from implementing the 2019 BIOPS. And using a reference condition may be a perfectly fine way to ascertain whether the commitments materialized and whether the voluntary agreement parties actually provided sort of the absolute volumes that are called for. There may be a need, and I think there would be value in looking at another accounting mechanism, and this may need to be through models or some other means, but to determine what were the actual changes that occurred based on the baseline similar to what we looked at in the staff report, because that is what we're using to evaluate what benefits we believe will accrue, not just from the voluntary agreements, but from all of the alternatives in there. And so I'd encourage the VA parties to think about it that way, potentially looking at how can we evaluate whether we met our commitments, and how can we evaluate the changes that occurred in terms of what the ecosystem is actually seeing, because that's what the ecosystem is going to respond to. It doesn't care about these, relative differences and the regulatory changes. And unfortunately, we're working in a very dynamic regulatory environment where we had the 08-09 BIOPS, we had the 2019 BIOPS, which, as far as I know, were not implemented because of the IOP, and now we're moving potentially to another regulatory regime under the reconsultation. Again, the ecosystem doesn't care about all of that. It cares about what it's seen and what it will get in the future.
Appreciate that, Mr. Oppenheimer. I want to be mindful of time and know that I really want to hear this next panel, and hopefully we're not exhausting folks' window of opportunity to be participating with us because we're an hour in. So let's continue on and try to really appreciate the in-depth discussion, but try to wrap here soon to be able to get to the next panel.
Okay. All right. So I think we've gone through this slide quite a bit. So next slide, please. All right. So it kind of described this offset methodology where the projects on a day-to-day basis would be operating to these offsets. So basically demonstrating in real time that we're not exporting these additional flows. I think that the next important part is that we do this retrospective daily accounting that verifies that the projects would have met their existing obligations without these flows. The next slide, please. And so this is just kind of the Delta accounting process cycle. So if we kind of start in the upper left-hand corner there, the the tributaries provide the projects these deployment plans. So this is essentially they're providing schedules of when these flows will be made available to the system. And then we develop these regulatory offsets. We then operate to these regulations plus these offsets. And then we go into a process of essentially verifying that the tributaries made their deployments. And then we verify that the projects would have met their existing obligations without those flows. And then there's a reconciliation and true-up process that identifies any shortages or overages, and then that goes back into the next cycle of deployment. And just kind of another note here off to the far right is where the export flow contribution pulls off its information for the reference flow. Next slide, please. All right, so this is an example of the flow deployments that Dr. Chilmacurry showed earlier in the table. These flow deployments are the volumes associated with a dry year and represent the default schedule associated with these deployments. So this is the type of information we would use to develop our regulatory offsets. And next slide, please. All right, and so basically the projects operate to these offsets, and this plot is really just showing an example dry year where basically this is delta outflow, and by applying those regulatory offsets, we can demonstrate that those flows did go as additional outflow, and that is this plot's using that previous slide of the default deployments, and those additional outflows are shaded in that orange color. All right, next slide, please. All right, so just kind of transitioning here to reporting, transparency, and accountability. So 3 more slides, I think. Next slide. All right, so transparency will be key to this program, and reporting is also going to be key to transparency. So the tributaries, DWR, Reclamation, have a lot of experience operating in the system, and we have a lot of experience reporting our operations. So we have off to the right here an example of our Delta Water Quality Conditions Report. So this report is showing, basically on the web, providing it to the public. It's reporting our current standards in place. So I think this was pulled last week. And then off to the far right, in that report, it shows our current status with meeting those requirements. And so we will be able to do something similar with the Healthy River and Landscape Program in a similar way as we've done here, and be able to report our status pretty much every day. We have this every work day, but we do look at data every day. In addition, today we do have some ESA and CISA requirements to do annual reporting, and I think that something like that would also be very important with our transparency. All right, so before handing it off to Dr. Chilmacurry, just want to state here that, there has been a lot of work. We have, some of the best minds in California thinking about this stuff, and a lot of experience. I'm really looking forward to working with you all and your staff on a way to implement it. And with that, maybe we'll go to the next slide, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Joe McCurry.
All right. Thank you, Aaron. We will wrap this up quickly here. It is complex, no question. I think you have raised some really good questions. I believe our documents that we have drafted will give you the clarity that you're looking for on some of these items, especially around what is the reference flow. It changes from tributary to tributary for what is an outflow. But these are all documented clearly in those, and your staff, and you can look at them, provide your feedback on if you need to change anything there. We are open to that. Now, there are a few still refinements that are ongoing. I just want to say some of them are topics that you raised. For example, the reservoir, like refill issue that you raised, Board Member Firestone, and we are working through some of those issues. The bottom line is that this reconciliation process that Mr. Miller mentioned to verify that there is real water in the system through this program, all the VA parties have an interest in making sure the individual parties have made their own contribution. So this is a process that we are trying to work through and making sure that the accounting and documentation is there for that. The second step, of course, is the one I think you all recognize pretty well and have raised really good questions. And I do think it is fundamental State Board staff provide some protection of these new flows from diversion. As Mr. Oppenheimer raised, there are ways we could do that, and there is continued discussion needed on how to accomplish it. And then there are, lastly, about the losses itself, which is another thing you raised, which is whether the projects would backstop or not. And currently the position is not to backstop it. But also there is still more understanding that needs to be developed around these losses, because what we are talking about is the losses as associated with the incremental flows, not the total losses. So how do we then assure, first understand whether there is actually an incremental loss associated with these new deployments, and then to what degree then, what is the difference then from the point of deployment to the delta inflow, right? So there is some work that needs to be done. Right now, based on the historical practices of how projects have handled the water transfers, there are a lot of assumptions or a lot of good data on some of the tributaries that are described in the delta flow accounting document that's in front of you. But I think there is a little bit further, a little bit more work that needs to be done to finalize those.
All right, final slide here, so please stick with us. But I think this is one of the most important ones as I view it, and that is, in summary, that we are all together in this in terms of making sure that these assets are real and made available, that they are deployed, and that they're accounted for correctly. And when I say we, I mean this in the way that Mr. Martinez meant. That means the water users, the projects, the Central Valley Project, State Water Project, board staff, CDFW, and all of us, because this is the contribution. And why I say we are all in this together is because of this system of checks and balances that I see. And I think this gets a bit to your question earlier, Vice Chair Diadamo, right? Like, how do we make sure that this isn't just a shell game, that the water is real and it gets out the delta? And I think that's fundamental to the whole flow accounting, right? That's what we're trying to do. So First is that the participants who are taking the actions, whether that's a reservoir reoperation or an export reduction, are signing these enforcement agreements. And you're going to hear more about those on Friday in terms of what that is. But it's a commitment to actually do that and take that action to make the water available. So they absolutely want to see that happen, and the accounting demonstrate that that water was in the system because they're signing an agreement that says that's what's going to happen. The State Water Project and the Central Valley Project, as you've heard from Mr. Miller, right? They may have a role in deploying that asset, whether it's out of the reservoir from Oroville or from Shasta or from Folsom. Some of the participants directly deploy it, but they're going to be accounting for it within the system, and they're going to essentially shepherd that water into and out of the delta. And there's still some work in terms of the losses, but they're taking on that responsibility and that accounting. They want to make sure that that's real water. If they say that there's X amount of water that's real water coming out of the tributaries, then they're saying we're going to get that out the delta. And so they have this vested interest in making sure that it's absolutely real water. They wouldn't want to release that real water if they didn't think they were going to get paid back for that water out of some of these actions and contributions, and they wouldn't want to account for it through the delta if they didn't think it was really there. And I just see this as fundamental, and this is why we are all together. The other contractors within the system wouldn't want them to do that. You've heard that the projects are not interested in backstopping the agreements to support healthy rivers and landscapes because that means it's coming out of the project water supply, and that affects other contractors. So that's where the other part of the we comes in. Collectively, a lot of those contractors are the folks who are putting water on the table and part of these agreements, and they want to make sure that it's all real because it affects all of us in this way. And then that circles back to those enforcement agreements, right? They are signing up that said it is. And so I see this as a set of checks and balances, and that is not at all to diminish the questions or to say that we don't have more work involved in answering your good questions and making this as clear as we can, but we're all invested in trying to make this flow accounting and this demonstration of the real water as accurate as it possibly can be.
Appreciate that. Vice Chair.
And I know we've got to cut this off, but just a thought, okay, and this is not my idea, but I am remembering and, maybe one of the discussions we had here internally, I think it would be helpful as part of the accounting if we received information about whether or not it's stored water that's being released, the priority, the specific water right, and the priority of each flow asset.
I appreciate that. I second that request, Vice Chair. Again, we're trying to really unpack what are we speaking of here when we speak of these assets, and again, how best it all kind of comes together to make the better whole. Just thank you. We've had a lot of good discussion here, and I really appreciate the discourse and the dialogue. This is really needed. It's such a fundamental part, and I want to apologize as well to our next panel. I know we lost a few folks because we're about an hour off of when we said we'd pull folks forward. To my understanding, those from the California Indian Water Commission that did have to leave will be here tomorrow, and I will be sure and adjust and create space and time for them then to provide still feedback yet. So just wanted to acknowledge that. Thank everyone for their patience and their engagement on this. It is such a fundamental component of everything we're talking about here. So just thank you for here answering our questions as best you can, and look forward to what I know are going to be a lot more discussions in this space in all of it. So thank you.
Thank you for your attention to the detail. Appreciate it.
Appreciate you as well. Okay. Next, let's please call up, I'd like to call up this next panel was the California Indian Water Commission. I believe Mr. Orcutt is joining us virtually and will be able to still yet provide us some feedback, even if not all the panel members are here. And then, again, my apologies for what has gone a bit longer here on this item, but certainly necessary. Mr. Orcutt. We're unmuting you right now, Mr. Orcutt, and you should be able to provide comment then. Apologies, sometimes it may unmute, then mute.
Can you hear me now?
We can. Thank you. Good afternoon. Good
Okay.
evening.
Well, I apologize. I've had a long day as well as you folks there, and I was relying on some secondary folks to keep me posted here. I misunderstood. I thought it was gonna end because you guys are running late, but I will take the time and understanding that you've had a long day and explain kind of a tribal perspective from the Hoopa Valley tribe, if that's okay with you.
Very much okay. Really appreciate it. We have the time here, so no worry in the least. Thank you.
Okay. So I do know the chairman. I've met him before when he was a staff person, I believe, on the Senate side there, Joaquin. And so I know some of the folks there, but I haven't been in recent times anyway, real active there. But I will say this, that I've been really, really active on the things that I do work on. And one of them is the only water supply for the Central Valley project that's out of basin is the Trinity River diversion. And pretty much through the course of my career, I've worked on, when I started working, I'm a fishery biologist. I graduated. I'm also a Hoopa Valley tribal member and descendant of Yurok, Karuk, and some other of the local tribes in the North Coast area. And I've had the pleasure, honor, and opportunity to represent my tribe on a lot of different forums. I've started my career working in fish management on the PFMC. That was the call I had earlier today. But really, I think one of the things that I am I am proud of it. I'm not, I won't short sell myself there. Where some of the stuff that the Hoopa tribe has done on the Trinity River, as you may well be aware, it's the only out-of-basin transfer of water. And also, the laws that were created were in a time frame when it wasn't easy for tribal people to get organized, jump on a plane like we can do today. And so it was authorized in the 1950s, the Trinity River Division. And throughout the course of it, despite the legislative history saying that about half of the water was going to be diverted, it was not the case at all. The project went online in 1964, and a major beneficiary of that and supporter of the legislation was Westlands Water District. They have the second oldest contract to water. I'll say the third because tribal interest, as you're fairly well aware, senior water rights. The Hoopa, we've been there since time immemorial, over 10,000 years in the Trinity Basin there on the lower Trinity River. And so we probably are the senior water rights holder, although we don't have necessarily a adjudicated contract permit for that. So Westlands has that 64 contract. There's also a 1959 contract that Humboldt County owns to under the so-called Proviso 2 water for 50,000 acre-feet of water to be released annually. And we continue to work with the county and others to get that water actually deployed for the purposes what it was intended for, which was economic benefit for the basin, folks in the Trinity Basin. So I'll try to, I'm not sure I'm running up against a time frame or not. What I'm trying to describe is the law of the Trinity River, and I'll just shorten it up by saying we've had congressional mandates and affirmation that the river was never intended to suffer the damage it did. 100 plus miles above Trinity Reservoir is no longer accessible. And during the course of the first 40 years of operation, there was 40 to 50% declines in the fishery. And so Congress has recognized that with the 1984 Trinity River Restoration Program, Wildlife Restoration Program Act. I think it's 98-541. Also, the 1992 Central Valley Project Improvement Act is paramount in our opinions because it established a process to evaluate the needs and what was needed for restoration of the river. And really, really important to us was it wasn't to be just another study and another exercise, but a lot of the things that we are up against in the Trinity Basin are The Bureau of Reclamation operates the project. They own all the permits for the project, releases of water, and over the course of it, there have been dramatic declines in the fishery. But one of the things that we were successful in doing is getting in the Central Valley Project Improvement Act was what's called Section 3406B23, a specific provision for Trinity River restoration, and it required the tribe to concur in whatever the restoration plan is. Right as we speak, we are currently in litigation because of some major disagreements about some of those things, funding, and among other things there as far as disagreement with the Bureau of Reclamation. But the topic, as I understand it today, is the voluntary agreement. So the way that Trinity fits into it, I'll just really shorten up because I'm not sure how I'm doing on time there. So you did say I had some latitude on time.
Yeah, you have all the time you need really here.
Okay. But I will shorten it up just in the interest of time and briefness here, brevity. So how does the Trinity fit into it? The Federal Water Project, the Bureau of Reclamation, diverts the water into the Sacramento River. Oftentimes, I've had folks on our side of things there say, well, what do you care about it? Well, we care about it because when it goes over the other side of the hill, it goes into the integrated Sacramento River State and Federal Water Project. And so we are really concerned that the laws and the assurances that were given in the original 55 legislation are adhered to, and as modified by the CVPIA, that says basically the highest priority for Trinity River water is the fishery down, and we've had this refined and I guess determined by the federal courts. We've been in litigation several times with Westlands Water District as the plaintiffs and the Hoopa Valley Tribe and Interior as plaintiffs in 2005 and 2014. And basically, a lot of what the court has said is the 1955 Act and the provisions in there, and I would call it a basin of origin protection mechanism above other Central Valley Project divisions of the Central Valley is different. There is a basin of origin protection, and in this case, their beneficiaries are two federally recognized tribes with property interests in the fishery, the Hoopa Valley and the Yurok tribes. So I will say, when the water goes over the hill, among other things that I have to worry about, one of the things that I've long been coached on, and as a hope and dream for me, is to be able to go home, to retire, to go fishing. I have children. I have a grandchild. My hope is in the future that we have active participation in a fishery. I began my career early monitoring the fishery, and a lot of the old elders that I used to, that are now gone, but that are in my memory at least, is to say, I'd like my children and grandchildren to have the same kind of lifestyle as they had. A fishery that we have lamprey in the system now. The spring run is just starting in the Trinity River Basin. We have a fall run of Chinook salmon. We have coho salmon. We have steelhead trout, of other species. And certainly those are the aquatic ones and really important ones. But there's other purpose of the river as well that's often overlooked. The river is the lifeblood of the tribe. It flows through our reservation. I said earlier, 10,000 years in documenting existence. And a lot of the prayers and the cultural ceremonies all speak to a healthy, viable, cultural tie to that river. And so I cannot overstate that, but I will say that that's why we do, for the amount of money the Hoopa tribe has spent to protect the small, some would say, quantified numbers of fish that are available for harvest, don't pale in comparison to what we've spent on it in terms of just directly money, but also time and resources that the tribe spends on protecting that resource. And so I'll end there by saying that's our hope, that there's several things that are happening right now to be aware of. The Trinity River division of the Central Valley Project, the long-term operations plan is being reconsulted on. I believe there's a biological assessment that will be completed for the longer, what's called long-term operations of the Central Valley Project in September. The Trinity will be completed concurrently, but probably will be later. And so that's my hope, is the consultation will show clearly what the law says and was intended originally when Congress authorized that project, to say first priority is the fishery, and all those other ancillary benefits have accrued and been placed upon the Trinity River historically as it's been diverted into the Central Valley. The first priority is protecting the fishery. It's all in there, and answer, or I don't know what the process is here today, answer any questions, or if there's any need for clarification, I'd be more than willing to do so. Thank you.
I really appreciate that, Mr. Orcutt. Thanks for your voice and participation here. It's good to hear you and hear. I know the Trinity was brought up earlier today in the discussion. For those that are here following along, you know, the Trinity River and its watershed are not part of the Bay Delta Plan. And here, though, hearing concern and acknowledging that whether it's the voluntary agreements or the work that's being done here in the Bay Delta Plan, it has the potential impact of having redirected impacts on the way the Trinity is managed and water is exported over into the Sacramento side. And just want to flag for our folks, I'd be very interested in making sure as we develop a program of implementation that we provide some protection from that. The reality is that the board has existing agreements, certainly around management of the Trinity. There's a lot of federal work, as you've indicated, Mr. Orcutt. And, you know, if there is, you know, a future project there, that'll be the place to make sure we're plussing up, if you will, those efforts. And here in this project, want to make sure at the very least we don't have redirected impacts over into that watershed, the important work that you and the tribe have done to be champions of the river. And just really appreciate your good points and engagement here across all this time. Looking to fellow board colleagues if they have any questions for Mr. Orcutt at this time, and seeing none, you're off the hook for now, Mr. Orcutt, and appreciate, again, your contributions today and look forward to the further discussion around this. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Next, we have our last panel here of the day, which will be the Golden Gate Salmon Association and California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance, and invite Mr. Barry Nelson and Chris Schutz. Thank you for your patience. I know the day has gotten long on us, but thank you.
Thank you for your attention and thoughtful questions about on the long panel about flow accounting. We're going to come back to a lot of those themes in our panel. Chris and I will. You ready for me? Thank you again, Chair Esquivel and board members. Barry Nelson, Golden State Salmon Association. Really pleased to be able to talk about flow accounting, an arcane but an incredibly important issue, as your questions recognized. Next slide, please. As you've heard, the concept here is that this block of water rides on top of, I'm going to call them existing flows. That's what, as Mr. Oppenheimer pointed out, that's what the fish care about. They care what they swim in. They don't care if those are surplus flows or if they're regulatory flows. They care about the water they're swimming in. Much of this analysis comes out of a paper that I wrote with Defenders of Wildlife in 2022 called Building Blocks, that looked at 18 examples of blocks of water. You can easily find that report. I gave a brief presentation to you a couple years ago about this. 13 of those examples were in the Bay Delta watershed. So we have a lot of examples to learn from. And I'll come back to several more of those examples in my presentation to you folks on Friday. The VA is the most complex effort to create an environmental block of water that has ever been attempted in the United States, possibly the world, in terms of geographic scope, biological scope, and the number of facilities and operators that would be included. Nothing like this has ever been attempted anywhere in the United States. Next slide, please. all of the past efforts we looked at ran into real challenges. I'll mention just two of them. The first is CVPIA Level 4 refuge supplies. That is a purchased supply of water for wildlife refuges to meet their optimal needs. The deadline for providing full Level 4 refuge supplies through purchases was 2002. We're now 22 years past that deadline, and full refuge supplies have never been provided. An even more stark example is the one that Mr. Orcutt actually just mentioned, and that's the 1959 contract between the Bureau and Humboldt County for 50,000 acre-feet of water. The county has tried to use that water as an environmental block of water. And 65 years after that contract was signed, 0 acre-feet of that environmental block of water have been delivered. Next, please. I'm going to apologize to Board Member D'Adamo for using the word baseline up there, and I'll try to be clear about what we mean there. This is the regulatory baseline of the regulatory conditions that apply. The CVPIA showed that measuring environmental water delivered in a system as complex as this is dramatically more complex than delivering water to a farm or a city or a wetland. And includes an extremely complex set of operations. I'm not going to go through that list, but I will come back to some of them a little bit later on. It's important to note that those CVPIA accounting rules were debated and litigated over for a decade. And by point of reference, I can't help but point out that that's longer than the proposed lifespan of the voluntary agreements. This is an extremely challenging issue. Next, please. I'm going to turn to a third VA block of water example, the environmental water account, that shows the real risk of what we've called gaming, and that is just changing the way in which water projects operate in order to take advantage of this new system. The way Delta surplus water was pumped changed under the environmental water account. I won't go into the details of how it changed. But the Contra Costa Times wrote a remarkable series on the environmental account. These are their conclusions. Taxpayers paid nearly $100 million for an environmental protection program that was largely ineffective. The program delivered discounted water in a way that now appears to have been particularly harmful to the environment. Some research believe that increased Delta water pumping may have contributed significantly to the ongoing collapse of the Delta smelt. Means the environmental water account, which is a block of water, was designed to benefit the environment, cost taxpayers an enormous amount of money, may have actually contributed to the economic decline of the Delta. It is really important that we get these past lessons right with regard to voluntary agreements. Next, please. As I mentioned, the VA block of water is far more complex than either the environmental water account or the CVPIA's B2 program, the 800,000 acre-foot program. They're subject to exactly the same challenges that plague the EWA and the CVPIA's B2 program, and many more challenges, and I'll touch on just a couple of those. Next, please. First is, as you heard from the panel on flow accounting, this approach is built on a hope that a modeled basis of comparison, what they called reference operations, will deliver environmental benefits. This is an enormously challenging task. In order to come up with those reference operations, you need reference operations, not just for the CVP, which is what we needed for the CVPI B2 program, but all of the VA signatories in the Delta and upstream, and all of the non-signatories, so that your staff can figure out if the water being contributed by VA participants is being diverted by non-participants. You need an enormously complex set of reference operations. And it's really important to note that model operations frequently do not reflect reality in the real world. I was thinking during the previous panel, the flow accounting panel, about the painful experience my community and the fishing community went through several years ago during the drought, where the model told us that temperatures below Shasta were going to be fine. In the real world, the fish died. Models are there are many ways in which models can fail to reflect the real world. One of those is the models are wrong. It's a truism among modelers that all models are wrong. Some models are useful. Models frequently fail to capture the real world. But beyond that, models don't predict real world operations for a whole host of reasons. I just jotted a few of them down. Beyond error that is in the modeling, there are a whole host of real world conditions that models don't anticipate when model runs are done. Snow doesn't always, we saw this above Shasta, snowpack doesn't always turn into river flows the way we expect. Temperatures are sometimes out of normal range, demand and market conditions for agriculture change, storage conditions change, maintenance is needed, facilities fail. It actually sometimes rains in California. There are a whole host of reasons why model operations don't reflect real world operations. And the model approach that the VA relies on hopes that model operations at this enormous level of complexity will reflect real world operations in a way that will allow the VA process and your staff to track, in some cases, enormously small blocks of water. Next slide, please. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Could we back up one slide? I forgot one point on that. And that is that one of the things that's also not clear to us about delta accounting is what actions the VA's environmental block of water would actually be charged for. Because there are a whole host of changes in model operations that would happen in the real world. Maintenance, canal pump and levee failures, changes in demand, storage. It's not clear, based on the document that I reviewed, which was posted several weeks ago, whether the VA block of water would be charged only for environmental actions or for many other changes in real world operations. Next slide, please. There are a whole host of questions that it isn't clear, based on the document that was posted a few years ago, how the VA delta accounting system would accommodate things like surplus water deliveries, real-time OMR management, old and middle river management. It's a very difficult thing to build a baseline operation around. TUCPs, drought curtailments, which Board Member Firestone mentioned, south of Delta water purchases. There are a whole host of questions we have about how these reference operations would actually account for many of these changes in real world operations. Next slide, please. Obviously, the way in which those questions are answered could have an enormous impact on the amount of real environmental water that would be delivered. Another major concern is that future increases in demand, new facilities as they come online, Sigma facilities, other facilities, would reduce the real world existing flows over time, which would mean that the net of the real world flows plus VA flows would decrease over time. The VA does not protect those existing real world flows. And what that means is that big new facilities like the Delta Tunnel or Sites Reservoir, there's an enormous risk.
Just be careful about mentioning other
facilities.
projects that are before us in the water rights proceeding. We can't talk about them in this
I'll
proceeding.
simply say other facilities, that other facilities would could divert those existing flows, on top of which that VA water floats and degrade existing conditions, real world conditions. This approach includes an enormous amount of flexibility, largely controlled by water users and projects with minimal regulatory oversight. We see that as a real recipe for failure. It's a very strong incentive and ability to game the system. Next, please. I'll just briefly mention that I have real concerns about whether this accounting approach, this model approach, really gives your staff the ability to detect the unauthorized diversion of VA flows and how you'd go about doing real world enforcement. And then again, very concerned about the potential loss of that VA water through increases in groundwater pumping or groundwater substitution and so forth. That's a real concern. Next slide, please. couple of very specific concerns. When you look at these documents, there's some really interesting off-ramps in there. The Sacramento River has a very poorly defined temperature management off-ramp that could simply eliminate environmental flows on the Sacramento River in some year types. The American River has a requirement that would provide VA flows in only a limited number of years, in as few as 3 years and no more than 6 years. This really wasn't clear to me before I reviewed these documents. And let me give you a specific example. Let's just assume, for the sake of simplicity, that the VAs are approved and the following 6 years are all above normal. They're abundant years for water users. The American River VA provides that those VA flows would be provided in the first 3 of those 6 years, of those 8 years. And then in the next 5 years, there'd be no VA flows at all. There's a limit on the number of times water would be provided on the American River in specific year types, which I certainly hadn't understood. On the McCalmany River, there's a provision that would allow downstream water users to divert VA flows unless certain conditions are met. There's some real off-ramps and loopholes and concerns in the specific accounting mechanisms on individual VA streams. Next, please. Some conclusions. There's simply no precedent for environmental water accounting done through modeling at this scale and complexity. It's a very poor mechanism to make sure that these modeled VA accounting mechanisms produce real-world, on-the-ground benefits. Simply put, it may not be possible to create detailed, accurate reference operations to prevent gaming and to account for such modest amounts of environmental water. The water user, and the fact that water users and water projects would control this accounting to a great extent dramatically increase the risks of gaming and the unreliability of potential benefits. Next slide, please. Simply put, the environmental benefits from the VA accounting approach are not reliable. The percent of unimpaired flow approach is directly measurable, less vulnerable to gaming, far more reliable environmental benefits, and far less vulnerable to being undermined by future water development. I want to make one final point. Next slide, please. And that is, as your previous panel showed, these are extremely complex accounting issues, but it's in some ways the complexity of those questions masks some simple problems. So I found myself trying to think about how the VA approach would work in a different setting. Next slide, please. I thought about how it would apply to the speed limit on my drive home after our appearance today. 2 different approaches. Next slide. The percent of unimpaired flow approach is pretty simple. The speed limit that would apply to me is 65 miles an hour on my way home. It's clear, it's directly measurable, it's enforceable, and it's understandable to the public. Next slide, please. The VA approach is different. The VA approach is a model approach. It would require me to drive 10 miles an hour slower than I had planned to drive. It's a poorly defined base case. It's vulnerable to gaming. It's difficult to enforce. It's difficult to understand. Next slide. That's a flip example, but I don't mean it in a flippant way. These are, in some ways, complex problems. In some ways, they're simple problems. But I want to close with some final accounting thoughts, and that's the salmon industry. We've had massive salmon collapses since the State Water Board last updated the Bay Delta Plan in 1995. 2023 and 2024, 2008, 2009 as well. The salmon season has closed. Those have come with enormous impacts to families, businesses, and communities. I should have put one more bullet up here, and that is that in a year, from an accounting perspective, in a year where the salmon fishery is healthy, it's worth $1.4 billion and supports about 23,000 jobs in California and more in Oregon. The numbers for this year are really simple. 0. 0 jobs, 0 income. Some of the fishing men and women we work with have lost 90% of their income. The accounting impacts from our community's perspective are extremely sobering. We need an updated Bay Delta plan. We need that plan to come with an approach to providing water and accounting for that water that's reliable and will deliver real-world benefits. And to be blunt, the current VA approach is not that. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel, Vice Chair Diadamo, board members Firestone, McGuire, and Morgan. Thank you for hanging in here. It's always a little daunting to go last. I get the last word, I guess, but I'm not sure they'll be as coherent as they might have been if I'd gone a little earlier. Can we have the first slide, please? And the next slide. I'm Chris Schutz from the California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance. I imagine most of y'all know me, but for the record, here I am. I want to make some caveats before I discuss some of the things that I think many of the same issues that we heard in the previous large panel of the water users accounting folks. First of all, we had about 3 weeks to review this document, and in fact, the Delta accounting longer document only came in on Monday. I did have a chance to look at that and had a few thoughts about that I will add as we go along, but the timing is daunting. There's also reliance on other documents, specifically the 2019 transfer white paper. There are issues with that we've had in the past, particularly how much water is appropriately accounted for as lost water in streams when there's groundwater substitution. And so this is built sort of on the assumptions of a bunch of defaults. In fact, a lot of what we've heard is that the sort of framework that's developed has been built on transfers, and that's kind of the structure that these folks adopted to put this together. And what I'm saying is certainly supplemental to what Mr. Nelson said, and I'm going to try to be more specific. Next slide, please. So as Barry said, the main construct is the comparison between the reference flow, the flow that would have occurred without the flow measures, and the flow under the VAs. And similarly, there's a reference operation and the same kind of definition. Next slide. So some of the, on the broad level, some of the main issues are defining the reference flows and operations. And I think that's a very difficult thing to do. There's also some issues that come up when you're comparing the VA flows with the reference flows. And of course, there are different issues with different kinds of what they call flow assets. And we sort of went through most of these before. The tributary releases, the delta inflow, which I think is particularly important, and the delta outflow. And of course, the particular complexity of all the delta outflow requirements, and especially those based on averaging, where added flow could allow reduced flow later. Next slide, please. So as a general matter, it seems to me that smaller and short flow volumes are easier to evaluate. Small flow volumes like Puda Creek and that proposed for Cache Creek are actually smaller than the error bars, I think, for any kind of gauging or measurement in the delta. And while they may have some effect as far as what happens in certain months at very specific times in those two watersheds, or in the Puda Creek if it's a transfer from Cache, the impact on the delta is going to be hard to tease out at all. The calculation is easier, and I think we've already seen this today, when the actual flow is close to the required minimum flow. One of the easier things about the transfer window that exists today is that by the time you get into the transfer window in July through November, most of the water in the system is managed, and then there's not a lot of secondary inflows and those kinds of things, and that makes it a lot easier to sort of see, and there's less variables in terms of how you're accounting for things. As a general matter, the farther downstream you go, there's more room for error. A lot of the compliance points that are given are the rim dams or something like that in the system. But as you get down into the how much water is actually going into the delta, as we talked about, or as you all talked about before, you're wondering, what about intervening diversions and inflows and more complex operations? They discuss this actually in Appendix E on page 11, and I think it's a pretty good discussion. Next slide, please. So something I don't think I heard talked about before is how there's a difference between operational, how operations to meet flows and calculated flows. And what we're talking about with the reference operation or reference flows are calculated flows, some of which are actually calculated after the fact as a kind of true-up, especially in the delta. As a general matter, operators have to release some kind of buffer to make sure they're in compliance. Now, the existing constraints in the delta allow for a lot of sort of as-you-go corrections. There's averaging and those kinds of things. There's location of how many days, certain salinity requirement has to be met, and that sort of thing. But nonetheless, they have to release a certain amount over and above the requirement in order to be sure they're in compliance. And that buffer, or what you might call the slop in the system, actually ends up to the benefit of the environment. Next slide, please. So just to recall, the staff report modeled all of these things, but it relied on modeling that assumed that the goal of adding a certain amount of water was being met. It didn't have the benefit of how people would operate to do this. And it didn't, go into all the complexities. So when you're thinking about these things and the numbers that get put up on the screen or the page, you have to remember, this is the goal. It's not necessarily what you're going to see in the river. Next slide. So with the tributary issues, there are several different kinds of ways in which the tributaries are proposing to add flow. One of them is on the Yuba, the reoperation of the reservoir. McCollum is kind of similar. And they're planning to drop the storage target from 650,000 acre feet end of September to 600,000. One of the questions that I don't fully understand and I don't think is explained is, what if the reference flow was going to be below 600,000 acre feet anyway? Is the commitment still to release an extra 50,000 acre feet? And how is the operator going to decide that? This is mostly in aid of a guaranteed water sale. Right now, Yuba makes most of its water sales later in the year, July, August, mostly. Because it's a regulated system at that point, it's pretty easy to do. There's contracts, it's amounted, there are contracts that are given, and the system is being regulated. It's discretionary to Yuba how they're operating the river. But when they're operating in April, if they're providing flows in April to June, it becomes a lot more complex. It's a good deal for Yuba. And I understand that, there may be some desire to improve conditions, but really what it is a contract for water sales. And I think you have to see it in that context. They may lose a little money on hydro generation because it's not going to be as valuable generating the power that they generate when they're providing the water. But nonetheless, the whole setup is a really good deal for the Yuba Water Agency. They devote, that's 41,000 acre feet of their water is to be paid for. 9,000 acre feet of the water is not to be paid for. They're contributing that. but they have a whole different set of comparison points than they're not using the Yuba Accord as a sort of baseline there. There's a different baseline for that water that they're contributing on their own volition. And it reminds me somewhat of the sign that used to be on a delicatessen in Oakland that said, if you want a discount, tell me first so I can raise the price. It's the same kind of thing that we're talking about with the 2019 BIOPS. It's a baseline issue. The Yuba one is kind of a small one, but it's just an example of how you have to read carefully what all the conditions are in the proposal in order to understand how they're accounting for the different amounts of water. Next slide, please. So another one of the proposals that for contributing from the tributaries is the Sacramento River settlement contractors. They're going to do either fallowing or groundwater substitution. And again, this is really a nice deal for them because they have a guaranteed water sale in the spring. It's important to remember that the contracts that the Sacramento River settlement contractors have are something in a normal year on the order of 2 million acre feet, and in a dry year, as they call it, 1.5 million acre feet. But mostly, they don't actually use that water. That amount of water is not delivered to them. It's often sold. Sometimes it's not picked up. But it's hard to know if there's a commitment for 100,000 acre feet, how that relates to the fact that they're not using all the water that they were planning to use in the first place. And is this an extra water sale, or what is it? I get what Mr. Bergfield said about they're going to look at the previous use and the fallowing. I'm not sure that fallowing translates to real water because the contract amount is so much greater than the amount actually diverted. Next slide, please. And while I'm on that subject, I went a little too quickly. One of the issues is there's a third option that they have to back water up or to not divert water and store it in Shasta. That assumes that the Bureau of Reclamation is going to use that water appropriately. It sounds like the Bureau of Reclamation is planning to do a better job under the new biological opinion. I hope that's true. But their track record in the past, as several people have referenced today, has not been particularly good. And we don't know whether water that is left in Shasta is how it's going to be used. I'm not sure that there's a clear commitment from Reclamation about that or how that would even be structured. Finally, there's the assumption that water in the Sacramento River that's released as extra water will actually get to the Delta, and this is a general theme. And we saw in 2021 that there were large losses in the channel going downstream between Red Bluff and Wilkins Slough. Many of the contractors and other water users were extremely concerned about those losses. Now, it may very well be that it wasn't unauthorized diversions, that it was simply channel losses due to extremely dry conditions and groundwater pumping that somehow pulled some of the water out of the system. Some of these different rivers have offsets for that already built in, some not so much. But this is an example of some of the concerns, especially about water traveling such a long distance. And now to this slide. The Feather River, it compares the VA contribution to normal operation. But as we've seen over the years, and as I've been bringing up since the water quality certification for the Oroville relicensing in 2010, the normal operation of Oroville Reservoir is a moving target. When I was here talking about in the water fix hearing, which is passed, it's not the same. the requirement for carryover storage was based on a formula. It was 1 million acre feet plus something. That was the target. It's now 1.6 million acre feet. Who's to say it's not going to be something different and what the reference is going to be? Also, in many of the, for several of the different requirements on the feather, the requirements are the old requirements. They're not what was adopted under the settlement agreement. Another example of a settlement agreement that hasn't really produced much because it was reached in 2006 and the FERC license to implement that agreement has still not been issued. Otherwise, the feather has many of the same concerns that the Sacramento does. Can we go to the next slide, please? So there are particular issues about inflows, and I think we've talked about, you all have asked questions, and good questions, about whether the water is actually going to get to the Delta. The thing that I think is important to remember is the proposal here is for you all to become responsible for making sure water gets to the Delta. And in many respects, that's different. The projects now, I don't like D1641 particularly, but there was a lot of thought that went into it. And one of the things was that the projects would be the backstop, and they have requirements that by hook or by crook, they need to meet in the Delta. And they have to perform. It's not how much water we released and whether or not it got there. It's you will make a certain salinity requirement. You will do certain things. That seems to me to be something that is being proposed to be changed under this. And I think you should think long and hard about whether that's acceptable. And a different way of stating it, as I see it, there really isn't an in-Delta compliance point. Going back to the question about unimpaired flows, I think it's a fair question to ask, is it harder or easier? I think part of the answer is you all have to come up with accounting methods similar to what these folks are proposing to make it work. And there's a lot of things I've talked about, some of them, that would be variables in that kind of thing. But one of them could be a series of compliance points along the Sacramento River, depending on who the diverters are and that kind of thing, and in some of the other rivers too. The Sacramento is probably the most challenging. The feather also, there's a lot of diversions below Oroville and below the inflow from the Yuba River. Next slide, please. So this goes back to the baseline issue, and I just thought it was important. And this is a baseline issue. It's like what the benefits are actually going to be to the fish. This is a slide pulled from Friends of the River that they put together from data in the staff report. The tables there are cited. And it shows several things. One of them is that there's actually less water in critically dry years and wet years overall under the VAs, as modeled by the board, than there is than there would have been under the 2009 biological opinions. So again, as Mr. Oppenheimer said, what are the fish seeing? Actually, potentially, they're seeing less flow. In the other years, you have to remember also that we're seeing all these benefits of how much flow is going to go into the system, 850,000 acre feet, whatever it is. But a lot of that is offset by water that's reoperated and that doesn't come down into the system in the months of July through December. So yes, the timing has changed, but as we've heard from the folks discussing harmful algal blooms and other things, there may be some trade-offs in terms of whether the timing, whether taking water out of the system in some of these later months is not going to have some redirected impacts because you're putting it earlier in the system, in the year. Next slide, please. So we've got several delta outflow issues. Actually, I kind of agree with Dr. Chilmukuri that there are some issues relating to delta operations that are answered in their little 7-pager that came out on Monday and that I had time to review last night. For example, if you have added flow, that would change the export to import ratio or inflow ratio. And if you didn't make an adjustment, you could export more water because more water would be coming in because of the added flow from the voluntary agreements. And there's an offset for that. So that's a good thing. But there's another issue that I think isn't addressed. And that is when you're operating to meet certain flows or requirements in the delta, you have to release a buffer. When you're back calculating in the following month how much water went into the system and whether the VA flow accounted for a certain addition or not, there's a big risk that the buffer that you released will telescope into the supposed VA flow and be effectively that what they would have released anyway will be counted as part of the VA flow, and an adjustment will be made inappropriately. And that issue, I think, is something that needs to be addressed more specifically because they're advertising this as additional flow. But in the real world, it may not be additional flow. And sometimes that buffer is significant, especially for carriage water. Now, that might not be the appropriate reference, but it might be at some times. And that can be significant. It can be 10 or 20%. So some kind of accounting for that buffer that otherwise would have been released needs to be made, and I'm not sure exactly how you would do that. As shown in this slide, there are two kinds of exports. One is those that have to be protected, basically, flows through the delta that need to be protected. One is water that's coming in as extra water released from the tributaries. Two is exports foregone, which, as Dr. Chilmacurry explained, is supposed to not include the water that was added from the tributaries. It's the project's contribution to water. And there has to be clear accounting between the two. Let's go on to the next slide, please. And a different way of saying what I just said is that what you're assuming, you have to be careful not to assume that the reference exports would always be optimized, that the projects are always exporting as much water as they can. And for various reasons, they may not be. And so there needs to be a distinction between what could have been and what should have been, or what would have been and what could have been. And I think that the way this is set up, it goes to the benefit of the projects, and it would tend to reduce the amount of water required under the voluntary agreements, because you're kind of assuming optimization of export operations if you're doing it after the fact. I did hear the discussion, and it's been a long day, but I'm going to try to respond a little bit to it about the fact that, well, when you're in excess conditions, you're always operating to maximize exports. But for various reasons, that might not be true. One of them is they even they noted, and that is maintenance downtime would be allowed. You could count that as VA flow. If you were taking your exports out of operation, that could be part of your exports foregone. That's in the document. And there may be other operational constraints having to do with various different things. You're putting something in the delta, you're doing some kind of work, whatever it is. And so the operations that would have been may not be the operations that could have been. Last slide, next slide, delta outflow. There we go. So I think I've mostly dealt with these kind of things other than to just basically say, there is a tangle of constraints in the Delta. There's a whole bunch of different ones. Some of them involve averages, and I think we need to think through how the averaging part of this could change, and particularly with regard to salinity requirements. Next slide, please. So the amount of water that's being added is very small. I think that's a theme you've heard from most of the NGO folks over the day today, and then you've heard from us before. The accounting methods are better suited to transfers than they are to, and that's where they came from, than they are to environmental losses. And I kind of give you a conceptual reason why. When they do a transfer, they assume a certain amount of loss between loss of flow to groundwater, loss of flow in carriage, and that kind of thing. And it's kind of an agreement that buyers and sellers have made that this is the default that we're going to work to. But if there is less water actually getting into and through the Delta than there is supposed to be, that water comes out of the environment. But when the water is supposed to be for the benefit of the environment, where does it come out of? That's the issue, I think, one of the issues I think we need to confront. So I think there are going to be, as proposed, some additional water, there's going to be some additional water lost because of the accounting methods as proposed today. There's going to be some additional water lost because it never reaches the Delta. And that's on top of the fact that there needs to be a lot more additional water in general. Last slide, please. So I like to conclude with something different. This is my grandson, and that's his first fish. He had to go out of state to catch that fish. And there's a lesson there for me. I mean, I could have probably taken him somewhere else, what the heck. But it is kind of a reality that I face. When I was growing up, the greatest thing for me that I wanted to do whenever I could, and I complained an awful lot to Mom when she took me somewhere else, was I wanted to fish. I spent 40 odd years as a painting contractor, and over the years, I started developing this second line of work, and it's kind of become what I've done for the last 20 years. My daughter was able to fish in California and catch her fish there, and it was pretty good. I'm concerned that that little guy and his little brother are not going to have the same kind of opportunities. Now, that's a trout. I admit it. We're not talking about trout today. On the other hand, there are limitations to the kinds of fish one can catch. You can't catch salmon now. There are much fewer striped bass than there used to be because we're not managing for striped bass anymore. There are sturgeon. We've petitioned to list them. I used to fish for those things, and I liked it. It was great. I thought it was wonderful. And I just don't think it's right to be taking those home anymore and even probably fishing for them. And as these different opportunities in California become more and more constrained, the pressure on the places that are left increases, and the affordability of them becomes reduced. And more folks, I hear folks my age or a little younger saying, hey, I'm going out of state to fish because we don't have the opportunities we used to here. I don't want that to be the thing that happens. And I'd like to see things made better in my lifetime. I'm a little bit older than I'd like to be, but I plan to be around here for a number of years, and I'd like to see this resolved positively before I die. And if I don't know that I have 8 years to wait around to see if an experiment works. I think we need something that's more definitive. We've had an awful long time to look at what we're going to do to fix the problems in the Delta, and I think we need to give it our best shot today. Thanks very much.
Thank you as well, and agreed. I'm looking to fellow board colleagues, if there's any questions here for our panelists. Vice Chair, and then Board Member Firestone.
I just really want to thank both of you. I know where you're coming from because I've worked with you for over many years. Don't agree with you many times, but I just really appreciate the constructive role that you've played here. And I think no matter how this goes, you've provided some really useful comments, and just want to encourage you to continue every step of the way. You've got some good things in here, and I plan on taking it seriously. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Vice Chair. Board Member Firestone.
Yeah, I think similarly, I think this articulated a lot of the same issues that were brought up when we were having our discussion earlier. And I guess I just wanted to see, I know it's the end of the day, but since we have you all here, if any of the folks that were on the VA panel wanted to respond at all or share some clarifications because I actually think that, some of your slides were much more articulate than certainly what I was able to be in terms of what the concerns are. And so maybe it might provide an easier way for you all to respond to the questions or issues.
There's just a button on top there, yeah.
Thank you. Actually, thank you for that opportunity. There were a lot of items listed on those slides, and we are extremely happy to take a minute and get back to you on each of those. We have thought through each of those. We feel like we have responses. But just going back to a fundamental question you were asking, and we were trying to, in explaining how it gets implemented, we may have lost you on that. But I just want to go back and clarify something. There's going to be new flow made available through deliberate actions by individual water users. We talked about what sort of actions they are going to be taking. Depending on who is operating the tributary, they're going to make that additional flow that's being made available on top of whatever regulatory requirements they will have to operate. And the projects, then they are tracking that water based on individual tributaries' contributions as inflow, and they are adjusting their operations in the delta to make sure that flow doesn't get diverted. That's as simple as it is if you just step back and think about it. Now, how each of those get implemented in the delta, it gets complicated. I think Mr. Schutz highlighted that. But fundamentally, what we are trying to put in those documents is for you to understand how that block of water, if it makes to the delta, is going to be protected as outflow. And I think that it's a pretty clearly outlined there. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And no, we'll continue to unpack this. The reality is, as we all well know, it is a very complex system, but this is a direction that the system has been needing to move in for a while, insofar as having a more real-time understanding of what's moving through, what are the layers of regulatory requirements that are being met or not, and how best to unpack what is, no matter what, a very complex system that, but again, this discussion is so critical around moving toward a more real-time system that no matter how this board decides, we're going to need. And so just appreciate today's discussion, the amount of discourse and back and forth that we've had. For everyone, appreciate your patience, your contributions here in the room. If you haven't had enough today, we have 2 more days, full days of discussion. And so I'm just looking to my clerk and making sure that there weren't any further commenters that needed to go today. Not seeing that.
Could I respond to
Of course,
Mr.
Mr. Schutz, yes, before
Dr. Chilmacurry, excuse me, for just a second. One thing I want to say is that sometimes some of my colleagues, we all have strong feelings about this, look, and that's important. Some of my colleagues may attribute motivations or may seem to attribute motivations, and something that I try to do is not do that. I see it as the project operator's job to try to optimize their operations. Now, I may not agree with that, but I'm not faulting them for doing that or for doing the best job they can. Sometimes I think there's gray areas, and I'd like to see the gray areas shaded a little differently. But I'm not here to point fingers or to ascribe motivations specifically to the operators and to the technical folks who are trying to make presentations about how this should work.
I appreciate that, Mr. Schutz. Likewise, insofar as things can feel very personal in this space, especially for folks, and continuing to remind us the spirit by which we're all contributing to this discussion is important. So thank you. I appreciate that. And on that note, good note to end on. We will be in recess, if you will, and reconvene here tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Thank you, everyone, for a very productive discussion today. I appreciate everyone's patience and contributions, and we'll see you tomorrow morning at 9. Thank you.